And now, it's time for the Melee Madness podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass.
Welcome, everyone! Oh my god, that's gonna burn my throat one day. To another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, Kay?
What up?
What up? What, you sound like a new metal song or something. Or like Word Up Around the World.
Apparently I was doing the youth speak today when I said that I thought Blab's hat was a vibe.
Did you start another thing or something? I only
I don't
briefly
know.
heard about this.
I was just saying I love the bucket hat. It's a bad bitch hat. I was into it. But then I think I sounded, yeah, I think that's the thing.
You a bad bitch. I don't know.
Bad bitch.
I was an old man in the early 2000s and the 90s, so now I'm like ancient. I'm should be on death's row or death's door. Both. I'm an old man waiting for the electric chair. But anyway,
my bones are aching, Annie.
Oh, is a storm coming? Is a sandstorm coming? Do we need to get outside, you old woman? But that's fine.
Oh
Welcome, everybody, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. It is a shit show, as always, and that's how we like it here. How's it going? Are you ready for insane amount of news? As always, there's the news that everybody knows, and then there's the news that I dig and hunt for, and we're going to be talking about all of it. The big controversies going on in the past week or two in gaming. There's so many, but then there's so much gaming news that has gotten overshadowed by these controversies. So we're going to be talking about the controversies because that creates cash. We're going to be talking about the non-controversies because I find that way more interesting.
Well,
we're going to have
like
a
the
big smorgasbord. Huh?
It's way better. Way better to have non-controversies, personally. I enjoy that stuff. So my favorite part about this podcast is that you and I get to talk about news that got buried because other people are freaking out about other stuff.
That's true.
And then, meanwhile, I'm like messaging you or messaging me, and you're like, hey, this thing happened. I'm like, oh my god, this is so cool. And like, you and I are just like excited. And then we're like, perfect, we'll talk about it.
I'll just say it
That's
right
what
now.
I care about.
I'll just say it right now. Here's the thing with this show. Everyone is like, what news is there to talk about? There's no news. I have 45 stories prepped.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And I skipped a couple. I could have had 50. I could have, if I was desperate, I could have had 50 stories, but I'm not. I'm a whore. I'm a whore for gaming news, and so I have 45 stories prepped for you all guys today. There's so much. So let's see how many of them we can get through because there's so many of them are important. So with that, let's not waste any more time. Let's say hi to chat and then we can get into our opening segment here. How's it going, everybody? Kicking off over on YouTube land. We got Angry Canadian dropping every single emoji that we have. I love my frozen puddings. I love my automobile wives. Oh my God. I love them. I could just kiss them right here on the screen. Mwah. Winky Wanky Woo, one of my favorite gentlemen, says, eat the bugs. I will not eat the bugs. Mr.
No
Winky
pods,
Wanksters.
no bugs.
Amin Ra is here saying, moo. Well, moo to you, good sir. Chuck Jose channel is here saying, eat Z bugs. Oh my God, he's eating bugs with a little bit of a German sprinkle, if you will. He went like that. That does not make the bugs more
None
appealing.
of us are eating bugs. No one eat bugs, please.
But will we play
Do
games? And that's why everyone is saying eat the bugs, because our main story today is kind of related to that. You'll see. I'm going to wrap it up. I have it in a nice envelope to present to you. You will all see it. Winky Wanky Woo says, give in to the bug eating side. I will not consume. I don't even like lobster, which is sea bugs. I don't like any fucking bugs.
Why don't you like lobster?
I can eat it because it's overrated. It's one of those foods. Lobster is so good. And it's like, yeah, you dip it in like hot, warm butter. You know what else is good if you dip it in hot, warm butter? Literally anything. Anything.
Popcorn? Yeah, I think you're right, actually.
Hot, like, it's not, lobster isn't good food. It's just hot, warm butter is hot, warm butter. You can literally.
Oh, yeah, you're not a soup guy either, because I was going to say lobster bisque is good, but like.
Is there hot, warm butter in it?
Probably. I don't know.
There you go. I've never had lobster bisque. It can bisque on out of here. Nightmare says, you will live in Z-Pod. You will eat Z-Bugs. You will own nothing and you'll be happy or else. God damn it, Klaus Schwab. You know what I really want? I want Klaus Schwab to watch one of our episodes of the Melee Madness podcast. Not for nefarious reasons. I just want to know, like, that would humanize him a little bit, don't you think? If he was just like, yes, back in the day, I loved Mario and the 6 golden coins on the Game Boy. You will never
imagine
own...
if he was like playing Sonic 2 or something.
I am a big fan of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I love how Knuckles glides through air and uses his fist nipples to climb. It is kind of how I will climb all of humanity to a destination that nobody wants. Yeah, no, let's do it.
I mean, he's retired, so he's got a lot of time now.
All right, Klaus Schwab, come on the channel. We're not going to ask you about how you're destroying reality. We're just going to talk about Sonic 3 and Knuckles with you and your huge fascination with it. How about that? Nightmare says youths are going to youth, and the youth is gone wild. Nightmare says Blabs is too young to be a bad bitch. Is she a bad boss baby then? Is that what Blabs is? She's a boss.
Like the fucking movie character.
Well,
boss
if you're not
baby?
if you're too young to be a bad bitch, you're a bad boss baby.
Oh my god.
She's a blah. Try saying that 3 times fast. Everyone go tweet Blabs right now.
Boss,
and
bad bitch.
I want Blabs' mentions without any context to be bad boss baby. Bad boss baby. And she'll think Twitter is hacked. That's what I want to see in life. Wanky Wanky Woo says, I ain't quitting yet. No, sir. Nightmare says, but it's my favorite shit show. There you go. I love to put on a shit show for all of you. Winky Wanky Woo says, Slippy Slappy across the face, but not your wife. Wait, I'm getting the Slippy Slappy, but Kay is not. What the fuck is going on?
I've been spared.
Almond Raw's dropping more sexy cars. Oh my god, I'm just I need alone time. I need to just have a moment and go, why is my camera still fucking on? Because I keep seeing my sexy automobile gift shop wife in chat. Nerdy Neo is here. He's dropping more devil emojis and me owing faces, all of those. Winky Wanky Woo says, I like clams. They're coarse, rough, irritating, and they get everywhere. Nerdy Neo says, shrimp is great. Yeah, if it's deep fried and battered. You know what else is great deep fried and battered? Literally everything. And here's the secret to life. You only live like 5 minutes. Deep fry and batter anything. Dip it in hot, warm butter.
Have you had
Food.
deep fried butter? I'd be curious if you like that.
No, that's a
should try
thing
that.
too. I'm down. I'm fucking
Okay, let's
down.
try it. Okay.
Almond Ross says chicken is best. I do like me chicken. Winky Wank Woo says Kay smiled when she saw clams. Bloody women. I need to ask you a serious question. When you first met James, did he look like Joaquin Phoenix? Did I?
Well, you were a little German boy, so
Oh
I don't know
God.
if that's a Joaquin Phoenix, but
So
I remember the first time I met you, I was like, he looks very German.
What? You remember the first time you met me?
Yeah, of
I don't
course.
remember last Tuesday. Yeah, so take Joaquin Phoenix and shrink him down to about this big. Maybe this big. And then scrunch him in. And that's what I looked like.
You literally, I also remember you had remember those scissors in elementary school that didn't have sharp
Safety
edges? They were
scissors.
like the super dull ones. Yeah.
I still need safety scissors. I can't
I
be
think you
trying.
had those in your hand when I met you.
So I'm just coming at you with, I'm just like, this is your life now. Yeah, it's like the scene in The Big Lebowski where they're running with the scissors. I'm just like, I'm coming at you just going, nah, safety scissors. That sounds like me, actually. The more I say this, the more I'm like, this is actually reality. This is not fiction. JB said, oh, Winky Wank Woo says, I'm Scottish. We deep fry everything. Well, no wonder. I am part Scottish, so now it makes sense why I am a simp for the deep fry. JB says, was Kay just making the international signal for pass the joint? I don't know. You tell me, JB. Also, how's it going?
What was the signal? The only thing I
signal?
smoke is cigars. I had no idea that was a thing.
I don't fucking know.
Cigars and cigarettes. I don't know. Is there a thing that you're supposed to do? Please tell.
There's a lot of hand signals we get up to on this podcast that are probably illegal in the state of Canada. Internet Crusader says the only reason I remember breakfast is because it's always the same. How's it going, Internet Crusader? Elvis is here saying James thinks you're his social worker, which is actually pretty accurate. True. Internet Crusader says a damn fine cup of coffee. Hey, your breakfast is my breakfast. Oh my God. With that, we're caught up with chat. Welcome, everybody. And we're going to get to our opening segment. We're going to speed on through this because there's so much news to get through. But we need to prove that we're real gamers, real hardcore gamers here. So with that, Kay, What's the name of our opening segment? I've forgotten all of the excitement.
Plays
of the week.
I don't know.
What plays of the week? Kay?
Huh?
What have you been playing this week?
Are you asking? Do I get to say?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's the point of the segment. That's the point.
I'm just. What's the segment? I'm just kidding.
Plays of the week.
I'm just gonna talk about one game today
Don't know
because
what are you playing on PlayStation? Sorry, go on.
Yes, clearly. Everyone else witnessed my very, very bad defeat in Mario Party, so I'm not even gonna talk about Mario Party
No
today.
spoilers, but Yoshi Gang 4.
First of all, we
life.
played more than one round, so I'm not spoiling anything. Also, fuck Yoshi. Anyways.
I was gonna say.
What were you gonna say?
No, I don't want it spoiled. Look, we did something I've been dying to do for months. If you hadn't seen it, go watch it on our channel. It is the Melee Mario Party 4-player in-person Mario Party, and it was exactly what I wanted it to be. It was perfect. Perfect. And I can't wait for round 2.
Oh, we've got so many other games we're playing on that couch too. I'm so excited. Anyways, so I'm going to talk about Sonic Adventure 2 Battle because I have been... So ever since we watched the Knuckles show, right? I've been in this like Sonic loop once again. And boy, oh boy, am I addicted to Sonic again. I got to go on Words of Paradise's show, and Imp Black Belt and Angry Canadian were also there, and we had a great time. We were ranking 3D Sonics. I highly recommend you go watch that on his channel as well, because we had a lot of fun. And the whole time I'm sitting there ranking Sonic games, I'm like, I want to play more fucking Sonic again, even though I've played through a bunch of these Sonic games. So, pretty much I've been watching Sonic X again, because I love that show, along with Donkey Kong Country.
Sonic X is like, it's the most tismy shit I've ever seen from Sonic. Like, just in the background of me hearing it.
You're seeing the 4Kids version. I'm watching both versions. I'm going to be watching the Japanese version as well, because the 4Kids version in like that we got in English was so botched, but like there's a bunch of like innuendos and stuff in the Japanese version. So I'm going to be watching
both. You mean it gets hornier?
Oh yeah, with Rouge it gets so horny. Are you kidding me?
I'm in.
It's insane.
I'm in.
Yeah, so, and there's like a character that's like a female cop, and there's a bunch of stuff in it. Anyway,
female cop?
I showed you.
Wait.
There was literally a scene that was censored. What? Yes.
I'm a huge Sonic fan now. I've just decided.
Okay, perfect. There you go. There's a scene, there's like a tournament that happens, and I showed you the screenshots earlier, where in the North American version, there's just a guy with a camera, but in the Japanese version, there's this woman with like huge tits cheering for Tails. Like, she's so excited. And there's like, I don't know if it's money or what's flying everywhere, but they've really censored the North American version, so it sucks.
There's
Anyways,
something,
I've been watching...
there's something weird about this Sonic Adventure 2 scene that I have running in the background while you talk.
I'm scared to see what you're playing. Oh my god.
I don't know, like just the gyrating of Tails, but then it also looks kind of like it's from GTA. Like, this is like Tails GTA, and he's picking up a hooker, Amy the hooker.
Oh my god.
And then Knuckles out of nowhere. What is this game? What are Sonic games?
It's the best fucking game ever. I love this game. So
oh my god.
The reason why I brought up Sonic X and Donkey Kong Countries, because I've also been in Donkey Kong mood at the same time, but I love those cheesy early 2000s cartoons. But the cool thing about Sonic X is it tied in directly with Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. So I've been watching the cartoon, and then at the same time, I've been... Hey, wait. Wait says, who did I get here for the Sonic porn segment?
Just in time.
So I've been playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle at the same time. And look, that game is a little bit janky. I acknowledge it. I talk about how the audio is all out of whack, but I still feel fucking great playing this game. I can't help it. Every time I turn on this game, and I always have to start from the beginning, because that first level where you hear Live and Learn pop on, and you're fucking going down that fucking San Francisco hill. It's just like, you know when they have those memes that are like, men see this and go, hell yeah? Like, that's how I feel. Every time I see that, I like get so excited. I'm just like pumped and ready to do anything. So I always have to play that level, and then I hop in and play the other stuff. But I think a lot of you know Sonic Adventure 2 already. I won't go too deep into it. James got to witness some of it today. I don't think you've played that game at all, right?
No, I've seen it bits and pieces here and there, and it's mostly from you. And I was saying today that it looks like something I would have loved. I didn't have a Dreamcast. I didn't have a GameCube, so I missed this Sonic boat entirely. So once again, I have to thank my parents for denying me Sonic content as a child. It's almost like they knew. They knew what would happen.
They were protecting you.
They knew that I would become Chris Chan too. I would be the Canadian Chris Chan. So thank you to my parents for denying me Sonic content. And I wanted it. And the only thing I got was Sonic 3D Blast, which made me hate Sonic forever. But watching this game, it's got the right amount of arcadey feel. It's got like great music. It feels like it kind of plays like it's accessible. It's like accessible gaming. I like how there's the good and evil campaigns. And it's incredibly autistic. So I absolutely, if I played this when it came out, I would have loved it.
For anyone that grew up with this game, they know exactly how it feels to play this game because like you had your light side, you had your dark side. There was like miscellaneous characters and stuff too. It's great because the gameplay changes up a lot. So of course you have your Sonic levels / Shadow levels. They're very similar. You're running like a basic Sonic course. But then you have all of these different things like the Eggman and Tails stuff where you're shooting things, and that's fun. You're kind of like mech battle almost. And then you have, of course, the Chaos Emerald hunt as Knuckles and Rouge, and that is also a fun fuckery of a thing altogether too. As you saw, the fucking Chaos Emerald shit is the most janky shit ever. And I was showing you, I was playing a Rouge level and this fucking turtle was crying for like 10 minutes, but I forgot that the turtle was the one making the sound.
Oh, God.
I recorded it because I just kept hearing this fucking like, like every like 5 seconds. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Because I forgot it was the turtle.
I thought it was Big the Cat, unironically. Like, I thought...
Well, Big the Cat is in there as a cameo in the first level when you're going down and the truck is chasing you. If you look on the top left, I want to say, but if you look at the top when the truck is coming down, you see Big the Cat just standing there pretty much like this. Like he's
just T-posing above you like a god amongst men. Jesus Christ, these games are terrifying.
Here's the great thing about this game. So not only do they have the variety in like the light and the dark and all this stuff, right? And you can play 3 different kinds of gameplay styles. You also have mini games within this too. And I showed you how like the Chow Garden is pretty much like your mini Animal Crossing in between levels.
I would have loved this.
And like you get to just like collect stuff as you play each like level, and then you bring that into the Chow Garden and you raise them and you get to do mini games with them and all this stuff. And like I've been watching like hour-long autistic videos on like how to maximize their stats. Like I'm really fucking into it this time. I obviously played it a lot as a kid, but I just played it casually, like just to have fun because I was a Sonic fan. But now I'm like, how do I make like the best chows fucking ever? So
and you can link it to the Game Boy one or something, right? Like, can't you?
There's a whole thing. I don't remember doing it personally, but I think you can like link it to Sonic Advance 2 or something. There's like because there's a Chow Garden in one of those as well. But I wouldn't be able to do it with our setup because we have the pocket and everything weird.
So, but you might.
And I'm playing it.
There was
actually no, I can because I have the GameCube version as well. But I've been playing it on Xbox because it's just the Xbox is hooked up right now, so it's just easy. The fucking music in this game is fantastic. I mean, every level you feel like it's a bop. And then I showed you the Chow Garden like waiting room area. You're like, what is this song? I'm like, this is just literally in this one area that has no purpose. There's nothing to do in this room except for go into another room where they play the other music that's iconic to Chow's.
Yeah.
This game is super anime. I love the cutscenes. Yes, they're janky and weird, and they yell over each other and they cut each other's voices off. There's a certain 2000s charm to it. If you watch the cartoon alongside with this, it's just a great experience. You can kart race in this game. There's a bunch of different stuff. If you were a kid and you were handed this game, like you were lucky because you had every experience possible in one disc. It kept you busy forever. And there's also 2-player battle in it too, so you can play like with a friend as well. So Sonic Adventure 2, yes, it's not a perfect polished game, but I love it. I still come back to it all the time. I love the storytelling in it. I think you came in at the point where like Shadow was raiding the Federal Reserve.
Literally, they say Shadow the Hedgehog raided the Federal Reserve. Yeah. But then they're like, he only stole a Chaos Emerald. And it's like, okay, Shadow, I know you have no concept of money, but if you just took like a little bit of that, there would be no plot, and you could, just go fucking vacation off in the world with Maria, who may or may not be shot in the head. I don't fucking know. But like,
I hope they put that in a movie.
can someone just teach Shadow the concept of money and monetary funds? Just anything?
Rouge the Bat can. She's the one that's trying to steal shit all the time too.
But does she steal money, or does she also only steal Chaos Emeralds?
Well, she's like jewels. She's literally Catwoman or whatever, from Batman.
Yes.
They literally just model her after her.
But does she steal money? Or is everyone...
She steals everything that she can sell for money, but she doesn't, like, that I know of, steal just money.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all retarded. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I love this game. If you haven't played through this game, you should play it. Just be aware that it will feel a little rough. But you know what? Again, this is another conversation you and I were having earlier, James. I think this is easier to hop into than Mario 64 at this point.
Yes.
I think it plays... and you know what? Mario 64 is beloved, and I still love it. I grew up with it, so it still feels natural to me even today. But if you're somebody who hasn't played Mario 64 and you're hopping into it now, it doesn't feel good at all. But Sonic Adventure 2, for all its jank, you still can hop into it today, and you can still enjoy it. You might fight the controls and get frustrated, but ultimately you can still hop into it way easier. So I do recommend it, even for new players.
No, I agree with that. It's arcadey and fun and full of tism and joy. So I see the appeal, and I thank the maker every day that I dodged that thing like the fucking plague.
Hey, I was a Sonic fan. I turned out normal-ish.
I don't know. Your girl immunity got you through it, but like me,
I think so.
I don't know if I could have survived. I would have come out. Like if you asked me if we were working on the podcast and everything, or like starting the podcast, I'd be like, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. That's what would have happened. I would have been drinking orange Fanta, talking about the Pickle Man. It would have been a whole thing. We would have been coming for that Barbussy. Jesus Christ. So anyway,
why you gotta do that shit,
I'm
man?
glad that you've got the Sonic covered. You're the Sonic person, and that's guy. Oh God, he's here. We can fucking see him right fucking here.
Oh God.
Ah, he's coming. I need to avoid it. Need to cleanse myself of Sonic. Okay. Woo!
Anyways, that's all I got for you. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Go play it, guys, if you haven't already. If you played it when you're younger and you're like, what Sonic game do I want to revisit? It's still worth revisiting. That soundtrack alone, man. There were some levels I was playing literally just to hear the music because I was like, it's so fucking good. So definitely, if you haven't played it, go play it.
Hell yeah. All right. And that's all you wanted to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Great. Excellent. Sonic is very full of tism, and we love it. Now, let's talk about what I've been playing. I've actually been playing a lot, so I'm going to do what you usually do, which is I'm going to go snippet. So I usually pick one game, and I get very tism-y into it, but no! I'm going super quick, super fast for you, because there's a lot of points I want to make about all these games. So let's do it right now. Well, the best game that I've been playing is the Star Wars Dark Forces remaster. This is a perfect remaster, in my opinion. This is excellent. Has it been frustrating me? Yeah, mainly because of the archaic level design, but I appreciate that they didn't change this. This is the initial game featuring Kyle Katarn. It is a Doom clone. There's no force powers or anything. I grew up with Dark Forces 2 and Outcasts and Academy, but I never played this one, and it's fucking great because it's the most like Doom, but good lord, some of those levels. It's mainly this level that you're seeing right now. This is the level that was a bitch. JB knows, he was there through it all. Pretty much, Jan is just like, you need to find a secret passageway in the elevator. Or no, she doesn't even say. She just says, find a secret passage. And it took me, without looking anything up, like over a fucking hour. It turned out that, yeah, she didn't tell you it was in the elevator, but it's in the elevator, and you have to like dig into the elevator to find it, and then you find a map, and then you have to position the elevator. It's like it's like the water temple. It's like the original water temple. You have to position the elevator in a way that you can platform through the insides of the 2 connecting elevators. But it doesn't tell you that. And so it was super frustrating. But apart from that, the game has been fucking great. And I really love that Night Dive has changed nothing. Even the graffiti on the walls, even the graffiti where it says Ewoks suck and all that. Oh, you could even see it right there, the before and after I did real quick, like in a blink of eye. So there you go. See? And you can seamlessly change it super quick. So even the graffiti on the walls that say like Ewoks suck and stuff is all there. It's all there. It's literally the same game with like souped up visuals, and it's gorgeous and wonderful. So I just tweeted out, and I did this very intentionally. I'm a sneaky boy, if you will. I tweeted out saying, absolutely love everything about Night Dive Studios' Star Wars Dark Forces Remastered. This is exactly what I want in bringing up the quality of life in classic games. Thank you, Stephen Kick. I never know how to pronounce his @ and the whole team. Really hope Dark Forces 2 is next. And I did that all intentionally. And Stephen Kick, who is, you know, the head of Night Dive, liked the tweet. So and this isn't the first time that I've done this to him. This poor guy, I'm manipulating his brain here. But I really want Dark Forces 2. That's what I really, really want, with these beloved OG live-action cutscenes intact. So he is very much aware. That's what you do next. That is what you fucking do next. And so I love that. I love that Night Dive is an awesome studio making awesome remasters, perfect remasters in my opinion. This is exactly what a remaster should be. And now I like that he interacts on Twitter, and he knows that I at least want Dark Forces 2. So fuck yes. The next game I've been playing, and I'm finally fucking done with after a year and a half. It's Hogwarts Legacy. I'm finally done. I uninstalled it.
Woohoo! I'm so sick of this game.
Revelio!
I'm so fucking sick of this being on our backlog. I was tired of watching you play it. I was tired of hearing about it. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's a great game.
It was solid.
Just like it was definitely dragging. That's really the problem.
But
the
Kay,
combat is great, but everything else is like, oh my god.
But Kay, I must ask you, does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
No, I fucking hated how much dialogue would repeat.
Yes. Yeah. So
that was the number one thing. If you're gonna make such a huge open world game, fucking add more dialogue than 5 lines.
Yeah, I agree. I won't talk about this too much. The game's been talked about to death. It was literally the top-selling game of last year, unless you talk to Jeff Keighley or anyone with a gaming journalism degree. They will fucking lie to you. But it's great. It was good. It was solid. No, great. It wasn't great. It was good. It was solid. I would play the sequel. It definitely, I want some things changed for the sequel, but overall, it was a solid experience. 2 things I wanted to say about this and why I'm talking about it, because I haven't streamed this in forever. I was just chipping away at it because nobody fucking cared about me playing this game, was the ending is hilarious. There is a good guy ending, a neutral ending, a dark side ending, and a super dark side ending. And of course, I got the super dark side ending, which like I saw almost nobody do. And the way to do the super dark side ending is you got to ally with Sebastian, which why wouldn't you? Sebastian's my ride or die. He's my homie. He's the wizarding Anakin, literally. So I 100% sided with Sebastian, even when he made the most brain-dead decisions like murdering his uncle, which were hilarious. So it completely destroys your character because you're supposed to be like, I'm a little wizard student, yippity-dee, I'm gonna go on a merry adventure, tra-la-la-la-la, I'm taking arithmetic today, to, Sebastian, you did fucking nothing wrong, you fucking killed him, he deserved it. It's so funny, the contrast. But, so you have to side with Sebastian 100%, who did nothing wrong. And then you also have to learn all of the banned spells or whatever. So, you know, the kill spell, the curse spell, and the manipulation Bill Cosby spell. And you have to learn all those, and those are all skippable. If you say no, it's skipped. So you have to be really careful, and I don't care. I was abusing the shit out of all of that. So, I learned all those, and when you get to the ending, the spoiler alert, I guess, for this, but the normal ending is, you know, it's very dramatic and sad and all that stuff, blah, 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 melancholy, and it sets up, like, a sequel that can kind of happen. But the bad guy ending is quite funny, and now, spoiler alert, but you have this fucking, mentor the whole time. You have this mentor here that is sorry. You have this mentor that is overseeing all of this. But when you beat the game Dark Side, you pretty much say this evil power that you've been learning about the whole time that's really bad and stuff. You say, I'm going to keep it. And he goes, what? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to keep it. And then the super Dark Side version, the neutral version is like, humanity needs to use this for their benefit. But the super Dark Side version is, I'm going to use it for my own power. Fuck you. And what's funny is when you tell him that, he immediately gets crushed and died. And he's never addressed again. And it's so funny. Now, in the good guy normal ending, in the good guy normal ending, he like, you know, it's all sad, melancholy, blah, blah, blah. But when you do the bad guy ending, literally your last words to like the main character of the game is like, I'm gonna use the power. And he's like, really? And then he, completely unrelated to you, he just gets crushed. And then you never see him again. And it's great.
So it's not you that does it to him?
No, it's the lead generic villain.
So you just like separately are like, I'm gonna fuck over everyone, and that's like the dying words this other person just sees.
Yes, literally.
That's awful.
But here's why it doesn't make sense: is the crushing happens in the good guy ending, because I went and watched it. But after you beat the bad guy, you go over to him, and he's just like, oh, my wife would have loved you, and it's like, oh, I'll take care of everything, blah, kind of thing. So you have closure. But they just cut that out of the bad guy ending, so he's just like, you're gonna do that! And then, dead.
That broke my brain. Like, genuinely, that broke my brain.
It was so funny. It was so fucking funny. So anyway, that was one thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm sorry, I don't think I said spoilers sufficiently enough. I hope spoilers are over. We're back to just talking about the game. Now, here's the thing. Here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. There is so many fucking collectibles in this game. There's a stupid amount of fucking collectibles everywhere that I spent hours and hours and hours getting them. And then just to learn that by the end of the game, I have hundreds more to do. Hundreds. And I've done like 70% of them, but there's literally like 700 collectibles. And so I was like, okay, either I keep going Revelio for several hours just so I can hear the little ping on my profile and get nothing, or I just stop right here. So I decided, fuck it, I will stop. I wasted enough fucking time with this game. I will stop at like the 70% completion on these stupid little things here. But I looked through the achievement list and I was like, let's see if any of these I want to do. And I crossed off a few of them. I wanted to do all the side quests. I did that. I did some of the things I was closer to. But there was one, and if you saw my Twitter, you know what I'm going to talk about. There was one that I wanted to do that was just get to the highest point in Hogwarts. And I wanted to do this because I went there before, but I didn't have the key or whatever. So I had the key by the end of the game. So I'm like, okay, I can do this. It'll take me like 10 minutes. And I go to do it, and here's what happens. So I think I get to the place, but then it's not popping. The achievement's not popping, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is the highest point. But oh, lucky me, PlayStation has this integrated like trophy system where you get guides to trophies / achievements in the game. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just pull it up because maybe there's another door I'm missing. So I go into the trophy thing, and this is literally the last fucking thing I want to do before I uninstall this game a year and a half later. I open the trophy guide, and it gives me a permanent loading screen. And I'm like, excuse me? So it gives me permanent loading. I don't know if my internet's timing out or what, but it's literally just text I'm trying to load. And I'm like, okay, this is a single-player game. That's fine. So here's what happens next. I select the trophy guide, and I assume my internet timed out because of the error. And at that point, I'm at a point now where the system won't function at all. So I went back to the main menu of PlayStation, what you see here. And then I couldn't go into settings. I tried going into settings just to see if my internet was still connected. That wouldn't fucking work. And then I'm like, okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But then I try bringing up the guide. That won't work anymore. So then I just go to select the game. again, because then I'm like, fuck, okay, let me just save and I'll restart the system. I go to save, or I go to select the game, and suddenly the art of the game is gone. It literally just says, can't find what you're looking for. So I was so fucking baffled at like midnight about this. I even made a video about it.
I did.
Here, we'll just look at it.
So literally all I did was select the trophy guide while playing Hogwarts Legacy. And it's supposed to fucking tell you how to get trophies or whatever. And I guess that info timed out, which is fine. So I try to go back into the game and it won't let me. So then I press the guide button to access settings to make sure I'm connected to the internet. And it won't let me get to settings. Okay. So then I click the game to try just to go back into the game to save before I reset the system. And then this happens. I can't find the game. So then I tried turning the system off, but now I can't move. And the only thing I can do is occasionally bring up the guide. That doesn't also work. Okay, that doesn't work anymore. All because I clicked trophies in a single player game.
So that's not even where it ends. I can't do anything. So then the next thing I do is I go to manually fucking press and hold the power button on the PS5. And that doesn't work. The manual power button doesn't work. So then I have to rip the cord. Oh my god. Oh my god!
At how to pronounce this Japanese name.
Insidious Bliss tipped $50. Let's hope those nips don't freeze like your PS5. Time to bear down.
Wow!
Oh my god.
I thought
Thank
that meant
you
something
so
completely
much.
different. Okay.
To bear down? What did you think it meant?
I don't even know. But so Insidious Bliss is here.
First of all, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What the fuck?
Let's see here. What do we call this?
PlayStation Force one? I don't know.
Hold on.
You're better at the names.
I don't even know if I'm spelling this right.
What are you spelling that you could spell it wrong?
Bear Trophies 1.
Bear Trophies 1.
Bear Trophies 1. Bear Trophies 1. My god. So Insidious Bliss has announced his entry into the stream here by saying, let's hope those nips don't freeze like your PS5. Time to bear down. Ah! Bliss, thank you so much. How's
Seriously,
it going,
thank
by
you.
the way? Oh my god. It's time for the bear trophy dance. We're going to dance. We're going to do a little bear magic. And we're going to see if we can fix our PS5. That wasn't even the end of the story. But it's going to wait. It's going to wait. Okay, do you know why it's going to wait?
Because we're gonna dance.
You know it. Let's go. The last time you guys heard this, it was dead quiet. Not today! Not today! Bear Trophies 1. Fuck you, PlayStation! Arrgh! We're bearing on our PlayStations today. Sony, we're coming for you. I don't even know what you fucking did. We're coming for you. Ugh. We first gotta get out of our hibernation bears. A little sore, a little hurt from what Sony has done for me. Done to me! But Gengar, we're gonna get our revenge. Do the trophy dance! All you achievement hunters, this is your new dance. Every time you get a trophy, you gotta do this. Okay, you love trophies and achievements. Do the dance.
I fucking hate achievements. I hate achievement hunting. I hate
broke our
trophies. I hate it
PlayStation
all.
trying to get one. Who's out there? Who's bearing with me? You better be out here in the world. You better be smashing some PlayStations without any survivors. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Who's going to guess today? That's been a while. We got Kenny. We got a pretty bird. We got a pretty bird. Let's go. Let's ascend. Are you ready? Well, let me tell you what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about so much gaming news. I have 50 stories to talk about. Here's a little preview right here. We're going to shut down Ubisoft. We're going to shut down the 1,000-year door. I don't even know if Vivian's a man or not. Microsoft's trying to buy Steam and there's Square Enix things that are going multi-platform. He's digging it. Genmead, Gaymead, whatever your name is. You're now honorary bear. You may not look like one, but jive with me. Jive with me, you nice jiving bird here. Let's go. Fuck PlayStation. Your trophy system doesn't work. Come on. Let's destroy this together. Yeah! Let him go! I covered this PlayStation controller in bird seed and this motherfucker's going to town! Are you gonna salute with me?
The Bear Force One have left the building.
Oh my god.
A lot just happened.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Insidious.
Genmead the beer. Oh, with him too, of course. Thank you so much, Genmead the bird, for guest starring.
I'm gonna thank an inanimate bird instead of the person
Who are you calling inanimate? Now you've hurt his feelings.
Oh my god.
He just poured his heart out as a bear. Look at him. Look at him.
I like Ganmead the bird. You know that.
You goddamn right you do. All right, Genmead. Thank you so much for being the honorary guest bear today. We appreciate you. And of course, all the thanks. Genmead wouldn't even be here today if it wasn't for Insidious Bliss. Seriously, Insidious Bliss. Thank you so much. Also, hi. Here I am. All I'm doing is just venting about my PlayStation breaking for no reason, and you come in and get me to dance shirtless with a stuffed bird. So, my God, seriously, thank you so much to Mr. Insidious Bliss. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. All right, Genmead, do you want to be here for the rest of the episode?
I'm going to read a few comments that are relevant, and then we'll go back to your story.
Okay.
And I promise I'll go back up and chat and read some more in the intermission part here between segments. But Wait says, I now have a reason to never get another achievement because
There
of the
you go.
dance. And Insidious is doing great. And Nightmare said, if liking Bear Force 1 is gay, then I'm the biggest queer who ever lived. That is all. Continue.
Oh my God. But yeah, seriously, thank you so much, Bliss. I see I when I'm dancing.
Oh, and also I'm gonna say hi to Yanu who popped in, and Amin Ra and Tabletop, just in case we didn't get to you earlier there.
How's it going, lads? Seriously, thank you so much. I can't believe that you love this show so much that you support it when all I'm doing is ranting about PlayStation's poor infrastructure or whatever. But you're the best, and you know it. So thank you so much, man. Okay. Back to the story nobody cares about. Where was I? Where was I before we went full bear mode? Well, okay. So
We're at the part where like the system
the
froze,
Homelander part. Yeah.
essentially.
So I can't even turn off the system. I can't even fucking turn off the system. I have to rip the cord. So then I plug it back in. And I load up Hogwarts. Luckily, there's an autosave system, so it doesn't set me too far back from where everything died. So here's what happens next. I go to my trophy list, and I'm not seeing the achievement trophy that I was just trying to get. And so I'm like, huh? What do you mean it's not there? Turns out it unlocked. So this is what happened. Plug PS5 back in. Relaunch Hogwarts. The trophy I was getting info on is earned even though it never popped on screen. Screenshot of it instead of the usual auto video that is taken, because every time you get a trophy on PlayStation 5, it takes a 15-second video. This one, it took a screenshot and never told me. And I said, I'm uninstalling this and never touching this again. So there you go. That is the last thing. I love Billy Christ here just saluting. This is the last thing I'm ever seeing on fucking Hogwarts. I'm never fucking touching this shit again. It can go die in a fire. I am done. I am done. Fucking year and a half later, and it almost breaks my PlayStation. Now, full disclosure, I don't know if this huge fucking bug was on Hogwarts side or if it was on PlayStation side. I'm not going to test it with my own PlayStation, but it sounds like if you access the trophy guides at a specific time, like if you access the trophy guides and then maybe you like pull your Ethernet cable or something and you time it out, it could literally brick your PlayStation. And that is either exclusive to Hogwarts or it's system-wide, which would be even crazier. I don't know which. It's a coin flip, but that was so fucking funny. So,
it's a fucking single-player game.
It's a single-player game!
Why does it need to do this check? I don't understand. Is it because the trophy system is connected online?
I don't know. Everything is connected online now.
But then should the trophy system even be connected online if it's just a native system? But then
so
I guess
weird.
how does it do the check, right? It must go to a server to be like, yes, verified that you got
everything
this
in
trophy,
the PS5,
right?
everything has the spinning wheel for
Makes no fucking
to make
sense,
it
man.
check for internet. So I don't know, but I'm done. I uninstalled it right then and there. I find it so funny that I've been playing this game for a year and a half, and that's the last experience I have in it.
Is that one picture of your character just staring
like,
into a black wall?
Yeah. And the achievement unlocked, I guess.
It has to be tied to the internet because achievements started with systems that were internet, right?
360.
So like, yeah, there hasn't been a single console that's like free of internet that's had trophies.
Yeah, and
unless you talk about retro achievements, I'm sure Dude or Nerdy Neo is going to come in here and say, yeah, but retro achievements, but you still need the internet for that, right? So
yeah, I'm sure. I don't know how it works. That's their ball and game, so I'm not sure. But I found it so funny. The game was overall good, but that wasn't the only bug I encountered in that year and a half of playing. There were so many more, but like I genuinely had a thought last night where I'm like, is the PlayStation fucking broken because of this fucking wizard game? Are you
I
serious?
thought it was because all I heard from the other room is like beep 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 beep. I'm like, what the fuck did you do to our PlayStation, man? You know how much work I went through to get that fucking PlayStation? Because I got that stupid fucking thing near launch too. I knew I was getting like a tooth pulled or something at that time. I was like, I need something to do, and I went and fucking lined up at Best Buy and got that PlayStation. I was like, I swear to God, if it's broken after all of that.
So, yeah, it was amazing. And I see Nightmare saying this is why I only play on PC. Well, make sure you don't get any PlayStation games on PC because a lot of them are going to be eventually forcing trophies down your throat. So if this is an issue with trophies, they're going to be migrating that entire system over to Steam, where this could fucking, I don't know, maybe blue screen your computer if you pull out the Ethernet cable at the wrong time when you're accessing the trophy guide. I'm not sure. But it's crazy. So that's why I wanted to talk about that. That was funny. I'm going to go to one final game here because I want you guys all to come with me. Now, I know we just got shirtless and danced naked. Thank you again, Insidious Bliss. But now's the time to come because of the next game that I've been playing. That's right. Come on down next Wednesday, May 29th at 7 p.m. PST for our TF2 community event. Granada! So, please, this game is free to play. I would love to have all of you lovely people. All you got to do is join our Discord and let us know that you want to come play TF2 with us. There is no player limit because I think the limit's like fucking 24 or something. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be an absolute mess. Just so I understood the current state of TF2, I have been playing it in our spare time the past maybe 3 days or so. And I was like, oh my God, I miss this game. I really miss this game. I usually will call TF2 probably the best PvP multiplayer shooter ever, and I think that still holds up. It needs Valve to have some TLC put into it because there is issues that have been now put into the game because they've abandoned it for so long. So I am now 100% in the save TF2 bandwagon. And more on that if we get to the Deadlock story during our news segment. But short version is I think Valve should just abandon Deadlock and go make TF3 or give TF2 a massive update. Massive update. So that's what we're going to do. It's a community event next Wednesday, May 29th, but it's also, we're raising awareness here because what is Melee Games about, Cakes, if not raising awareness?
Totally.
So we're raising awareness.
What is about video games? What the fuck are you talking
about?
We're
raising awareness
what?
On the fact that TF2 needs love. So we need it in the arms of an angel to play. We need Sarah McLachlan here because TF2 needs our love and it needs our help. And we're going to help it by all of us getting together in our Discord and playing the shit out of one of the best games ever made. So let's do it. Let's do it. I think we already have like 5 people, including me. So if we get 1 through 6 people, we're going to go matchmaking. And I've been playing the matchmaking. It's great. It's just, it's great. It's chaos. It's stupid. It's silly. It's fun. I literally earlier today was playing a match and somebody was playing since 2007 and this other guy found out and he just started asking about what TF2 was like back in 2007 and he just started reminiscing about the old days and how it was and all this stuff to this random guy and I was just killing them listening to this and I'm like, oh, this is sweet. And it really brought me back because it was some kid learning about like how TF2 was and this guy was here for the orange box and as most of you were as well along with me, so it was nice and wholesome. And TF2 really reminds me of what multiplayer gaming was and what I love. So let's revitalize it like Frankenstein's monster. We're gonna shock some lightning into it, just like Imp's getting shocked. And I know he's playing with us. So get your hats ready, get your sprays ready. No player limit. Don't be afraid. It's gonna be a blast. Anyone above 6 players, if we get more than 6 players, we're gonna go private lobby. Private lobby works great. It's very simple to make. And we're all going to jump into my private lobby, just similar to what we did for Halo. And we're going to have a fucking blast. Whether it's a few of you or a lot of you, all are welcome. I cannot fucking wait.
And, like, we don't care about skill level either. So don't feel like you have to be, like, great at the game or anything. If you want to try the game for the first time, this is your chance to play with a bunch of people. So don't be afraid if you're like, oh, I don't know how to play the game or whatever. Like, we're not looking for, like, as I said earlier, we're not looking for MLG shit, like 420 no scope, whatever.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
Like,
No.
Just have fun. Have fun.
No, this is what I've always liked about TF2 is that it's just about fun and chaos, and it's a shit show. It's like the shit posting of PvP multiplayer games. I literally was playing earlier, and, like, I'm, like, dead, and everything's blowing up, and there's madness and all that stuff, and, like, when I was respawning, I see a scout on my team just doing, like, the Macarena. Just, like, dancing around doing the Macarena amongst all the chaos. So there was one guy in my game that wasn't even trying to win. He was just like, hey, Macarena, and he was just dancing, and he was just going to town. I played another game earlier today where someone on voice chat started playing a song about Heavy and Medic having gay anal sex. And so, but we all kept playing. We're like, fuck it. And then so we were just like killing. And meanwhile, I was hearing like, get in my ass. And it was like, oh, this is great. It was a great game. So it's the best. It's the best. You never know what's going to happen in a fucking TF2 match. So come on down. It's going to be a blast.
Those are your games. Oh my God. Okay.
All right.
Well, let's catch up with some chat.
You read chat and you let me know when we're caught up. And we are going to go to the news.
Perfect. Winky Wanky Woo says, according to Twitter, K is a white supremacist. True.
And confirmed.
And Angry Canadian says, banana slammer.
Yeah.
Imp wants to point out that Rouge has jiggle physics. And Nightmare says, God, I wish we got a Sonic Adventure 3. Oh my God, how I wish we got a Sonic Adventure 3.
Was that in the cards? Was that a thing that was going to happen?
I don't think I've ever seen anything on a Sonic Adventure 3. Now, Words of Paradise is a giant Sonic fan. Angry Canadian's a giant Sonic fan. Internet Crusader's a giant Sonic fan.
Mhm.
I am also, but I don't know like all the little nooks and crannies sometimes, maybe that they do. So maybe one of them will know, but I haven't personally seen it. And I go pretty autistic with Sonic stuff too. But that would be fantastic. I feel like with how Frontiers did, I don't know how it did sales wise, but Frontiers was a great game. So maybe they will pursue like more 3D games. If Sonic Generations with the Shadow DLC
I
goes well, then they
think
could potentially do
I
it.
think Frontiers exceeded expectations. I think because people liked it.
I think so, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
opinion-wise, I think people thought it was going to be worse than it was. I think Frontiers is great. I actually learned that since I played it, they've added a bunch of content. So I'm going to be revisiting it. I didn't beat it originally, but I'm going to be visiting it with the free DLC, and I'm super pumped. What else we got here? Imp says Chris Chan Leaf Edition. And
Don't
Angry
tell
Canadian-
anybody.
Oh, God. Angry Canadian says Sonic Adventure 2 is great. I agree. And I love the music the most. Oh my God. I could go on about that soundtrack all fucking day. I love the rap music that happens when you're playing as Knuckles. I love the like Sonic levels where they have that music blasting. All of it is just so good. Amin Russ says Sonic and the Black Knight. I liked that game, but it is very janky. I just love the idea of Sonic with a sword and like medieval type stuff. Canadian says, all hail Shadow. And Wait says, they say it's playable on deck, so it shall bump it up on the list. So sounds like Wait might check out Sonic Adventure 2.
Nice.
And also, Wait says, Shadow wants to end the Fed. Based. True. That we just gotta help him. We gotta help him a little bit. He doesn't quite know why he wants to end the Fed, so maybe someone wants to red pill him a little bit, and then Shadow will be.
There's no
your
one more
bravest
red
soldier.
pilled than Shadow. He's a trench
true.
coat away from being a hero. So
Just get Maria to red pill him before she gets shot in the head.
Maria, please do.
Yanu says 7.2 million views on that long play. Old games were the best. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And then as you were talking about the Harry Potter stuff, Yanu yelled ravioli pasta. And Yanu also said, you're going to get Steven canceled. Some weirdo is going to go through his like history. Well, good thing they're getting rid of the like history, right?
Who's Steven? And we're getting
The night dive guy.
Oh, yes, that's true. Okay, yeah, good point. Right. The night dive. Yes, I am going to get him canceled because he's going to see us. I made that tweet right after the whole e-girl incident that I did on Twitter, which we never
one?
really
The
talked
second
about.
one?
The second one, part 2. Yeah, the e-girl strike back. So when that girl was like, men are the problem with gaming, and I was like, you have mute button. And then 500,000 views.
You know
or
what's
whatever.
funny? We haven't talked about it on our channel, but literally Osmongold like read like half of your tweet.
I know,
So
yeah.
it's like
that was
it's
weird.
been talked on other channels, but not our own.
Yeah,
That's
no, I just
fine.
sent you the screenshot. I was like, Asmongold's reading our tweet or whatever. That's important, I guess, because he's got like, I don't know, 2 million subs or something. I know him from playing WoW, and then he not play WoW, and now he just talk about everything online. But he talked about us for about 5 seconds. That was neat.
I think he read like one sentence and then he like
He
got
just moved
distracted
on.
by rant and moved on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait says that's what you get for trying to cheat, James. Talking about your trophies there.
Ah!
And then of course everyone was celebrating the Bear Force one. Thank you again, Insidious,
Thank you
for that
so much,
FUD.
Insidious Bliss.
Imp says TF2 should just get a huge update. Why waste the
Yes.
resources when the game is already great as is? Which I think is your sentiment as well.
Yeah, no, they just need consistent devs on it. They just need to have like a constant steady stream of like new map, new hats, new weapons, rebalancing, and just checking in and making sure bots aren't overrunning it and that sort of thing. Just keep things maintained. They just have to keep it maintained and up to date and fresh and playable. And so that's the issue. But we're gonna have fun no matter what, even if there's only just one of you. But the more people that join, definitely the more fun it will be. So we're at a good number right now for matchmaking. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be begging people if we hit 7, I'll be begging people to play. Please play with me in TF2, please, because if we get to the private server level, I want to open that sucker up and get as many people as possible. Because it's going to be a blast. The more the
and
merrier.
Imp's really excited for the event, so he'll be there.
Yay! Me too.
Nightmare says Valve can't count to 3. That is the famous
That's
meme,
the
isn't
problem. Just call it fucking Team Fortress Alex or something. I don't fucking care. Team Fortress hats. That's all I want. This just fucking, I know you have to stop at 2 because of some weird mystical demon thing put a curse on Valve, but for the love of God, TF2 needs some love, and we're going to give it to it this Wednesday.
God. Paul's here saying howdy, howdy.
How's it going,
And
Paul?
hello, Paul. And he says, just accept Papa Gates will own Gabe. We might talk about that later. We'll see. More on that soon. JB says, the 29th is this Wednesday. Next Wednesday is June 5th. You can tell it's the 29th because there are no Wednesdays between now and the 29th, making it this Wednesday. It's just, look, it's
Wednesday the
a miracle
29th.
it's a miracle that James remembered the date of the event.
What the
So
hell?
I'm glad. I'm just kidding.
What the fuck?
It's a joke.
How dare you? How dare you?
He remembered. He's excited. He's excited for TF2.
Oh my God. No, me and Gen Meat are starting our own podcast. Fuck this.
Oh my
I won't take
God,
this. I'm not going to take this anymore.
Triss is here saying hi, Kay, and of course he has no shirt again.
Damn straight. Damn fucking straight.
Amin Ra says, I would love to try it.
Come on
You
down.
should come join. We got how many people now? If Amin Ra joins as well, you would have 6.
Yeah, so that'd be perfect. Come on down.
So you could do a whole event, yeah.
Yeah.
Nightmare says, I'm a giant Shadow the Hedgehog fan. You need to play the Shadow the Hedgehog game, James. I think you would like it.
Okay. Only so that I can bully you even harder in retaliation.
Why? Because I said you didn't remember a date for it.
How am I going to forget TF2 Day? How?
You're right. He's been talking about it for a while in excitement. I think you even wanted to play TF2 like on stream, and you're like, no, I have to wait.
I'm
To
waiting.
wait for the beautiful people.
I bought the fucking ticket. I paid real money. I bought the fucking contracts in the game because I quit TF2 before. And oh my God, dude, 1286 live coming in with a raid on Rumble. How's it going,
Oh my
Mr. Dude?
God.
How's it going, everyone over on Rumble here? This is a Melee Madness podcast. Thank you for coming in and raiding. I love that Rumble raid icon with the boat.
The the ship. It's
Yeah.
like pirates coming in.
But yes,
I do love that too.
I quit TF2. I played TF2 is one of my most played games, which I usually play a game and then I quit, but it's almost at 300 hours, which for me is a lot. But I quit before they introduced the whole contract system. So, I played between like 2010 and I want to say 2013 or so, 2014. So I never played the contracts, but they cost money, but it pretty much adds a challenge system like dailies and all that sort of stuff to TF2. And it was like $4 Canadian, and it can only be done in matchmaking, but it's been fun. So I almost streamed that the other day, but I'm like, no, we're going to kick it off with all of you people. And then I can stream TF2 forever. So that is this
He's
Wednesday.
had a little calendar next to him. He's been pulling the dates off, going, I'm
It's
5
this
days
It's
away.
this Wednesday and next Wednesday and Wednesday. I'm covering all the bases.
There you go. Perfect. Imp says we will not get Sonic Adventure 3, basically confirmed by Sega. That's depressing. Nightmare says, with Sonic Movie 3 being shadow focused, I expect some kind of shadow tie-in something. I would be very happy. And Snapple Rai is here saying, hey, Melee Games, how's it going? We're doing good.
Yo.
Well, I could say for me, I'm doing good. James, how are you doing? Sorry,
I'm
I shouldn't speak
fine.
for you.
I'm fine. I'm ready to dig into the news and piss people
Is that
off.
the girl? I'm fine. You said I can't remember dates, but
Exactly.
I'm fine.
I am shirtless and sweaty, and I'm ready to dig into some stuff here.
Joke. I know you can remember dates.
Shameful.
He's good at it. And Nightmare says, fun fact, Gaben used to work at Microsoft. Okay,
True.
well, let's get into the news, and then we can start talking more with these lovely people.
All right. And dude also says, I won't stay long. I'll be downloading this stream to listen for my 7-hour drive down one interstate highway. Well, you know what? Take advice from Paul. Do not James and drive, but I wish you some luck. And what? Snapple Rai came in and he said, just wanted to drop by and show some support. Keep doing what you guys are doing for 50. Oh my God.
Thank you so much, Snapple.
Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you like the show so much. And we're going to talk about some spicy stuff. Maybe you won't like me by the end of this, but that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate you right here and right now, you and me having a special moment. So thank you so much, Snapple Rai 89. What a lad. What an absolute freaking lad. Seriously, buddy. Thank you.
Thank
you so
seriously.
much, man. I'm
You guys are
glad.
awesome.
I'm glad you like what we're doing. And now with that, let's get into the news and let's see, will he still like what we're doing by the end of the news segment? Okay, what the fuck is going on in gaming?
A lot.
A lot.
A
lot. Okay, well, let's get into it right here and right now with our opening story, and it's our headline story, but probably not the best story we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about all things Ubisoft. We're going to talk about the absolute state of Ubisoft here and everything that's been going on with Assassin's Creed. Now, there's a reason. You all know the news. You know the song, Let's Dance, but there is a reason. I'm going to cover the whole story, the whole shebang, and I will tell you the point where I'm like, here's why I wanted to bring this up. But let's start at the start. Let's talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows announcement. So, Ubisoft, over on May 15th, announced Assassin's Creed Shadows with a November release date. Publisher Ubisoft and developer Quebec have fully revealed Assassin's Creed Shadows, their feudal Japan entry in the franchise. Assassin's Creed Shadows is in development for PC via the Ubisoft Store, Xbox Series X, and PlayStation 5 with a launch set for November 15th. Here's a rundown of the game, plus its reveal trailer. Play it your way. You play as either a shinobi or a samurai. I'm pretty sure fans just want, like, fans of gaming just want another shinobi game. Approach quests with whichever character you prefer. Each possesses their own respective progression, stats, skills, gear. Naui, I can't say words. Trained as a shinobi assassin from the IGA province. Isn't that like a grocery store? And Naui Fujibayashi sets out to travel on Japan on a quest for revenge to honor impossible promise. And now here's the main controversy here. Yasuke, after becoming a loyal samurai for the Oda Nobunaga, Yasuke finds a new purpose, confronting demons of his past. Maybe I should stream this game just to piss everybody off with how I pronounce everything wrong. Explore feudal Japan, become a shinobi assassin, become a legendary samurai. Let's just look at a couple seconds of this fucking shit here. I'll open this up here, and then we can keep going on with the controversy. Because you really need to soak in the trailer to understand what happened. And to be honest, I have not even watched the trailer.
Neither have I, honestly. I didn't bother. I don't care about Ubisoft's lot.
I don't care about samurais, and I don't like Assassin's Creed, so this is a lose-lose for me.
I like samurais, but like Ghost of Tsushima seems like way better.
I've never even been a fan of Ghost of Tsushima or anything. It's I just never really cared about samurais too much, unless they're like in Mortal Kombat or something. They playing patty
Well,
cake.
we have a copy, James, if you ever want to try it. It's still sealed on our shelf.
You play it and let me know. So it's your typical CGI trailer, all that stuff.
You are still a frog in a well who knows nothing of the sea.
Oh no. Wait. Oh no,
The
no.
ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed. Power. Vengeance.
And you, will you continue down that river? Or choose another path beyond?
All right, I don't care how long. Okay, can we cut it here? Because this is like.
Yeah, I
who
don't fucking care.
I'm sorry.
This is just cringe.
This is just one of these games I don't care about. I'm covering it for the purposes of the news and all that stuff. They also announced like Black Ops or something. I don't care about Call of Duty. Anyway, for you Assassin's Creed fans out there, there is a new Assassin's Creed, because of course there isn't there one like every fucking year. But I paused it here intentionally because it's just more of the same shit. But anyway, this is the controversy. So this is the controversy. Here's what's going on. This is what has been the primary gaming news for the past week. They made the black guy, the samurai in Japan. And I actually didn't prepare it. I just remembered it now. But there was a poll post that was amazing. That was like, Egyptian Assassin's Creed features Egyptian man. Italian Assassin's Creed game features an Italian man. Japanese Assassin's Creed. So this is a controversy. This is what sparked all this debate and all this stuff. And our top 2 stories are very similar in this regard. So we're going to go over to what Jim said here, our lovely Jim, who said, Ubisoft, shit, we dropped the ball on Beyond Good and Evil 2. Then the whole Skull and Bones thing, we called it quadruple A gaming. Jesus, what the fuck were we thinking? We got to unfuck all this. Give me ideas. Intern. Black samurais in ancient Japan? Brilliant! Ubisoft.
Like, really, I just want to be a fly on the wall. I know that's stereotypical, but I really just want to be a fly on the wall in Ubisoft Montreal, where the fuck this is happening, man.
Like, someone must have said something. Someone in there must have said something and said, this isn't a fucking good idea. We're going to get so much controversy, but don't worry, more on that in a minute, because I think this is actually all part of the plan. Also, here is another bit of the news in this absolute state of Ubisoft. Internet is required to install the game, to which this person said, even worse, you're required to connect the internet to install the game. The disc is just a fucking coaster. So not only is there the whole controversy around you being the Black Samurai in Japan, when the Assassin's Creed fans have wanted a Japanese Assassin's Creed forever, and now you're playing as a black guy. But on top of that, the disc is literally fucking pointless. It is another of those modern gaming AAA or quadruple A.
We covered this story last time, and there was something. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought last time it was that they didn't need the internet, only for updates. Because remember, you and I covered it, and then my whole theory was they were getting ahead of it because with Star Wars.
Was that for Outlaws? I think that was for Outlaws.
No, but for Outlaws, they had to backtrack, right? Because, like, one of the customer support said something, and then there was something else, and then they were, like, kind of fumbling the bag with Outlaws. So then I thought with Assassin's Creed, they were more direct, and they made sure to say, like, you need it for just the updates, and that's it.
So are they backtracking then?
That's what I'm trying to understand is, like, I would have to watch back what we talked about then, but I'm pretty sure we talked about, like, the fact that it was just the updates, and now they're saying the entire game.
Yeah, internet is required to install the game. So if you buy a disc over at GameStop, over at wherever your mom and pop shops, and you take it home and you don't have an internet connection, you cannot fucking play. You have to have a connection to install the game. The disc is just your key, effectively. It is just a key to connect online and say you own the game.
It's so
but more on that.
Stupid.
Here, and so once again, Jim commented saying Ubisoft is like the special ed of video games, and their Wrangler quit, which I thought was perfect. Now, this shouldn't come as a surprise, because here you go. You can meet the diverse team of Assassin's Creed Shadows, from the narrative director and the lead writer to the level designers.
Oh, Bentley just came in on Rumble. Sorry, I just want to make sure. This for $10. Bentley guy came in and said Yasuke may not be able to do day missions, but he has the biggest sword, if you know what I mean. Thank you so much.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
I understand that. That's true. Maybe that was part of their planning. Maybe they were like, they did the whole Vice thing of like throwing the dildo at the wall of plans, and they're like, that's what we're going with. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy 78. I appreciate it. And you know what? I think there's some truth to what you're saying. It could be. But I think you're especially right when you look at the team that made this game. White women. So the team embodies diversity. Most unexpectedly, a group of white Western liberal women who seem to dislike their skin, said Manga Lawyer over here. Assassin's Creed Shadows Ubisoft hires LGBTQ plus activist as a consultant who wants to challenge moral standards around transgenerational sex. So as you can see, here is the fucking team. Here is a team photo of Ubisoft. And another thing right here, bro, I forgot the Sweet Baby founder is a former Ubisoft employee. It's her, Lamau. So right back
They're
there.
probably down the fucking street from each other. If this is the
Yeah.
Montreal studio and SBI is also at fucking
So she is
Montreal.
right
Like, they're all
behind
there.
the Zoe Quinn lookalike
I'm
here.
sorry for Canada. I apologize. For
I hate
us.
my country.
Yep.
Hey, she likes Pacific Rim. Maybe she's okay. You know, she's got the Pacific Rim shirt on, and that's a good. I never watched the second one, but that first movie's good. So anyway, this is the team, and this is always a great indicator of where a game is gonna go. I said this about Cyberpunk, and nobody fucking believed me. Now apparently Cyberpunk is good now, but I'm not going back.
Wait. Is this literally all women? I'm looking through this photo trying to find a man. I'm not kidding.
I'm wondering if this was like for Women's Day or something.
It has to be. There's literally not
There's
a single
literally not a single male.
dude in that photo.
But this is a whole lot of women. But yeah, I don't know. I would like to know.
What the fuck?
Yeah. That's a whole lot of ladies there.
I would be like hypocritical to say like, oh, there should be like absolutely zero women working in video games. I mean, obviously I'm talking about video games, but like there's no guys here. This is retarded.
Yes,
This
welcome to
makes no
Ubisoft.
sense.
Welcome to
You
Ubisoft.
compare this to what was the game we were playing, Shaolin Monks or whatever? Remember there was like a
Mhm.
midway team we were looking at?
Oh yeah.
And it was just
Yep.
all like dudes hanging out, having a great time in front of like a garage. And then you see this, and it's like there's literally not a fucking guy in sight. Like, this is crazy.
Well, I didn't pull this up because I didn't think it was related, but I actually have a tweet that kind of summarizes my thoughts on the absolute state of the industry. If you will indulge me for a second. Well, I sneeze as well. Excuse me. Sorry about that. But right here. This was a post I made a few days ago, and here you go. Back when video game development was just dudes having fun. So of course, John Romero. This is the original devs for Doom and id and all that good stuff there. So these lovely men that just kicked off like the shooter genre in their fucking garage and all that stuff. And then you compare that.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
You compare
it's
that
just such
to
a
the
contrast.
absolute state of fucking today. So if you do have men in the gaming industry, this is what you fucking
it just
got.
doesn't make any sense to me. Look, I'm not saying they're like whatever, right? Like, this is crazy.
So look at the fucking contrast. So you've got the before, you got the after. Not the same people, full disclosure. But yeah, and then you've got the now. And this is now. The future is very female, folks. So yes, that is just another indicator of this game and where it's going and what its politics are, because this isn't video games from this era. This is video games from this era. Oh, God. But don't worry, that it doesn't stop there. The Ubisoft plague continues, because if the shit show and controversy wasn't enough with fucking Assassin's Creed Shadows, God, I'm already forgetting the name because I'm going to forget about this game right after this news segment. It's also impacted other titles that probably would have been better games over at Ubisoft, like Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland, which was canceled. Ubisoft has announced that they're canceling Tom Clancy's The Division Heartland, their survival shooter spin-off long into development. News of the survival spin-off being canceled was confirmed in the company's latest financial briefing, confirming Ubisoft will shift those resources to other games like Defiant that launches this month. The Division Heartland was supposed to be released last year for the PC and both previous and current gen consoles, but that never happened. As part of Ubisoft's efforts to streamline its operations and adapt its evolving market trends, there have been further reorganizations within the global publishing teams, both at the APAC region that is now organized into 3 engagement hubs, and at the central level, the company said. Additionally, in line with its increased selectivity of its investments, Ubisoft has decided to stop development of the Division Heartland and has redeployed resources to bigger opportunities such as X Defiant and Rainbow Six. Did they announce a new Rainbow Six? This is the first I'm hearing about this in this
I wonder
article.
if they're just continuing to work on the Rainbow Six that exists, because a lot of people play that still. It's almost like their Call of Duty replacement or their CSGO replacement.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be it. And I mean, if they're just combining the teams, it kind of makes sense, because the Division didn't do as well as Rainbow Six did.
Okay, interesting. So, Kay, don't worry. I found the men that worked on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, thank God.
But here's the catch. Those men were very specifically looking for a non-Japanese person. True
What?
story. We were first looking for our samurai to be someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes. And again, from Manga Lawyer, Assassin's Creed Shadows developer confessed their intention of finding a non-Japanese character to fit the Japanese period. The article is 100% real and came from a now-deleted paragraph from Famitsu. Even the Japanese website paid by Ubisoft is doing damage control. And it says right here, for Yasuke, we were first looking for our samurai, someone who could be our non-Japanese eyes through. This is because we thought from the beginning the story of the Portuguese arrival would be a very good way to tell the crisis in Japan. The team liked the character Yasuke, and we thought we could use him to discover Japan. And here are the lines that Famitsu deleted. God bless you. So you can see them right here. And they have been purged because they're like, oh shit, we've been found out. We've been had. So they, from the start, we're actively being like, we'll make a game in Japan and we'll make a game about samurais, but we cannot have it be a Japanese man. So that is the controversy. And what I wanted to talk about, if that was it, I would have not talked about the story because everyone's been talking about this. Everyone has been talking about every single point I just made. The Black Samurai in Japan, it has completely divided the fan base. It's been nonstop what's been talked about. It has just completely been on the minds of everybody. People don't care about the game, if it's good, if it's bad anymore, all that stuff. The team behind it being all whammon. And then, of course, I wanted to point out as well that Heartland has been canceled, and it's likely due to this, and this was their plan from the start. But the main reason I wanted to talk about this today is because I think this is all a subversive distraction for Ubisoft's ultimate plan, which not a lot of people have caught on to. And they are literally becoming the you will own no games and you will be happy of the industry with their remodel, their rebrand of what was once called Uplay and is now called the Ubisoft Plus. So, does this look familiar? Well, as a wise man once said, it's like poetry, it rhymes. This is the exact same framing, and this is official, the exact same framing, the exact same release as Star Wars Outlaws. Look at this. And this is all, I believe, in USD, and so it's going to be even more expensive for someone like us. I was actually, because I'm interested in Outlaws, I was looking at Star Wars Outlaws, like the most expensive version, and it's almost $200 in Canada, which is insane. But once again, this is the exact same pre-order page that you see for Star Wars Outlaws. They've just swapped in Assassin's Creed Shadows. So it goes from normal price for base game, then you get the season pass, it goes to $109, then the Ultimate Edition, which is $129, and this is a lot of content that should be included day one, just with Star Wars Outlaws, if you remember the issue with the Jabba the Hutt mission and everything. But then very intentionally right here, $17.99 a month, you get all of that. What you worrying about? You don't need to spend this. You can do this. So I said here, Ubisoft is pulling a major gamble with Assassin's Creed and Star Wars. They're intentionally overpricing their content to own and placing it right next to the Ubisoft Plus subscription. So going that route is a no-brainer. The you will own nothing and be happy era of gaming is here if Ubisoft has their way. So just like with Star Wars Outlaws, they have done something to the game which is controversial. And whether or not you care, whether or not you support it or not on either game, that's for you to decide. That's totally cool either way. I get it. I've boycotted games for less, and I've also bought in games for worse. The issue is this controversy on Star Wars' side and Assassin's Creed side feels intentional, and it's because they know that this is what people will fixate on so that they can slowly usher in their subscription service and get everybody hooked onto a no-owning game scenario where people are just tied in to a monthly payment system. This is what they want. They want to be able to measure their revenue in monthly subs rather than the original industry style like we saw with John Romero and all that stuff there. Of you buy game, you're happy, you get game, you move on. They want you tied in forever. They want those people like with Netflix where they're like, oh, it's just going to my credit card once a month. I can forget about it. That's what they want. They're trying to shift their entire industry, at least for them, onto this side. And by adding controversy to both games, not only is it free advertising, because I'm a firm believer, as Eric Bischoff said, that controversy creates cash, but you're having these games constantly talked about, but you're talking about the thing that isn't the issue. This is the issue. So people are now going to subscribe to Ubisoft just to try it, just to get a taste and see if the controversy measures up to the game or not. And then they're going to forget about it and they're going to say subscribed, and Ubisoft is going to ultimately get more money than if you just boycotted it in the first place. So that's what I think the main story is. That's why I wanted to talk about this. I even have a little bit more on Ubisoft, but that's really the big issue. Now, I was talking about this on Twitter. Only a few other people were. So guess what? If that controversy wasn't intentional, boy howdy is this one. It's not working. Wait, are you telling me they're starting to wise up to it? It's not enough that he's black? Oh, fuck, what do we do? Let's make him gay! That's right. So now it's not
gay?
It's not bad enough. It's not bad enough. This was announced very recently, May 22nd, literally yesterday. Hold the phone. Literally, Ubisoft went, ah, shit. We're not getting enough Ubisoft Plus subscriptions. We're not getting enough pre-orders. What do we do? Okay, the black guy controversy wasn't enough. Make him gay. They literally did it. They literally did it. I'm not fucking joking. Ubisoft appears to confirm Assassin's Creed Shadows protagonist Yatsuki and Naui are LGBTQ+. So not one or the other. They're both gay. In feudal Japan! Assassin's Creed Shadows developer Ubisoft appears to have confirmed the two main protagonists, Yatsuki and Naui, Arnold Schwarzenegger had a stroke, are LGBTQ plus characters. In a blog post on the company's website published on May 15th, the company declared Naui and Yasuki disparate personalities, I don't fucking know how to say words, also lead them to have different relationships and rapports with other characters, and they don't always feel the same way about people, nor do people always feel the same way about them. Next, they discuss romance options. Romantically, they'll also attract and be attracted to different types of people. Through the pair, players will get to experience a multitude of relationships. This revelation comes amid Ubisoft contracting with Dartmouth Associate Professor Sachi Smith-Horry. Sachi Smith-Horry is a activist with her biography at Dartmouth website reading, I'm interested in investigating how gender, sexuality, corporeality, and power are represented and negotiated in pre-17th century Japanese narratives and illustrations. My first book, Tale of Idolized Boys, Male Love in Medieval Japanese Narratives, is on medieval Shiko Monogatari. What the fuck is going on here? I literally only know like
a lot of words. Everyone's black and
I
gay
only know
and Japanese.
I only know like every other word said here, which often depicts romantic relationships between Buddhist priests and adolescent boys. Oh, that's something to be proud of. These tales challenge a host of normative and moral standards we internalize, including such as sexual orientation, transgenerational sex, and sexual agency. It continues, my current project is on the literary representations of milk kinships in its pre-17th Japanese tales, including the tale of Okibuko, the tale of Genji, and the tales of Heike. Good lord.
Oki-day? It's like
Oki-day?
Jar Jar talk.
Speaking Gungan here. The website also reveals the classes she teaches: Introduction to Japanese Culture, Languages and Scripts of Gender, Class and Nation, Gender, Sexuality, and Power in the Pre-Modern Japan, Classical Japanese Language, Grammar, and blah, 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 blah. She teaches a lot of shit, and it's all probably wrong. Of note, the official description from the publisher of Tales Idolized Boys, Male Love, blah, 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 reveals that she calls for a shift in the hermeneutic. Look, I don't know these fancy words. All I know is this is lame. Applied to Shiko and Shigo Monogatari, and puts forth a nuanced historicization. I feel like, you know, when Beavis and Butthead read like very simple words, like you are her.
Look, to be fair, I'm listening to you and I'm also like reading along with you, and it's not like it's easy reading. It's just a bunch of like garbage pushed together. So don't think it's like a reflection of your intelligence. It's literally like, what the fuck are they saying?
I'm
Like,
skimming
it's dumb.
Yeah, okay, I skimmed the article. Pretty much she's there to gay up Ubisoft like they needed help in that
they're
regard.
black and gay in Japan. That's all I got from this.
I have one final note. One final note on Ubisoft. Hey, Ubisoft, guess what? You want to do all this controversy to hide the fact that you're making everyone not own games so they'll be happy and pushing everyone to your subscription service, all right? You have a black lead in feudal Japan, ancient Japan, wherever you want to fucking call it. I'm not an expert. You wouldn't hire me, so why are you hiring these people? Then you decide to make him gay and all this stuff, and you're doing it for all the points and everything. You're doing it for the controversy. All as a distraction, in my opinion. I just got to tell you one thing. Valve did it first. Valve did it first with TF2. That's right. Our beloved Scottish demo man. He was the master of the blade, sir. He was the true samurai. So don't forget to come on down this and or next or Wednesday, the 29th Wednesday at 7 p.m. PST and play TF2 with us. All are welcome, and you too can be a black gay samurai. And it's free. No subscription needed. You just come have fun with us. It's fucking great.
Are you going to play at least one round as a black gay samurai, James?
I think I have to give Valve even more of my money, but I'll fucking do it.
Oh, do you actually have to? You have to buy that?
It's, so, you know Jim's whole hat meme, right? Buy a fucking hat? That all comes from TF2.
TF2, right?
Because they just have a store of a fuck ton of hats, and they all cost like $5 a piece or whatever. And so it's like, buy a fucking hat. And it's a game
so you
of
just have
hats.
to buy like the samurai
It's a hat
pretty
economy.
much,
I've only
right?
bought a few things in TF2. Like, because I'm like, well, I'll buy one hat per character or something. So I don't have the samurai gear, but I'll fucking do it. I'll fucking do it.
Why not, right? It'll be fun.
Remind me. I'll fucking do it. I will be the black gay samurai as the demo man. I usually play my demo kaboom style, but I will do melee demo. Let's fucking do it. And I'll master the blade, the black gay blade.
Oh my god. I love
this Wednesday.
Can you imagine if we get a whole group of black gay samurais to fight in TF2?
Can we storm the Ubisoft offices with our black gay samurais, similar to DX storming WCW?
Holy shit, man.
All right.
Okay, there's just so many layers to what just happened.
Yes.
But,
Kay, tell me your thoughts. Do you agree with me that it's a whole conspiracy to get subscriptions? What do you feel about black samurais? What do you feel about gay samurais? What do you feel about black gay samurais?
Okay, on the black gay samurai side, I'm not gonna like go into this whole like long speech about it because I think we're all on the same page where it's like, why can't you just make things historically accurate? I feel like everyone has been having that conversation for a long time. I think a lot of people are totally comfortable with other games existing that might want to explore black history or whatever the fuck. Feel free to do it, it's fine, but do you need to like constantly make other things that are not supposed to be about that content? It just makes no sense. We know where that all comes from. So I'm not going to go on this whole like, we want this and blah, blah, blah. Like, we get it, right? It's just fucking annoying. And it's Ubisoft slop. And look, I'm not planning to buy this game. I will not judge anyone who does. Play what you want to play at the end of the day. Like, I think you put it perfectly earlier, James. We've boycotted for less and we've bought for more, you know? Like, it's all on your own threshold. So if you want to play this game, power to you. It is not for me. If I were to play anything in this kind of sphere of samurai and like open world and whatever, I have Ghost of Tsushima on my shelf. I've wanted to play it for a long time. That's probably what I would play if I really get the itch for that, personally. Yeah. But your point on this whole like subscription service, I completely agree that this is something that they're trying to convert everyone to. Just push out whatever fucking slop you can, throw a big price tag on it, because in the same way that, you know, people are attracted to things like, hey, you can buy this thing on Amazon for like 5 payments of $15, or you can buy it for a whole lump sum, and, you know, like all this stuff, right, that you can do now, where it's like, let's break it into a smaller price tag so you feel more comfortable. That's exactly what they're trying to do. And then the other side of it as well, of course, is you have this, like, what I call the Disney Plus, like, Netflix kind of effect, where you can say, hey, this show did really well because a bunch of people bought Disney Plus during this time. They could have been watching a fucking completely unrelated thing. But if X-Men 97 or whatever comes out in the month of June, just using a random month, and people happen to subscribe to Disney Plus during that time, they're going to say people are watching X-Men 97. But they could be watching, like, I don't know, the fucking Mighty Ducks, for all we know. So this is all to use towards their sales to say, our newest product is doing well, give us more money to make the next product. This is not just about customers, this is also about investors as well. So this is all a big ploy. Now, what is interesting about you bringing up that chart earlier, showing like the different prices, which I can't believe how insane those prices are. And then the $17.99 a month with the Ubisoft Plus is actually, so Microsoft has EA Play tied into Game Pass.
Right.
PlayStation, I discovered recently, has Ubisoft Plus tied in. Now, I don't know if that's like a temporary thing or what it is, but I was shopping for a sale, and I have the lowest tier of PlayStation Plus. I got it originally back in October. Right, I think it was maybe roughly October. It was right before they did the change where they added like all this extra stuff.
And it's now
let it
convoluted,
auto renew.
yeah.
Right? So I have the lowest tier, and I'm debating if I'm going to renew in October or whatever, but you've been playing Helldivers on there, so I'm like, maybe we'll keep it. But what I noticed was interesting is it gave me an option to upgrade if I wanted to, and I could pay like an extra, I don't know, $20 for the rest of my time that I have left to get a higher tier, and then I would get Ubisoft Plus. I would get all of that stuff, and then it warns you like, oh, at this date, you'll get charged like $129.99 or something. So all of this is just a ploy to get you roped into like we're going to automatically charge your card and you won't even think about it. You're throwing money at us. You don't realize the convenience is there. And I'm curious like how that whole PlayStation Ubisoft partnership is also going to run, because it seems like there's multiple like companies that play together with all of these perks, and it's just getting super messy and weird. So I will say, if you are someone that plays on PlayStation and you already have PS Plus and you are planning to play one of these games, I'm not necessarily going to be one of them, maybe for Outlaws, but not for this Assassin's Creed game.
I still believe in the golden path of buying used here.
Yes, I agree. But if you have a PlayStation Plus subscription and you are looking to play this game, please go check if you already have this game under your PlayStation Plus subscription, or see if you can upgrade for a few extra bucks to just get it anyways, if you're already in that position. I just wanted people to know that, because they don't advertise it at all. I just noticed it while I was on the store trying to buy something else for a sale.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's all
retarded.
Here's the thing is, if you let this slip and if they get enough to justify it, because ultimately the end goal is that Ubisoft gaming is exclusive to Ubisoft Plus. So if they actually are in full success with this plan, they will, for their next games, for Star Wars Outlaws 2, or even the DLC, what's more likely is the Assassin's Creed Shadows DLC, will be exclusively available through Ubisoft Plus. They won't even release games anymore. They won't even release discs anymore, and it will be completely digital-only, subscription-only. You may think that's crazy, but people thought that Netflix was crazy. Now there's movies that are exclusive on Netflix, exclusive on Disney Plus, exclusive on Paramount, and streaming services. You just kind of like get the ones that you want. I personally prefer having ExpressVPN, but you get the ones that you want, and that's what you do. And that's what they want. They want the gaming industry to catch up to that style, because they can measure that a lot more clearly on their subscriptions. And that will also radically impact the way games are made. Look at what Disney Plus has done to Star Wars. As a Star Wars fan, I can measure this really easily when I look at what has happened to the property. Star Wars used to be movie that would take 2 to 3 years minimum to make and flesh out and all that stuff, and they get their purchases from movie tickets. And now what they do is they literally did this with Kenobi. Kenobi was supposed to be a movie. It was planned for a movie. They stretched it out and made it Disney Plus exclusive. So when I look at Kenobi and I'm like, this part's cool, but then 90% of it is garbage, that's because 90% of it was made up on the spot and added to probably an hour 20, hour 30 runtime to extend it.
Yeah, it's trying to get that subscription, essentially. I kind of also blame Peter Jackson for this, unfortunately.
Really?
I mean, like, with the way that Lord of the Rings and stuff was stretched out, and then, like, I feel like people saw the trilogy of Lord of the Rings and they're like, oh, you can have so much within 3 movies. And then there started being other movies. I think like Harry Potter did a part 1, part 2. You know what I mean? There was this trend of like, after like people realizing you could do like 3-hour movies each, oh, we can push it even more. Now we can have a part 1, a part 2. I love Peter Jackson. I love Lord of the Rings. Please don't get me wrong. Like, I think those movies are fantastic. But I do think, like, that kind of started a trend, at least in the West. Like, for Bollywood films, like, because I'm brown, right? I'm used to dealing with films where it's like they're like 4 hours long and even intermission, and it's like insane.
Right,
But
right.
in the West, that wasn't really a thing until Lord of the Rings that I can think of. And then from there, it was like, okay, well, we could do like a part 1 and a part 2. And then, like, even with The Hobbit, there's like 3 fucking
So
Hobbit
from what I
films. Does that need
understand
to
with
be a
The
thing?
Hobbit,
Like,
that was who produces them? Paramount? Is Paramount
Warner Brothers.
Is it Warner that produces the
Yeah,
Lord
those
of the
Warner
Rings
Brothers.
movies? I don't fucking know. I guess it is. Well, whoever the producer is, the publishing company or whatever, producing company for Lord of the Rings, I'm pretty sure they forced Peter Jackson to do it. He wanted to
do it that way, yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to do The Hobbit in 1 film, and then they're like, do it in 2. No, I do it in 3. So,
Yeah, but I'm saying that's like you've got that, and then you've got the fucking like Harry Potter films. They had like Deathly Hallows or whatever, part 1, 2. I'm not a Harry Potter fan.
yeah.
But from there, when they saw it happen in film, then they have these Netflix things, and they realize, oh, well, people will binge on Netflix. Okay, well, let's stretch it out even more.
Right.
So yeah, then you get to the Kenobi point where it's like, great, let's just stretch this out, and it's just nothing content.
Yeah.
And it's Star Wars, so of course we're gonna keep funding Star Wars. So it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. It's not like a show where it's like a smaller show and they don't know if they're gonna get a season 2 or whatever, right? It's like it's a fucking Star Wars property. They're getting the money regardless. They're gonna put some kind of other Star Wars content out there, even if it's not Kenobi again, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, it's just all fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
And this is
and-
exactly what the game industry is trying to do as well now. They're seeing that this subscription model is working great over here. And now they're like, how do we bring this here? It's the next evolution after, sadly to say, Steam also is part of this problem because of making everything digital.
Mhm.
So it's all been a slow build. Microsoft has been a part of it. Steam has been a
And
part of it.
this feels like the next big
It's
insidious
with
push.
Ubisoft, EA.
This feels like the next big insidious push from the gaming industry. No offense to Insidious Bliss, but to use the term in this context, it seems like what they want to do is they're effectively already in the digital future. You already have major AAA games like Alan Wake, like Hellblade 2, getting released digital only. It's more about like we're already in that digital age, but I think the next one after going 100% digital and getting rid of discs is doing the smorgasbord, the all-you-can-eat buffet of subscription services for gaming. Obviously, the biggest success, the Netflix, if you will, gaming has been Game Pass, but now you're going to start seeing Ubisoft Plus push more. And I think the big thing is going to be when one of these companies says their games are only available on their subscription service. And I think that's the Ubisoft long play. I think that's what they're doing, and that's what that's why they're creating fake controversy with Black Gay Samurais to distract you from that, and that's ultimately what's going to happen. Gaming with Spoons came in for 5 and says subscription gaming will kill the gaming industry. No good will come from this. I 100% agree with you, Gaming with Spoons, and I have to ask,
Yes, I
has
agree.
any good come from Ubisoft? They have been terrible for, what year is it, 2024? Like at least 15 years they've had
Buck Bumble came from Ubisoft.
Yeah, that's when they were okay. Buck Bumble. But no, it's of course it's Ubisoft. Of course it's going to be one of these major greasy fucking AAA publishers. Throw a dart at the wall. Is it going to be Activision, EA, or Ubisoft? It's going to be one of them, and of course, there you go. Ubisoft is making the play. Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons, and
Thank you,
I
Gaming with Spoons.
100% agree with you, buddy.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing too. Remember, okay, so we were all there when Microsoft wanted to like remove the used game market, right? And then they wanted this whole thing where you couldn't share a copy of your game with your friends. And then they got huge pushback from retail. They had like Best Buy, GameStop, all of these companies saying, no, what the fuck? You're going to completely ruin our margins, right? And there's this huge battle. And then on the customer side, of course, we were upset about it because we're like, if I buy your game, I fucking own it. Like, you can't tell me I can't share this with somebody or resell it or whatever it might be. And so they quietly, for the Xbox One, didn't do it. But all of us, in the back of our head, we're like, this is just coming later. They just think that the market is too radically extreme against them right now. They're the extremists in this situation right now.
This is what
so
you
they
do
have to
is
wait
you
until the needle
float
pushes.
you float an idea and everyone goes rah 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 rah, and it's like, oh, okay, we'll save that one for 5 to 10 years from now.
Exactly. So you slowly inch the needle, right? You get people more comfortable. What is the best way to destroy the used game market? exclusives on a subscription service. There is no way around that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get around that? Right? If I can never get your game physical to begin with because everybody is on this subscription service,
100%.
well then
yeah.
I won. Not me.
100%
They won,
revenue.
right?
Yeah, 100%
So
revenue.
this is what they're doing, is that they're still trying to cut out this, because the whole thing with the used game market is they make $0 from it.
Yeah.
Once you buy the game from them, that's it. Maybe they get notoriety. Maybe someone else buys the game if
I
it's
wonder
still new
if
enough.
they're a success, if
But-
also similar to what Disney does with stretching out Star Wars so that you have a buffet of content and it's all lazy and lame. I wonder if they would go Telltale method and go episodic. Chapter 1 of Assassin's Creed Shadows is available this month. In 3 months, Chapter 2 will be, so make sure
can
you
see that
stay
happening.
subscribed. And that's what we see with a lot of these. And then you're going to have other companies, just to be different, be like, you can binge the game. You can binge it like the good old days and play a game in one sitting. But then there's going to be the other big AAA games that are like Chapter 1, Chapter 2, just to keep you tethered. So there's no point to unsubscribe to save your 5 days of money. I'm just going to be honest. I'm not going to play these fucking games. I'm not going to subscribe to a subscription service to fucking play these. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
But that is the long play.
Yeah.
Look, they've been looking for a way to cut out the used market forever, because that is the big black hole in gaming, right? Is like, we're not making revenue off of this, so then how do we measure the metrics of how many games we're selling? We can't count this towards fucking anything except for people might like becoming a cult classic, right? Like, that's really about it.
Yeah.
So I think that's the long play, is just trying to cut out the used market personally. And unfortunately, again, the masses will follow because it's convenient. Anything that you can just power on in your house and, get it instantly.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't people do that? And I talked to you about this a while ago. Remember, I was trying to get Tekken 8 or something?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Tekken 8 I was trying to buy. And I'm like, we live in a pretty, there's a lot of shops around us, right? Like, we're not in the middle of nowhere necessarily. And the closest place I could find a physical copy of Tekken 8 was like a 30-40 minute drive, which might not sound like a lot to some people, but given like what usually is close to us, it didn't make any sense that it was that far. And this is what they're doing. They're slowly pushing it out, so that's like it's harder to get things in physical in person. Then you rely on things like Amazon, but then if you want it instantly, you're just going to turn on the Xbox. You're going to go put your credit card in there and you're going to buy it on your system, and you're already playing. You don't have to wait for anything. So all of this like world of convenience, people keep like, diving into deeper and deeper. It's simple. It's easy. And this is what's going to cut out all of these things, like the things behind me. You're not going to see walls like this anymore.
Yeah. No, for a birthday gift I got you, I had to go way out of my way, and now it's delayed and all this stuff. But if I just gave into the virtual world and all that stuff, which you would have liked less, I would have had it immediately. So instead, now it's like constantly delayed and all that stuff. So it's constantly adding little nicks and ticks to everything. Which, speaking of that, by the way, you're doing a birthday stream tomorrow as well. So there's that. Why you look? Aren't you? Are you?
I am. I'm awkward. I don't know.
All right. Well, folks, if you want to come celebrate Kay's birthday, it's going to be a late one. So don't feel bad if you can't make it or anything. But we're going to be doing tomorrow night a late night birthday Kay stream. We got a bunch of stuff we have to do tomorrow. So unfortunately, we can't go live super early, but Kay, you think it's going to be roughly around 9 p.m. PST. So most of you people
pretty much be ringing in my birthday, I guess.
We're ringing in your birthday.
My birthday is Saturday, but we're going to be playing on Friday night at like
late
9 p.m.
Friday night. There you go.
Pretty much our time.
So there you go. So if you want to come hang out with us and ring in Kay's birthday, that is tomorrow night around 9 p.m. PST, and we can usher in this lovely lady's birthday and play. I don't know. It's going to be a KDD stream, so it's going to be whatever the hell you want to play, really. And we're just going to be hanging out and having some. There you go. Snapple has a good idea. Rawr off birthday stream tomorrow. It's your favorite. It's your favorite.
No.
Let's do.
I do not want like the first like 5 minutes of my life in the next year to be fucking Rawr.
Can you imagine?
Are you kidding
It's
me?
just like how, because there's some people that are superstitious about birthdays. Imagine it's like your, because I have a birthday tradition of like every time at midnight and all that stuff, and other people do. What if your birthday tradition is like you have to play a minute of Rawr off at midnight on every eve of your birthday?
Oh,
Ah!
that sounds so painful.
All
It sounds so painful.
Well, I'm just saying, if you hook up the Switch, it's going to be right there. I might have to do it. So anyway, that is tomorrow night. Kay, before I move on, do you have anything else to say about our horrible future that Ubisoft has is ushering in for us?
Do not eat the bugs. Do not go in the pod. Own your things. Be happy.
Fuck yeah. All right. I 100% agree. Hold the line, folks. As Captain Kira, he has said, hold the line. Vote with your wallet. Ultimately, the power is up to you. You guys are the consumers. So make your own decisions and decide what you want. If you guys want to play Assassin's Creed Shadows, because maybe I've always hated Assassin's Creed. I played 1 and 2. I fucking hated them. Oh, my God.
Nightmare tip $1. Please drink verification can.
Please? What does that mean? Nightmare said for $1, please drink verification can. Please drink verification can. Is this?
Nightmare, please
Is it
explain.
this?
Nightmare, what was happening?
What the fuck?
Insidious Bliss tip $100. Happy birthday, Kay. Enjoy the Rawr off.
So tomorrow at 9 p.m. PST, we will start the night with Rawr off, I guess. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. Insidious, you motherfucker. Thank you, but what the fuck?
Yes. 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 Oh my God. Insidious Bliss is the best. What a birthday gift he gave you. He gave you the best birthday gift.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But
Oh my
also,
God.
the fact that I have to play Rawr off to celebrate my birthday is the most painful thing on earth. But we'll do it.
The thing is,
We'll do it.
Insidious Bliss is the frickin' best. We
Yes,
don't expect.
No, I seriously appreciate it.
We don't expect anything from him or any of you or whatever. Just that you enjoy the show, and that's all I need. We love it.
Exactly.
But it's so funny that I can tell you're genuinely mad. You're genuinely mad about this. You wish it didn't happen. You would.
I was planning to play the GameCube, the N64. I was like, hey, James, we're going to play some Diddy Kong Racing because I fucking love Diddy Kong Racing. And hopefully we'll find time for that. I think we will. I think we could do it.
Okay. So, and if anyone doesn't know, by the way, it was what was this, like a month or two ago? It was decided that for $50, I take off my shirt and I do Bear Force 1, and we get hot and sweaty together. And then it was like, what the fuck do we do for 100? And then it was floated that we have to play Rawr off, which is Kay's most favorite game of all time ever.
I fucking hate this game, Rawr off. Man.
And so for every $100, Kay has to play 10 minutes of Rawr off. This is her own Rawr roulette. So now for her birthday, her special birthday boy stream, Rawr off, Rawr off, Rawr off, Rawr off. Ooh, this is good. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Thank you, Insidious. Like, on a real note, thank you. I appreciate it.
This is
and obviously
great.
that support, it helps us with what we're doing. And I appreciate it on that. And trust me, it means a lot that you care about our content and everything. And that you're willing to give as much as you're willing to give. Seriously.
Thank you so much, buddy.
On the playing Rawr off side, all that aside, I'm appreciative. I've said it to you many times, Insidious. On the Rawr off side, fuck you. That's what I have to say.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're so mad. I like the game, Insidious
Because
Bliss.
I'm not faking it. I literally hate this fucking game with a
love
passion. It is a legitimate hatred. It's legitimate. It's actual torture. I'm not hamming it up for fucking anything. This game is terrible. It's not even a fucking game.
I'm doing the achievement
They changed the name of their studio. They were so ashamed of this fucking game. And here I am. They've forgotten about it, and I'm still fucking stuck playing it.
Switch does this thing, by the way, where if you guys don't know, if you guys don't have Switches, they have hour tracking on Switch profiles. It's just super archaic, where it will say, like, you have played X amount of hours, and it rounds up to 5. Once you hit 50 hours for a game, it's permanently highlighted on your profile. I'm just saying, okay. One of these days, we're going to get Rawr highlighted permanently on your Switch profile forever.
I don't want it highlighted on my profile. I don't want it there.
That's the equivalent of a tattoo. Look, it's like it's a Nintendo Switch tramp stamp that is going to go on saying Rawr.
I wish that Nintendo had the Steam feature just so I could hide Rawr. And that's it.
Oh my God. Uh-oh.
Nick Rikita's legal fund tip $1.15. Anyone want to buy a snow globe to help a homie out?
Why the fuck is my camera still on? Thank you so much, Nick Rikita's legal fund. And hey, okay, you know what? We'll go snowing together. We'll go snowing. What's everyone's favorite snow level? We can help Nick Rikita. Nick Rikita, maybe we'll get a Baldo and we'll go down to like Mumbo's Mountain in Banjo. I love the snow level in fucking Banjo. I don't remember what it's called, but maybe that can help out Nick Rikita. But thank you so much, Nick Rikita's legal fund. And also, what was the other? What was the other message? But before I broke my brain with.
What was the verification can thing?
Where was that? Oh, there it is. Nightmare for $1
Can
saying.
we get an explanation on what the verification can thing was?
Please drink verification. Is this it?
Oh, Nightmare says it's a reference to a 4chan post. Please enlighten me. Oh, I think you've tagged me in Discord. Sorry, there's been a lot that's going on.
There's a lot.
Yeah, so James, you can actually bring it up on, because it's in the general in Discord. I can send you a link if it's easier, but
let's do it.
Nightmare put it there so we can understand. So let's
right.
backtrack to that and then sorry guys.
Okay, I'll read that in a second. God. First off, thank you so much, Nightmare. Thank you so much, Nick Rikita. I'm praying for you, buddy. Let's get him free. I love my Coke fiends. So let's get our Coke fiends free.
Thank you, Insidious, Insidious just had to make it clear. Support? I just love the pain. Well, whether it's putting me through pain for whatever reason, I still appreciate it. I also want to read out Extra Zero's member message here. He says, true story, Nick once tried to snort the entirety of Cool Cool Mountain in Mario 64. He ended up getting 3rd-degree static shocks on his nose.
Oh, it's that snowman, Nick. Nick, you can't, like, the snowman blows out of your nose every time. You can't do it that way.
Full transparency, I am a little concerned for his several children who don't have either parent at home right now because they're both in jail. So I hope that someone close and trusted to their family is taking care of their kids, or one of the kids is old enough to like temporarily take care, because that's crazy. And they're looking at maybe 5 years in jail potentially.
Perfect.
So that's insane.
I'm going to close off this story here. Guys, as I was saying before, the insanity, it's up to you. Vote with your wallets. If you are excited for this game and you love Ubisoft or whatever, and you think Ubisoft Plus is a great deal, by all means, go at it. The power should always be within the player's reach. So power to the players. I personally am advocating for buying things used. So I reckon it will be more expensive, but less expensive than buying it full price, and then you don't get the fucking whatever DLC content or whatever, but that's how I think is the way to go about it. But hey, do whatever you want. I will say on the note of the Black Samurai, while all this insanity was going on, I designed a better black, because someone said, why don't you do actual Black history? I designed a better one. I want a blaxploitation game. That's what I want. If you guys don't know, in the like 60s and early 70s, there was a genre of film called blaxploitation, and it's all the waka waka wow. It's all the funky black movies, like Cleopatra Jones and Black Shampoo. I want a blaxploitation game like this. Soul Team 6. These bad brothers on the roll and ready for action. It will never happen, but I love blaxploitation. Look at this. Look at this. This is what I miss. This is what I love. Cotton, I'm sorry. Superfly, look at him. It's great. So there you go. You could have made Assassin's Creed in like the 60s and 70s and made it all blaxploitation-y, and that would have been awesome. Like Sugar Hill, the Mafia has never met anything like the meet Sugar Hill and her zombie hitmen. Oh yeah. That's what I want. That's what I want. If you want a Black history game, give me some blaxploitation, baby. Those movies are great. Just like Live and Let Die. That was, I think so far, that's my favorite Roger Moore James Bond film, and that's a
Oh,
blaxploitation.
it's so good.
That's a blaxploitation film. It's James Bond doing blaxploitation.
I never realized at the time until we watched it again together because I watched it like a long time ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
Extra saying you need to see Soul Vengeance. I'm putting it on the list. I love blaxploitation. It's a fun fucking time.
All right.
Let's go read. Yeah?
I will read chat, but yeah, let's go read what Nightmare was mentioning in the tip there,
Okay,
and then
let's
we'll
do
go
it.
to chat.
Let's fucking do it. This is what Nightmare tipped for. Let's give this a read here. It's over on the screen. This is 2018 Xbox poll posting here. 2018. Wake up feeling sick after a late night of playing Vidya. Excited to play some Halo 2K19. Xbox on. Xbox on! Please verify that you are Anon332 by saying Doritos, do it right. Doritos, do it right. Which, by the way, I just want to say this was an actual copyright that Microsoft did. Do you remember this, Kay? They actually
What?
made
Wait,
it. They literally did a copyright to be like, please say Doritos to skip ad, and you'd have to jump up and say Doritos, and they
Was
copyrighted
this like
that.
part of the whole like Milo shit and stuff?
What?
Like, you know, there was like that character
like,
with the Connect
For
and
the
stuff?
X phone, they literally like they didn't go through with it because they knew it would backfire spectacularly. I can find it if I get a second while you're reading chat. But it's like you can
Oh my
find
God.
you can find like blueprints
so
of
retarded.
like a mandatory Connect where it's like if you want to skip the ad early, you need to jump up and say Doritos. And it was real. That's what this is referencing. I just wanted to make it clear that this isn't a meme. This was
I'm tired,
actually
boss.
floated.
I don't know, man. This is insane.
Error. Please drink a verification can. Reaching in my Doritos Mountain Dew.
Okay, that's what the reference was there. Okay, now I understand.
There we
it.
go. We got the verification
That's amazing.
can.
But you can continue, but yeah.
Reach into my Doritos Mountain Dew Halo 2K19 war chest. Only a few cans left. Need to verify 14 times last night. Still feeling sick from the 14. I literally did this with the Halo Infinite Rockstar promotion, as I've said before. I drank like fucking 30 cans of Rockstar in like a month just to fucking just to fucking get like a ban badge, a banhammer badge on my profile, and I don't even play that game anymore. Force it down and grumble out, that really hit the spot. Xbox does nothing. I attempt to smile. Connecting to verification server. Verification complete. Finally. Boot up Halo 2K19. Finding multiplayer match. Error. User attempting to steal online gameplay. My mother just walked in the room. Adding another user to your pass. This will be charged to your credit card. Do you accept? No. Console entering lock state. To unlock drink verification can. Last can. Warning, out of verification cans. An order has been shipped and charged to your credit card. Drink half the can. Oh my god, I'm going to be sick. Pour last half out the window. Piracy detected. Please complete this advertisement to continue. The Mountain Dew ad plays. I have to dance for it. Feeling so sick. Makes me sing along. Dancing and singing. Mountain Dew is for me and you. Throw up on myself. Throw up on my TV and entertainment system. Router shorts. Error. No connection to Xbox. Shutting off. Please drink verification can to continue.
Oh my god.
So I've actually never
That's
read. I've
amazing.
never read that green text, and that is.
Neither have I.
Yeah, it's a patent. Sorry. Yeah, look, I'm a little bit retarded. Thank you, Nightmare. It's a patent, not a copyright. You're right. But yes, I've never read that, and thank you for that, Nightmare. Somehow I missed that green text, but that was fucking brilliant, especially because some of that was based in reality. And the rest that wasn't based in reality, you could see Microsoft doing if they went unchecked in the next decade.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
I like what Extra said. I want a video of a sad younger James sitting on the ground, shirtless against the wall, crushing can after can of Rockstar as he convulses, and 6th Avenue of Heartache plays in the background. Ave or Avenue?
Avenue.
I mean, it's the same.
6th Avenue of Heartache, yeah.
Like, let me dig through the home videos. Maybe we'll have
We
one of
have a
that.
photo of the cans. This was before Melee
I
Games.
posted that photo a while ago.
I don't know
right,
where
in
it is,
Discord.
but there is.
I'm
like
sure I'll find it again, yeah.
Our fridge was full of Halo Infinite Rockstars. Full.
Yes.
And I drank them all in a month.
Life is pain.
Life is pain. I want to say thank you so much to Nightmare. Thank you so much to Nick Recada's Legal Fund, and a insane thank you to Insidious Bliss, dooming Kay's birthday. to be 10 minutes of Rawr off. See, this is great because now I get to force you to play Kirby with me, and we can play all these other games on the Switch. You just need 10 minutes. You just need to drink your verification can and just drink your 10 minutes of Rawr off. Just 10 minutes of Rawr off, Kay. That's it. That's all the people are asking for.
Insidious, thank you. I appreciate the pain support, whatever you want to call it. I appreciate it. And the happy birthday wishes. I thank you for that too. So yes, I'm seething. I'm coping and seething over the fact that I have to play 10 minutes of Rawr off, but I appreciate that I'm in this position that you felt the need to even do that. So thank you.
Perfect. Okay,
All right, let me
read some chat, and then you pass it back to me when you want the next big controversy. It's not enough that we talked about black samurais and gay samurais. There's one other controversy that we're missing.
Indeed, you're right. All right, let's see what's going on with chat here. Thank you guys so much. You've been popping off. I might not be able to get to absolutely everything, but I have been reading stuff throughout the show, so don't worry. I have seen your comments, but I'm just going to zip through this a little bit because we do want to cover more news. Just want to say thank you again to Snapple Rai for the 50s and saying just wanted to drop by and show some support. Keep doing what you guys are doing. Seriously, it means the world. Thank you. Like, honestly, thank you guys. And Imp says, oh my god, listening to James try to pronounce Japanese is making me physically ill.
I literally do that if I go to restaurants that aren't like white people restaurants, and I look at the menu and I'll be like, yeah, can I get some of your what is this, chicken karage? Karage? Can I have some of the chicken? And then the person just looks at me miserable, and I have a great time.
That sounds about right. Bentley guy on Rumble says, not a lot of guys, but there is a good bit of bears.
Oh, yeah. Bears locked in. Let's go. Thank you again for igniting the Bear Force 1 Insidious Bliss.
Imp says, no hate buying. No fucking hate buying.
No fucking hate buying.
And Yanu says, it's the most disliked game trailer out there. It's insane how they keep all topping themselves, isn't it? The amount of times that we have this conversation where it's like, this is the most disliked trailer ever, and then another trailer comes out and it does even worse. It's just insane. Nightmare wants to clarify that Yasuke wasn't a samurai. He was basically a pet. So I think he was like a, I don't know, fucking assistant or a guard or something. I don't fucking know.
I've never heard of this person. I don't know. The only samurais I like are the Ninja Turtles in TMNT 3. Make a game about that. Help, I'm a turtle and I can't get up.
TMNT games. Whoa.
Nightmare tip $1. James, check out the movie, 1992 Space Movie. It's a great blaxploitation film.
I think I know the movie you're referring to.
I think that one's
Nightmare.
on YouTube, isn't it?
I'm honestly a big fan. I think it's better than Star Wars.
Oh my god.
And it's very related. You know what? Maybe that will be the DLC because we already have black gay samurais. So maybe the DLC can be based on this movie that you're referring to.
Oh my.
I'm just saying.
Nightmare's favorite samurai is Samurai Jack, it looks like. That's awesome.
There you go.
I love Samurai Jack as well. I just finished the Clone Wars Samurai Jack cartoon thing. That was good.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Love it.
Yanu says they were saying the woman looks more Vietnamese or Korean too. They're disrespecting Japan in every way possible. So not only are they disrespecting it by like changing the race to like a very clearly different race, but now they're trying to, you know, discriminate within those races too. It's just insane, man. Insane. Imp says whether or not the public will buy it is a different answer, and if I'm willing to sacrifice sales for the sake of the message TM, then I deserve to get laughed at. Saying if, sorry, that's the other part of the message. Honestly, I don't even care about Yasuke. If I was a game dev and I want to at some point, I would never accept someone telling me what I could or could not put in my game. Yeah, exactly. Canadian says this game is cringe as fuck. Patience isn't buying it. Angry Canadian says Ghost of Tsushima is the better game. And Insidious echoes that, saying Ghost is a great game. Patience mentioning that Valhalla was awful. Seriously, guys, thank you for all the chats.
I don't think I'm ever going to play an Assassin's Creed game in my life ever again.
I think Black Flag was the last one I cared about.
I
honestly.
tried Black Flag, and even that, I was just like, fucking hell. It's just like
It's insane.
they're so
man.
sloppy. And I know, I think Black Flag came out at a time when people were really starved for pirate content. But I am more than happy sticking to Monkey Island, more than happy than stick to Sid Meier's Pirates. Those, to me, are the two best pirate games, period. But Black Flag, it's still just Assassin's Creed with a new coat of paint over
Even
it.
that like shovelware like pirate game we played on a roulette one time was more fun. The one that we were just like combating each other in ships, like that was fun.
Hey, maybe we can play that after Rawr off tomorrow.
Don't remind me, man, that I gotta play Rawr.
It's on the Switch. It's gonna be right there. We can play it.
9 p.m. PST, give or take like maybe 15, 20 minutes because we'll be doing some other stuff in the evening, but we're going to rush back and we're going to play some Switch games to ring in my birthday, including Rawr off.
I'm excited for your birthday. I'm gonna force you to play some great games. And Gaming with Spoons.
Gaming with Spoons. There you go. Came in with the member message saying Assassin's Creed has been dog shit since day one.
Thank you. You get me. I've played and beat Assassin's Creed 1. I almost 100%ed it. Then I played and beat 2, and then I tried Brotherhood, and I'm like, I just can't. It was originally supposed to be an expansion on the Prince of Persia games, which the Prince of Persia trilogy on the Xbox and PS2, awesome. All three of those games are excellent. There's actually a fourth game that is an in-between game that not a lot of people know about called Forgotten Sands, no pun intended, and that one's also great. But Assassin's Creed has always paled in comparison to Prince of Persia for me. Those not original Prince of Persia, but those Prince of Persia games on the PS2 and the Xbox. Love them. I don't like stealth games, but Assassin's Creed is supposed to be a stealth game, except, as I said on side scrollers, and a lot of people gave me a side eye because I guess they don't get my humor. But in Assassin's Creed, it's a stealth game, but in every single one of them, you can just walk up with a sword and take on 60 men and not even lose a % of health. So I'm either insanely good at Assassin's Creed, don't care, or they're broken. And they've always been broken. They're stupidly easy, and the easiness actually detracts from the game experience, because what's the point of doing all the stealth mechanics if it's just like, I can have 60 men come on me, and it's a totally fine, easy time for me.
Wow.
I'm joking, but it's serious. Like, that's my main complaint.
I think in the comment section, somebody even said, like, oh, James likes to have 60 men come on him or something like that.
And I don't. That's the problem. But in Assassin's Creed, that's like... No!
Rawr off hype tipped $100. We need more than 10 minutes.
You fucks. Thank you, but you fucks. Are you kidding me? I have to do 20 minutes of Rawr off tomorrow.
Oh, my papa. To me, you are so beautiful.
Thank you so much, guys, but also fuck my life tomorrow. That's what I gotta say.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God. Okay, I am so glad that you are getting 20 minutes of Rawr off, because it's much more preferable than me taking on 60 men. Rawr off is better than Assassin's Creed. Rawr off hype! Whoever you were, thank you so much. Kay is now in a coma, but she prefers a coma to the fate that she has had. 20 minutes. 20 minutes of Rawr off. 20 fucking minutes of Rawr off. Genmead is hyped. Genmead's like, what's Rawr off? What the fuck is this Rawr off shit?
You're gonna learn tomorrow, Genmead. Don't worry.
Yeah! Oh! So, for Genmead...
That completely cut out, which is more funny.
For Genmead... Thank you so much, Rawr off hype. I'm excited. I love Rawr off. Game of the year every year. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. That's insane.
Thank you, guys.
That's
I appreciate
insane.
it so much. Thank you.
Sounds like it's a good birthday already, doesn't it, Kay?
Uh-huh.
Elvis wants to say how much donations
Thank you for the support, guys.
for a Rawr off tattoo. Now...
That's off the table, guys. Like, come on. I'm not fucking doing
like I
shit.
said...
It's not happening.
If she reaches 50 hours of Rawr off, she gets the Switch tramp stamp. on her profile that says
50 or 5 hours, isn't it?
it's
5
50.
hours?
It's 50 hours.
50 hours for
Yeah.
it to be on your profile.
Permanently highlighted. Yeah.
I will never reach that in my lifetime, and I'm grateful I never will.
Yeah. But thank you guys.
I don't want to reach that.
So much. I'm having a stroke here just anticipating Rawr real Rawr hours, real Rawr hype for 10 minutes.
Nuts.
Okay,
Seriously.
keep reading chat. Seriously, whoever you were, thank you. You're the freaking best, and you are making Kay suffer, and that makes all of us happy.
I don't know, like, I'm grateful, but then I'm also in pain. Like, I just don't know how to react. That's why I kind of just froze at one point, and I just, like, it bricked, like, the OS in my brain. And now I'm just, like, blue screening, and I'm like, what the fuck is my life? But thank you, guys. I do appreciate it.
And this meme is from
but I'm still in pain.
Extra0 saying, I'm sorry, we don't have Coke. Is Pepsi okay? You know what? This is one time that Pepsi...
Insidious Bliss tip $100. Hey K. I hear 30 is better than 20.
Thank you. Thank you for the $100.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What are you kidding about?
I went to the goodbye screen there real quick.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see that.
Oh my god. All right. Yeah. As Elvis said, it is no longer it's no longer a birthday stream. It's a Rawr off stream. Late night, tomorrow night, 9 p.m. PST roughly. We'll keep you guys posted on Kay's fate. 30 minutes of Rawr off to ring in her birthday. Why do you look like you're gonna cry? Are you dreading it this much?
I might cry. I might actually cry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Insidious Bliss. Not once but twice, and also Rawr off hype. Insane. 30 unfiltered, unedited minutes of Rawr off. 4K and her birthday. Happy birthday, Kay.
Thank you guys so much.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you.
Oh my god.
Thank you. I'm so excited for my birthday.
We need to get you like a Rawr off outfit or something.
No, we don't. What is a Rawr off outfit?
I'm gonna
like,
figure it out. I'm
is
gonna
that?
figure it
Like,
out.
what the
We're gonna
fuck?
figure it out. We need a Rawr. We need something. We need something.
Oh my god.
Oh. No!
Super Rawr off hype. Tip $100. 30 is great and all, but why not 40?
No.
Why?
No, I don't know what else to do.
But why?
What is this? What is this? The promised news. I promised news. I promised.
I'm like disheveled. Look at
I'm
me.
broken.
I'm like, I don't
Oh
know
my
what to do
god.
anymore.
Oh my god.
Thank guys. This is insane. Thank you so much.
Oh my
for
god.
The support. Seriously.
That I don't even. What it? Oh my god. I'm a broken. I can't even think.
Thank you.
I can't even think.
Thank you. What was the name on that one? I heard Rawr something, and then I was just
Super Rawr off
Super
hype.
Rawr off. Super Rawr off hype.
Oh my god.
I don't think there's a single person on this planet or other planets you can talk to aliens. No one is hyped for Rawr off. Come on, like Rawr off,
the people are. The people clearly are, Kay, or else they wouldn't have given this to you. They want it. They want it. So why don't you? Why don't you? You need.
I'm gonna look. I'm grateful and I'm gonna play it, but I'm in pain.
This is the best pain that anyone is about to be in. This is gonna be Rawr off, baby. Tomorrow night. Oh my god. I'm just broke. I can't even process thoughts. I can't process thoughts. I can't process anything. But don't go anywhere. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. PST. What is that? What is that? 40 minutes because of Super Rawr off hype. Rawr off. What is this? This is the pre-stream, baby. This is, you see the sanity right now? It's going to crumble. It's going to crumble down tomorrow. Oh my god.
My life is pain. But thank you. Thank you, guys. Crazy Landlow put it perfectly. Kay, You guys both made and ruined my birthday. It's like, thank you, but also what the fuck?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. JB says at this rate you will have 50 hours of Rawr off in less than 9 years.
Perfect.
Angry Canadian says, I keep missing the Rawr off streams. I won't be able to watch tomorrow. Well, don't worry.
It's
The internet is
archived.
forever.
Yes, it's archived forever. Thank
The
you.
internet is forever. You will see this forever on our channel.
My god.
Me
I can't
suffering
believe
through
it.
Rawr off.
The weird the weird contrast between appreciating your guys' support so much. This is like, hey, this is for your birthday. This is all you. This is all for you.
Thank you
but
guys, seriously.
it's a weird. I know she's going through a weird amount of emotions because that is 40 minutes of Rawr off. That's an insane amount of support. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys.
But that is 40 minutes of pure
I'm
hell.
genuinely appreciative, but I'm also just dreading the actual act of Rawr off. I hope everyone can understand what that's, you know what I mean? It's like, I genuinely appreciate it, but also I'm like, I fucking hate that game so much.
You whispered and it clipped it, but it was even better.
I fucking hate that game so much.
Kay,
It's
I will
fucking
tell you that
terrible.
Kay originally was like,
Fucking
for
hate
my
that game.
birthday, I'm going to stream Diddy Kong Racing, and it's going to be great. And we're going to play N64 games, and it'll be fun. No, not anymore.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
It's Rawr off now. It's Rawr off now.
It's fine.
That's all it
it's
is.
fine.
That's all it is. That's all it is. 40 minutes of Rawr off.
Oh my god. You guys are insane. Thank you for the support. Okay. I'm gonna read some chat. I'm gonna try to recover.
Try to
from
recover.
What just happened. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank as well Gaming with Spoons for being a member with us for 2 months. Thank you. And also Extra Zero for being a brawler for 3 months. So it's a Gaming with Spoons is a bro for 2 months, and Extra is a member for 3 months as a brawler. So thank you guys so much. And thank you for those member messages. For anyone who is a member, just so you know, you do once a month get one of those messages. It's considered like a free milestone message. And it shows up on our side essentially like how a super chat message is. So we will read that like as soon as we see it. Essentially, like it's a right away message we see. You pretty much get your own like free like little message once a month. So feel free to use those if you didn't know that existed.
Okay, look at the bottom of the screen.
What? What do you mean?
Look at it. Look at the
Rawr Force 4.
Rawr Force 4.
That's
Rawr
like a
Force
tongue
4.
twister. Rawr Force 4.
Yep.
Rawr
I hope you love it.
4. I can't even say that 5 times fast. Rawr Force 4.
Aren't you excited?
I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to feel. I'm extremely grateful, but just extremely like, what the fuck?
It's beautiful. It's gonna.
Gaming with Spoon says, make James suffer with you. He has to take one for the team. Oh, he's gonna be sitting with me. And he's
But
gonna
the
play
thing
Rawr.
is,
But he
I
likes
like
Rawr
I
off,
like
and
the
I
game.
don't. He likes it, and I don't.
Yeah. It's gonna
Okay,
be
I'm gonna keep reading.
a grand old time here. I'm
I'm
excited.
gonna keep reading so we can talk about Vivian being a tranny. Snapple says, no problem. Makes me happy supporting awesome channels. Well, thank you again. I do appreciate it. And Nightmare says, a black guy assaulting Asians. # stop Asian hate. Patient says, give me games complete on disc again without a need for a day one patch. I miss physical media. Me too. I love my physical media. Please give me more of it. I mean, you can still buy it, but barely. I wish we weren't going in this direction.
I don't
Super
even.
Rawr off Force Hour tipped $200. Need to round this off.
I don't even have a thing for that. I don't even have a thing.
So that's an hour of Rawr off.
I don't have
an hour of Rawr off.
Oh
you
my!
guys are fucking crazy. I never thought we would get even like a $200
No.
super chat. Like I can
Hence why I
program
don't-
anything.
That's why I don't have a thing. I don't even have a thing for that. I don't even have a thing. I don't. My God.
We didn't program for that because you guys are insane. You're giving us $200.
My generosity Your generosity. I mean, your generosity. Like is the suffering? The suffering is that good. I can't even speak. Thank you so much. I never thought I would have to add a tip for 200.
I know.
That's insane.
What the hell?
Thank you so much to Super Rawr Off Force Hour. And you know I'm being sincere because I can't even form proper sentences right now. Super Rawr Off Force Hour for 200 says, we need to round this off. We need to rar this off. I have changed it down below to the Rawr Force Hour. We've added that sexy pig unicorn that Kay is going to see for an hour tomorrow. There he is.
Oh my god, you put the dumb fucking thing in the corner too?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. It's there. It's there. So it is time tomorrow. Are you ready, Kay, for the Rawr Force Hour? Thank you. You guys are insane. Thank you so much.
So much. What the hell? Thank you.
You're going to get some suffering. This is the nicest she's going to be because tomorrow it's nuts.
Okay, I don't know if you guys remember last time I played Rawr Off, but I was literally counting down the minutes, and at one point, James, you said, "Oh, I forgot to stop the timer."
I did that multiple times.
Start the timer, and I lost my shit.
Yeah.
And then I looked, and I was like, "We've only been playing for like 10 minutes, and I had like 20 minutes left still." And I was like, "It's so like just, it was terrible."
This is amazing.
It was terrible.
I can't even function, and I'm gonna make sure.
Thank you.
Okay, for your birthday, you're going down in Rawr Off.
JB says, what's ironic is Kay has made more off Rawr Off than the publishers did.
And she hates it. She hates it. Oh my god. Do not miss tomorrow night's stream. Thank you so much. It is created by you people. You people are the best. We love doing what we do. It's been 2.5 hours. I've talked about literally one news story because of the Rawr Off incident for Kay's birthday. We were just going to play some Diddy Kong. Not anymore. Tomorrow it's Rawr Off. It's Rawr Off. It's Rawr Off. For an hour, a whole freaking hour, because of people like Super Rawr Off Force Hour, Super Rawr Off Hype, and Insidious Bliss, and Rawr Off Hype, and Insidious Bliss. Ah! I don't even know what to do. Look at her eyes.
I'm sorry to all 20 people who are watching right now, expecting me to have riveting commentary. I'm just not only in shock, but I'm dreading my life, but I'm thankful that we got the support and shocked that we even, like, we didn't program a $200 tip because we never thought that would happen to begin with. And then, like, I'm playing this shitty fucking game that should have just, like, died into obscurity. And it's just like there's a lot, and then I'm just like super thankful that you guys are willing to like spend that kind of money on us. It's just insane.
I think I'm gonna stay down here for the rest of the stream. This is great. I'm between an R and a C. I'm small.
What the hell did you do? Why did you make me big?
Because I wanted to zoom in on you thanking and also being miserable about the Rawr Force Hour. So I'm just gonna stay down here. How about that? Does this make for a good stream now? I'm small. I am a small. It's like you. It's like I'm the Katamari Prince and you're my ball, and I'm rolling you up and getting you ready for the Rawr Force Hour tomorrow. I'm
gonna need like I don't even know how many energy drinks to get through Rawr Off tomorrow.
A whole hour. Oh my god. We're gonna prep. We're gonna prep. We're gonna get you studied and ready to go. I can't wait.
Oh my
god.
What are you guys saying here? Holy shit.
Thank you
Snapple
so much.
says, how much for a 24-hour Rawr Off stream? Please no.
Don't do the math.
Please
don't do the math.
Please no. Please no.
Don't do the math. I don't know what that would be.
Don't ever make that happen, please.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I think you would see me die live on air. Like, I think that would be my lowest point. Playing 24 hours of Rawr Off, I could barely survive fucking 10 minutes.
You know.
I have to survive an hour.
Yeah. That's a lot. Luckily, I failed math, so I can't tell any of you people how much that would be.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
all
That's math
I
in my
know
brain.
is that like look, even $1 like here, like we're super appreciative of. I did not
No,
think
seriously.
like
Like we love, hanging out with you guys, talking about video games, building this community, playing games with you guys. Like it's a needed thing in this environment. Everyone's like constantly just bickering about drama and all of this shit, and look, like we'll address like certain things obviously that are happening in gaming if they're related to gaming directly, but like we want to give you guys a bit of escapism too, a space where you can be honest about like how you feel about games without worrying about, the people running the whole thing being like, you can't be a part of this community, blah, 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 all this gay shit that happens, Like, we don't want any of that. We want you guys to have fun, to be able to express yourselves, be yourselves, play games with each other, meet other people you can play games with, have a good time, explore games, learn about new games, share those games that you are dear to you with other people. Like, that's what we're building here. That's what we care about doing here. So I'm not like sitting here ever expecting anything for that, but obviously I appreciate it and it helps us continue to build this so we can keep doing this, keep putting our efforts into it, keep building shows for you guys like the Melee Party. I mean, look at that couch setup and the TV and all that stuff. Like, you guys helped fund that with this. So it helps us continue to build ideas so we can keep entertaining you and keep, throwing all these like gaming events and whatever else and keep putting time into this. So I really, really appreciate it. Are you rolling me up? What are
just
you
keep
doing?
going. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
So seriously, it means the world that you would even spend $1 on us, and I promise that it just helps us continue to build Melee games so that we can keep building this environment, so we can keep having, a nice space to enjoy games, to be honest about them, to criticize them, to, you know what I mean? Like, to buy the good stuff, to learn about new games. Please stop rolling me up, sir. What is happening?
Just keep going. You're doing great.
I don't know what else to say.
That was great. Just keep going.
I have to play Rawr for a fucking hour tomorrow.
So that whole great sentimental speech that you did, I may have had the Katamari theme song going on in the background while you're doing
That's
it.
totally fine.
Yeah.
I don't care.
That's
That's
right.
funny. That's hilarious. That's fine. That's
There you
fucking
go.
funny.
I have to contribute something somehow because you are contributing through pain tomorrow. You are saying thank you for the $100. I will now suffer immensely for 10 minutes for you. So I contributed by ruining your nice speech.
That's fine. That's what makes it fun. I know how both of us are. I know that you like to joke about stuff, and that's fine. I like it. Canadian says, guys, we need to balance it out. What is a game James equally hates and force them both to do long streams suffering through those games? I want to make it clear,
that's a great
James,
idea.
the reason why I have the $100 Rawr off thing is because James does the $50 Bear Force thing. And I'm not taking my shirt off on stream.
This is a good idea, though.
He
So
does
I really hate Halo 3. Fucking worst shooter ever. I hate Knights of the Old Republic a lot. Like, a lot.
Gaming with Spoons came in for $5. Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons. Says, we are the new gaming journalists. The future of gaming is in our hands, and they are paying the price for what they sowed as the layoffs happen.
100%.
I completely agree. And thank you for that, Gaming with Spoons. And I do want to give a shout out to Gaming with Spoons' channel, actually, because he does like kind of retrospective deep dives
stuff.
on games. And it like I did a few streams with Gaming with Spoons. We had a JRPG conversation. It was absolutely excellent. This man knows what he's talking about in just like even a podcast format. But his deep dives, they're great. And I've been listening to his Final Fantasy X one like on and off while I go to sleep pretty much. I'll listen to a little bit of it. And he has some other ones coming up. I don't, just in case they're not all announced, I don't want to say all of them, but there's some I am looking forward to actually watching through. Just because he has so much insight and he really like takes the time to care about it. So please go give Gaming with Spoons a sub. I think he does excellent content. I'm personally like, I've become a fan of it, and I'm really glad that we met through all this because I highly enjoy what you do, and I love your insight, man. So keep at it, man.
Couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons. Thank you, everybody, for like the insane support today. I really appreciate that all of you want to cause Kay so much pain that you're willing to do that an insane amount of support. So that comes from a place of passion. So you guys are the freaking best. Thank you so much.
Okay, so he has announced some of them. So the one that I'm looking forward to watching is actually the Kingdom Hearts one. And he's also doing Final Fantasy 9. Those are the two he's announcing.
Nice.
But yeah, I really want to watch the Kingdom Hearts one because I can't get into Kingdom Hearts. So I want him to explain to me why Kingdom Hearts is actually good.
I've always wanted to try it. One of these
I can't
days,
fucking
one of
get
these
into
days,
it.
I will try it.
Okay, I'm going to keep reading chat. Thank you guys so much. This is insane. I didn't think we would hit the $2 thing. I don't even know what to do about that.
I
didn't
promise
think we would be
this
doing
is still what the fuck is going on in gaming, but currently
This is what the fuck is going on in gaming and Melee Games and Melee Games chat.
Yes. So it is currently what the fuck is going on with Melee. But very soon, once Kay reads some chat, it will return to what the fuck is going on with gaming. I promise. Kay, pass the ball back to me whenever.
Okay, cool. Yanu says, never has a picture demonstrated why AAA gaming is in the gutter right now. I bet you 100% of them hate and despise men. Yes, this is the thing. I don't mind if there's like females in gaming if they're genuinely passionate about what they're doing, if they want to respect source material, all this kind of stuff. I don't mind that. Look, okay, yeah, whatever. I have to I'm a woman. I have to say it to some degree, right? I can't boot myself out.
The temptation to yell "Go home, gamer girl" has never been higher.
Fractured yells it at me all the time. Go ahead. I don't.
Already
care.
yelled at it during Mario Party. I'll yell it at you tomorrow.
I don't get offended by it. I get it. Like I'm not one of those
for tomorrow
people. It's
on
like,
your birthday.
You know,
I'll yell at you during
my God.
Rawr off.
Go home, gamer girl, while you suffer through Rawr off.
Yeah.
I will go home. Yeah, and then Yanu says the problem is they're injecting their own activism and ideology into games. That's exactly my problem with it. No Man's Sky didn't. Okay, so these guys are saying, like, Nightmare said, I don't want to hate on No Man's Sky devs. Imp says at least No Man's Sky devs buckled down and actually made a real game eventually. Yanu says No Man's Sky is good, so I can respect that dev team. They took their lumps and improved it. Now
take this with a grain of salt.
Also, before I know what you're going to say, and this is what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
And Patience also says modern No Man's Sky is very fun if you're in the right mood for it. Now, No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
There are issues with that studio, and I think that's been kind of buried in the internet.
I can't find it anymore, but I saw what I saw. I've looked, and I cannot find it.
We were there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago.
I constantly feel like on the new internet that it's that scene in Blade Runner 2049 where Deckard says, I know it's real. Because years ago, shortly after No Man's Sky launched, they put up a job posting that specifically asked for no white people. They said they don't want I think it was white men specifically, that we don't want white men hired. And then people gave them backlash for it, and then they tried to defend it, being like, we're okay with white men. The problem is most of us are white men, blah, 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 blah. And then they quietly took it down. And I remember there being articles written, but I cannot find a trace of this. I cannot find proof.
It seems like it's scrubbed, and I remember being there, and I remember like talking about that controversy back in the day. I mean, in many anonymous accounts ago. And now I can't find fucking anything. So obviously take it with a grain of salt. You should always trust but verify. But James and I have had the same memory of this, and like
I've spent like an hour and a half trying to dig it up, and I can't find it. So I don't know. Maybe it's it's in a different universe.
Maybe we imagined it all. I don't fucking know. But I feel like I remember it. So if I ever find anything, I will post it in our Discord for you guys. But as of right now, we've tried searching it a few times because No Man's Sky has come up multiple times. Hello Games, is that their studio?
Yes.
Yeah, and I remember Hello Games having a bunch of controversy and them being like anti-white men. So I just want to make that clear that that's what I remember, and that's why I have a problem with that studio. But also, they fucking scrubbed everything, so I can't just like show you the fucking text anymore. So if I find it, great. If you like No Man's Sky, great. But that is what I always remember. Oh, Goodbye Games present. Okay, well, never mind.
It's a meme. Goodbye Games presents Yes Woman's Land.
Yeah. Okay, that's a thought. Almost. I'm caught up. I'm just going to zoom through a few more of these. Patient says there was a non-Japanese samurai legitimately, but the problem was he was a white Englishman. Is that the one that they reference in Heroes, or is that a coincidence?
I don't know, because, yeah, I've been showing Kay Heroes. We've been kind of going back and forth between watching Heroes and Rebels, Star Wars Rebels. But, yeah, there is a white samurai character, but, like, it's a joke character. So I assumed it had no basis in reality because they treat it like folklore. But, yeah, pretty much the time-traveling character goes back to feudal Japan and finds out that his hero is a white man that immigrated to Japan, but he's not seen as a good character. He's seen as like a piece of shit that without the time traveler would have never actually done the things that he's known for, kind of thing. So they had to fib history. It's an interesting plot, but it's not like he's the white guy and he's, you know, the best or anything. It's actually he's a piece of shit and it's partially because he's an outsider and he's just taking advantage of Japan. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that character has any basis in actual history or not. I thought it was made up for the show, and it seemed fine for the show, but maybe.
Maybe it's true. Nightmare says, LOL, black men aren't allowed to be straight in media anymore, in reference to you mentioning fucking black gay samurai in Japan.
I was literally going to skip that story, but then I saw that they made him gay, and I'm like, okay, let's talk about it.
So fucking stupid. Patient says, but Ubisoft was already taking it up the butt. They didn't need help being gay. They're so full of DEI. Vance was here. Hello, Vance, saying, hey, I'm finally able to attend the stream in time. Well, thank you for hanging out with us. We're just glad to have you here. And chat wanted to let us know as well that Afro Samurai exists.
I heard that was really good. I never watched it.
Yeah, I remember seeing some of it, but it's such a blur. Sorry, my scrolling went messed up here. Oh, this is the Rawr talk. Oh. Okay, well, 1 second. Sorry, I gotta scroll up more. Yes, thank you guys so much again. Just thank you. Just thank you.
I can hear the exasperation in your thank you. This is such an interesting. This is just an interesting case study because it's like you're genuinely thankful for the insane support.
Of course I am.
Because we never expect anything, but then it's just it comes with the baggage of suffering.
Yes.
And so you're like genuinely thank you, but you're like the two-face of appreciation here. Because on one side you're thankful, but then on the other side it's just like I'm gonna be in fucking hell.
I'm just dreading my life tomorrow. That's really what it comes down to. Yanu says, with this economy, it just opens up the door to piracy even more.
Yep, true.
Elvis says, The Hobbit was a bad trend. LOTR was great, but Hobbit was the example of LOTR model going bad. Yeah, I agree with that.
You love Lord of the Rings. You still haven't been able to finish The Hobbit.
Oh, and Insidious is giving you the Insidious pass because earlier you said his name.
Oh, my God.
So he says, James, I'll allow it.
The other night, during Dark Forces, it took me an hour to get an end pass, and now 2 and nearly 3 hours into this stream, I got the Insidious pass. I'm collecting passes like Ash collects badges in Pokemon. Let's go. But true story, I literally had to get an end pass in a game. I never thought this is Dark Forces Remastered is the best game. Period. You literally there's a mission where you need an end pass. We'll clip it.
Snapple says, Rawr off B-Day stream tomorrow. Yes, we're getting an hour.
Whole hour, baby.
Crazy Landlord says, happy early birthday, Kay. Well, thank you so much. I'm really excited to suffer for an hour of it. Thank you again, guys. I appreciate it. Patient says, big dick and big wallet, insidious bliss. I think that needs to be like a tagline for you now. Big dick.
All right, Bliss, it's time to change your Twitter handle. There you go. No longer Insidious Bliss _ It's big,
I just loved the like big dick added in there specifically. That's hilarious.
Big Dick Bliss is what sounds best.
Holy shit. There
Big
you go.
Dick Bliss.
Big Dick Bliss. It's
There
done.
you go.
It is written in stone.
That's great. Get that up on
Big Dick
in
Bliss.
the sky. Big I want like a biplane with one of those tags to come out. Just imagine it's like, what's that say, grandson? And it's just like going in the wind, and it just says Big Dick Bliss.
Oh my God. Crazy Landless says that Chemical Plant remix was lit. Yes, that's why that is that sound. I fucking love it. It's Pac-Man getting high to Chemical Plant Zone. It's like the best thing ever to me. I love it so much. Snapple says, I'd love to see Tales of Symphonia 2. Don't worry, eventually I will play that for the channel. It's only a matter of time.
It's inevitable.
You guys know how obsessed I am with that game. There absolutely will be a playthrough. I'll take you guys through everything. It'll be fun. Patience is trying to figure out what the fuck Rawr is. Well, tune in tomorrow. You're gonna find out.
It's Kay's favorite game that she gets to play for an hour on her birthday.
My favorite game.
Yeah.
Elvis says Mario 64 Penguin Yeet level. I don't even know what the context was for that.
It might be related to Extra Zero's meme here because fucking it's extra related to Nick Rekieta snorting the whole level, right? That could be it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is a whole lot of people being in shock from the whole situation. Extra Zero says Kay chose the bear. True, I was asked the man and bear question, and yeah, I mean, what was it? Fucking 49 was the one that enlightened me and said, well, technically you're both because of the Bear Force Army. So yes, I did. I am the one woman who picked the bear that wasn't a piece of shit doing it. Almost caught up, James, and we can go on to the Vivian tranny news. Sorry. Patience says, I can have 60 men come on me. James 2024, and Angry Canadians clipping that one.
No! I don't even enjoy it. Look, when I'm playing Batman, when I'm playing Arkham Asylum and Arkham City, I enjoy 60 men coming on me. But in Assassin's Creed, I hate it when 60 men come on me because it's too easy.
Nerdy Neo says AC3 was better than I expected, but it was a grind.
I heard actually AC3 was the native one, right? I actually heard that.
Is it? I don't even fucking know.
I think so. I think it's the one where it's like Civil War America and you play a native Assassin's Creed guy. This is why they killed the whole Desmond story off, because it's like, how is it like his fucking ancestry is like the people around the world song or something? But it's I heard that Assassin's Creed fans, like genuine fans, hated that one at the time, which makes me kind of curious, because if I hate Assassin's Creed, maybe I'll like 3. So I don't promise I'll play it one day, but all I've played is I beat 1 and 2. I tried Brotherhood, I hated it, and then I tried.
Oh, chat's mentioning it's the Revolutionary America, not.
Oh, okay. See, I've never played it, but thank you, chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, Fiera. Thank you, Nightmare. And then I played Black Flag and I didn't care for it, but I am curious in that one. I'm curious in 3 just to see how it plays differently, and I'm curious about the one that has Jack the Ripper in it. So maybe one day I'll do a stream where I'm like, let's taste test Assassin's Creeds. How's that for an idea, Kay? Kay, write that down. Assassin's Creed.
Taste testing Assassin's Creed?
Assassin's Creed taste testing. Because there's like 20 Assassin's Creeds, and I will just play them like 10 minutes at a time or something, like a roulette, and I'll go like, here, I'm coming up with this in real time. Like, we didn't come up with this, and I'll just be like, let's try this one. Let's see if this hooks me.
Okay.
Let's see if this hooks me.
I'm going to mark this down because I have a few ideas that we can do with that.
There you go. That's great. Perfect.
But right now the message says taste test Creed.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would love to taste
but don't worry,
test
I have
Creeds.
an idea on that. Okay, anyways.
I have a plan, Arthur. All right.
Elvis says, all around me are familiar Rawr.
I would play that song right now, but every time we get it seems like we only get copyright hit when the singer is dead. Like Jimi Hendrix. And what was the other one? There was another.
What the fuck is that?
It's like we get away with certain songs, and then other songs will just like destroy us.
Wasn't it like the Beach Boys or something random? And then we looked it up, and they were like split up, and then the copyright was between like 5 of them, and then 5 of them.
5 of them.
It was like a whole fucking thing. Anyways.
But I'm not gonna risk striking this down, and just in case Rawr-offs happen. But oh wait, I can do something alternative. Okay, keep talking. Don't worry.
Okay. Read all of that earlier. Thank you again so much, guys.
Perfect.
You guys are the best.
Kay, learning that she's gonna play an hour of Rawr-off tomorrow, will be like, there you go. We can probably get away with that. It'll actually be really funny if
That's
that.
exactly the one I was referencing when I read that too.
It'll be actually really funny if that takes us down. And then we're just going to do a meme of that overlaid with that taking us down. Anyway.
Do you remember when I took the Legion of Memers intro? I put that to it.
Do we still have that?
I have that somewhere for sure.
We have so much news. I'm
sorry.
I have 45 news stories.
Sorry, it'll happen, I promise. We started early, so we can hit the news up until the usual time, and we've compensated for time.
Oh!
Fiera's here saying, "Evening, James K, everyone." And what did I just walk in on? I don't even know, but welcome. I'm happy you're here. People are doing math. The math breaks my brain. I don't know. You guys are smart. We've lost him. We've lost James. James is orbiting. I don't even know why.
Have a good night, Patience.
Have a good night, Patience. And Fiera Miss also says, "Oh, just so anyone who doesn't know knows, I was formerly known as Satania Lunatic. Decided to merge things in advance. Possible plans in the future." Okay, perfect. No, that's good to know because sometimes you all change your names and this and that.
It's
you're
hard.
something
It's
in Twitch
hard.
and then you're. But I try to keep track as much as I can, so it does help when you tell me. Thank you so much. Gaming with Spoons wants to tag the developers of Rawr. Well, yeah, good luck finding them because they keep changing their fucking name. Because they're trying to run off from this fucking game too.
Perfect.
All right. James, we'll start the news in 1 second here. I just want to say hello to RNG Gaming Podcast, who is here saying, "Hello, beautiful people. Hope all of y'all in the chat left a like." Well, thank you for that. And have a wonderful night. Thank you so much, sir. And fucking 49 says, "What? I heard my name. I just got up and tuned into the stream, and the first thing I hear is my name. That's a first. Mom, I'm on TV."
Hi! You are. You're always welcome on Melee TV.
I was regaling the story of the bear question and how I was retarded and didn't understand that you were asking me bear as in James the bear. I thought you were just asking about bear versus man, and I was like, why the fuck would I side with the bear? But then you told me it was James is the bear. Anyways, they've heard the story. Let's go on to the news.
Oh my god, news. Okay. Thank you guys so much for insane support. Tomorrow night, 4K's birthday, we are playing an hour of Rawr because of your guys' insane generosity in a pursuit to make this lady suffer on her birthday. As a piece of shit myself, I appreciate just like trying to make a girl cry on her birthday, and I think that's what we're gonna do. So I am so excited. Thank you guys so much. I salute all of you. That's the best. She's already tearing up. Look at this. Look at this. She's already.
Is it tears of joy or tears of depression? No one will know.
No one will know. So seriously,
but I will cry regardless.
Seriously, guys, thank you so much. We can't say it enough. You're the best. We love this community. This is just fucking awesome. Each and every one of you is awesome. Whether you donated to Kay's suffering or if you're just laughing along with the fucking ride, I love it. Okay, tears of yes. Tears of yes. Okay, with that though, it's time to make everybody mad. Because it's time to get into the news. This is only our second news story 3 hours in. But this is a controversy. And now it is time to make everyone hate us. Because this news, Kay, has made everybody mad. Everybody has been upset about this. And one way or another, it is highly volatile. If you talk about this even briefly, people come at you with pitchforks, myself included. It came at me.
Everyone's going crazy.
So that is why I had to preface the thank you guys, and seriously, thank you for the Rawr support. Fucking insane. Because you might hate me by the end of this. So let's get into it. Okay. Here we go. So as you know, it's 1,000-Year Door time. 1,000-Year Door, as we have covered multiple times on this podcast, has had multiple issues with its localization. Nintendo has always fucked up their localization, and it seems like as more and more has gone on, the beloved Paper Mario 1,000-Year Door that Kay is very much excited for, it has taken the cake in that regard. And it has gotten its final nail in the coffin because of the character that is overly politicized and torn apart online. That is Vivian. This has been confirmed. I mean, the game is out today, so you all know it. Oh my god. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. There it is.
Where did you end up?
Oh, everywhere. Okay. So here it is. Oh my goodness gracious, says DDDDIO. This is not an edit. We won so bad. Vivian here saying, truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. And if you go through here, 3.7 million views. This was pretty much the first time it was confirmed. All these people mass celebrating because they decided to make this game hyper political. There's me saying, so the localizers made this character the good guy, which made a lot of people mad. I didn't even know, I never even played this game, so I didn't know that this was a girl. I don't fucking know. But I've been learning, and we're going to go on that learning journey here because people have just turned this into a whole fucking thing. So, everyone's talking about this. Nintendo Life did a review championing this. People are celebrating it. People are shitting on it and all this stuff. But as far as I could tell, this is a change and this is different. So I just commented saying over here on IGN saying, with the Nintendo Switch remake of Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, Vivian is a trans woman, marking a change from the original English localization. To which I said, and marking a change from the original Japanese. So, 15,000 views on that. That got me some likes, but a whole lot of hate. That's not true. She was trans in Japanese. English censored it. This is wrong. Everyone sends me this villain that bullies her, which I don't even... Okay, I never played the game.
Beldam.
Yeah, Beldam to you. So, a lot of comments on that. But here's the thing. Don't let the internet gaslight you into believing something has always been a certain way. And this news story, we're covering it because we're just trying to get to the fucking bottom of this here. Because look at this post from @PackerGirl, @P9CKER_girl. She made this post here saying, here it is, original, Japanese. In English, one of the Shadow Sirens, Vivian, suffers from a bit of an inferiority complex. Translation, a former member of the Shadow Trio, he may look like a girl, but he's actually a boy. So pretty much this is the new translation down here. But then here's the original version of it. And if we have Angry Canadian or anybody in chat that is, you know, knows Japanese, feel free to weigh in because I'm very curious your guys' opinion more than anything. Here it is in French. I'm not going to bother reading the French, but it's the same quote. And then it says, Vivian was once part of the obscure trio. He pretends to be a girl, but is actually a boy. Here it is in German. I'm not going to do my angry German dialect because then everything will get taken down. An ex-member of the Shadow Trio, and that so the Germans didn't even acknowledge it. Spanish here, this former member of Shadow Trio looks like a girl, but is actually a boy. And here's another translation from Japanese to English. One of Mario's partners, introduced in Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, a cute boy wielding fire magic who was once part of a group, enemies known as the Shadow Trio. And then the new translation, it's Vivian from the last Paper Mario adventure. She was once a great friend. She split from her sisters. Here you got another one. Here's the translation from Japanese. It's Vivian, a member of the Shadow Trio and the youngest sister. No, wait, brother. New translation. That's Vivian. She's the youngest of the 3 Shadow Sirens. This has completely muddied and royally fucked up this entire conversation. And even this person, Packer Girl, just posting this all over the place, is having people saying things like just pretty much trying to gaslight her and saying, you're wrong, this is fake and all this stuff. So you just have so many. I'll play it in Spanish, and it's such a shit show because this has become all anyone's talking about. This isn't the only issue with the game, by the way. So here's a person responding to me saying, nope, this is wrong. She was trans in the original Japanese, which contradicts what we just saw. This was changed for the original English release. The remakes make sure we got closer to that in the original Japanese. This person points out the remakes make sure that we get closer to the original Japanese. Here is translations of things that they've already changed. So we have proof that they are changing things. So why not change this as well? Like, here's the original. Hey, bro, you got a cute little girl with you, huh? To the translated, hey, man, what's up? Who's the hottie you got there with you? Sorry, original Japanese. And then here is the original English. Now, here's the remake in Japanese. Hey, bro, you got a cute little girl with you, huh? To English, hey, man, what's up? You think it's just cool to waltz your way into our underground? So very clearly, in the new English, in every other version, these guys are catcalling, what's her name? Because I haven't played this game. Goombarella? Or whatever, Kay?
Goombella.
Thank you. But in the new English, where this whole Vivian is trans or is it a boy in women's clothing controversy started, they've radically changed it, and there's no question about that. But of course, that is not something that the internet can really care about or champion. As this person that got mad at me said, because they just want to defend their point, a single line of dialogue is nowhere near as important as a character's identity. And Sage responded, it's more than a single line of dialogue. Hell, they even changed Bowser calling Cammy an airhead. The Western script isn't one-to-one with Japan. And then they're now defending that change. So now the goalpost is moved, and they're defending the changes. And this is what you see. There's a million of these conversations going on. I've been tagged in literally hundreds of them.
Fucking exhausting, man, honestly.
My notifications are insane because I am in constant battles that I'm not actually in or participating in on Twitter, where people are saying it's wrong. Here's how they all go. It's wrong. She was trans in the Japanese. Person posts proof that she wasn't, or posts some evidence. Then they make an example saying she was, and then eventually the goalpost is just moved on both sides, and you can't even tell what they're arguing about. Here's a line of someone saying she is 4. So, at Oatmeal Dome, here's the original Japanese line for Vivian. The thing is, I have a boy's body, but my heart is a cute girl's. So they're saying now that the pro new translation people are saying that this proves that she's supposed to be trans originally. The I have a boy's body, but my heart is a cute girl's. Now, the thing about Japanese, and I don't like anime, I don't even like Japanese games that much, but the way they speak and their dialogue and everything is very specific, and it's very different. Like the way things are pronounced, like words have different meaning, and that's why localization happens. So a lot of people are saying just because my heart is a cute girl's, that is proof that they're trans. But I've seen even arguments from this. So this person claiming that this was changed from the original GameCube version, but then this person replies saying the sentiment is the same. You can tell that at a wall. So you're not even denying that this person said it's different from the GameCube version. So this person said if Vivian was explicitly in the original Japanese GameCube, why would they change the original Japanese to make Vivian explicitly trans? And then here is a really interesting post. I think this is the same. Okay, wait. Yes. So right here, if you want to assume Goombella is transphobic, that's one thing, but who is writing the site cards? So here's another Japanese translation to English. Translation, one of Mario's partners introduced in Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, a cute boy wielding fire magic who was once part of the enemies known as Shadow Trio. English, it's Vivian from the last Paper Mario adventure. She was once a great friend, split from her sisters, and that's highlighted there. So this has been insane. This has been so difficult to navigate. This has been so difficult to figure out who's right and who's wrong. But don't worry, because I am a professional gaming journalist. And so I tweeted this out. As our friend Cult of Carl said, who's in the chat from the RNG Gaming Podcast, and he's actually a fan of this game. You have no idea how many tourists I had to deal with today telling me I'm wrong. I've only had this shit for 20 years now. Their best response is a Wikipedia article, I Hate Life, to which I said, this 1,000-year door controversy has been so difficult to figure out as an outsider, but I am doing my best as the world's most professional gamer journalist. That's right, I'm not a gaming journalist. I am a gamer journalist. And I got my glasses on. I got my finger in the air. So, don't worry. Don't fucking worry, everybody. I have your answers. I have your fucking answers here. After minutes of research, I have figured out the Vivian controversy regarding the localization changes in Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Vivian before. Ed Wood. My beloved Ed Wood. I need to relate it to something Western so I understand it. Likes to wear women's clothes. Likes to wear Angora sweaters. But dates women. Has multiple female lady partners. Versus now, Vivian after. From now on, I want you all to call me Loretta. In my opinion, from what I have seen, this is Vivian before. And there's nothing wrong with this, but there is a change. Vivian before. Straight dude, but likes to be pretty. Wearing those nice Angora sweaters. Versus now, no, you're calling me Loretta. You're going full-blown that. So I had to relate it to Ed Wood and Monty Python, The Life of Brian. And that is my research as a professional gaming journalist. That took minutes. Like about 5 whole minutes. It was a lot of work. So the point of this story is everyone should go watch the movie Ed Wood, directed by Tim Burton. It's a great movie. It's one of my favorite. Might be a top 10 movie. Absolutely love it. Johnny Depp gives a great performance, and Bela Lugosi's star in it is just incredible as one of my favorite actors. Okay, with all of that information, where do you side on this? Where do you think it lies? Do you think people are being gaslit into a new reality with Vivian? Do you think she was always full-blown trans? Or do you think it was more the Ed Wood way? Or like what? But in my opinion, it seems like Vivian just liked to wear sweaters before, but now it's full-blown.
The first time I played this game, I bought it pretty close to launch. I played it. I didn't give a fuck about Vivian's character, to be completely transparent. And I thought, oh, this dialogue's a bit weird. Maybe it's a girl that dresses like a boy. That was my first interpretation.
Interesting.
I literally
so you
thought
thought
it
the
was-
opposite, that
because
it's
here's
like
the
a
thing.
tomboy.
Here's
pretty
the
much.
thing. They're fucking like floating ghosts with like a hat. And then there's like ambiguous dialogue and they're like, this person is just trying to fit in is the whole thing. It does, like, at the end of the day, like, I can skip like 50 hours of like conversation and debate and just say at the end of the day, the story is not even necessarily about the gender. It's about finding acceptance in yourself for being different. That's the entire story they're telling. Now, the reason why there's all this fucking debate about gender and all this shit and blah, blah, blah is because the reason why Vivian wants to fit in is because Vivian has 2 other sisters who are considered like the beauties and all of this shit. And Vivian feels like the odd one out and doesn't feel as important as the other sisters because there's like this whole like female camaraderie, like kind of shit going on. You're laughing.
I
What
have
happened?
a poll up to let chat decide. You can also weigh in. What is Vivian supposed to be originally? Dude looks like a lady, or call me Vivian, you bigot. That's your 2 choices.
So that's the thing about this, okay? I'm playing this like, what, 20 years ago, and I'm not thinking about it because why the fuck do I care when there's so many amazing companions in this game? I'll get back to that later. But there's so many amazing companions in this game. So why do I care about this one character I don't really like that much to begin with? It's kind of like Mass Effect, right, James? Where like you have different characters that you latch onto and they become a main part of your party. Maybe from time to time you're required to use a character or they have like a story plot usage. So like
This is like if they
you'll have to use
made
them in a certain scenario, right?
if they made Jacob trans, and I'd be like, I don't know, I never used him.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to say. It's like I'm a Miranda fan, so I don't give a fuck about Liara or something type scenario. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, Vivian would technically be what they call like a Oto whatever Konoko or some shit in Japan, right?
Yeah,
and this
and
is where all
so
the confusion hits.
And I've
because
seen them
everyone-
arguing this term and its meaning.
No, but it's the whole point is it's like they like cross-dressing. So literally like your comparison, it's Ed Wood, okay? And the thing is this is a cultural difference now because in North America, we don't really have this like like we tend to just call those people trans, I guess, for
So
some
this
reason.
is
even
how
though
it
I
even-
wouldn't. No, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't call that person trans, but like maybe on a higher level, trans people might consider them an ally, so they might clump them in with them and call them trans, right?
Yeah.
But like the point is that in Japan there's very deep like definitions that are separated. This is not considered a trans person in Japan by any means. This is like a man who feels like a woman, who might appreciate women but isn't necessarily trying to outwardly like constantly doesn't consider themselves a woman, essentially. This
Right.
is where all the definitions get weird, because now you're translating between two different languages entirely. And that's the problem. So in North America, we're probably simplifying the issue. So now when you go back, so because a lot of us, at least on this side of the pond, we all played the English version, and they apparently, according to like a bunch of sources, again, I don't fucking know because I played this in like early 2000s when I didn't fucking care about any of this shit. Like in North America, they apparently softened it. And that's why people are saying that it's a win on the like transgender side, because they're like, oh, in Japan, it was like a little more direct. And so now we're actually being closer to the translation. The problem is that in Japan, the definition of what this character is versus how we would categorize that character here is slightly different, because in the West, we see a little inch and we take a mile, and we assume that somebody has one feeling about something. It means that they're automatically this. We automatically put them in buckets. That's the problem.
It sounds like the
In
original
Japan,
English
they
went out of
choose.
bounds to the left, and now this one has gone out of bounds to the right. Like, neither is correct compared to the original Japanese, from my understanding.
The thing is now the localizers. One second, Furimus is heading out. Have a good night. Thanks again for hanging out with us, and yeah, good luck with Boo's face wash there.
Say hi to Boo from me. We love our Boos.
But the thing is that we're splitting hairs with this, okay? Because it's like, regardless, this is not even the story that the character is trying to tell. It's literally the character goes along with Mario to find acceptance about themselves. I don't fucking know their gender at this point. I don't even fucking care. I found the character kind of obnoxious. The storytelling is cool for it. I don't want to spoil too much on like how that character's involvement is, because they are actually important to the story, but the actual part about the gender stuff was just like a little like thing on the side about them. It wasn't important. But at the end of the day, this term specifically is, your comparison to Ed Wood is probably the closest thing in North America that we could possibly touch and say that's what it is.
That was my epiphany.
But even then, it's different, because like crossdresser, I think, is also a separate thing in Japan. It's like the spirit of, like, you feel like you have like the spirit of a female or something, but then you don't. I don't know the full fucking definition.
Right.
It's all annoying. It's all really annoying, because it's taking away from a really fucking amazing game. And then you have people on one side saying that this game is going woke. You have people on the other side saying this is like a win for woke. It's all like really retarded. It's not a win for anyone. You're ruining a game because none of you can just accept that a character was written a certain way. It's not that they're magically changing this character to be this or that. They are through localization, technically, because now they're trying to push it further by misinterpreting something that existed. Nobody fucking cared about any of this when this game came out, even though this character always was ambiguous in their gender and how they acted. And all of this just leads to a line by Beldum, which is probably why you're getting the fucking picture sent to you, which is like the only moment I guess it really matters, is when Beldum is like, I don't know what you're saying, because I see two beauties and then you. And it's more about the character being outcast than the character being a boy or a girl. It has nothing to do with their fucking gender. It's about a character that doesn't feel like they fit in, and they're around these people that are getting praised more and feel more, comfortable in their own skin and attractive and all of this stuff. And so that character tries to be more similar to the other two characters who are happy and in their own bond, and because they're a trio, right? And then this character eventually does their own thing, because they realize that like there's no point in trying to conform with these other people who never cared about them to begin with, who never like appreciated them. And so they go on their own journey to figure out their own life and see if they're, if they can be happy with themselves. That's really what the story is about. So that's why like I haven't gotten too deep into it on Twitter or anything, because at the end of the day, it's just like everyone is fucking trying to pull drama out of nothing. Even I would argue the localizers are trying to create drama out of fucking nothing, because it's like so irrelevant and pointless what they were doing with it. there's no point in trying to draw strings like this and try to make it a deeper thing than it is.
It's now become the only focal point of this entire game, even in
It's
reviews, in IGN, in Nintendo
everyone
Life.
has to mention it in their fucking review. And it's like, this is such a small, like, there's so many excellent characters in this game. There's like just so much that's good about this game, and the writing is a strong point of this game. And now you have localizers who are trying to draw their own conclusions into this. So yes, technically you can argue that the localizers are indeed adding context and wokeifying the game, if you want to say that. It doesn't change the fact that Vivian has always been an ambiguous character. And we accepted Vivian as a character 20 years ago for essentially very similar dialogue. It's just that the needle has moved slightly. And so now, as the needle of definitions has moved slightly, people's interpretation and localization has also moved slightly. And now it's become a hot button issue. You and I are not strangers to the fact that people have been talking about SBI. I mean, you and I helped break that story, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And everyone is just constantly running with it now and trying to like make a whole thing and like picking at little things they can find everywhere in gaming to create drama. That's what's going on. And I don't disagree. A lot of the time I don't disagree. What I disagree with is the level at which people are nitpicking, where they literally can't enjoy any because they're seeking it out. It's not like you're just trying to like point things out. And there is a lot of it that exists here. There really is a lot of it that exists here. I'm just saying Vivian, the actual character, it's a whole different thing. It's not the same as fucking putting a black samurai in Assassin's Creed. It's not the same as Sweet Baby writing all of these characters and completely changing the lore, ruining Suicide Squad. All this is a completely different thing because this was always ambiguous. I've always compared Vivian to Birdo. And that's what I left it at. And now it's become this like deep, like hours long debate with everyone.
Yeah, I've noticed that, like, at least in old Japanese media, and I'm no expert at all, but there's always been these characters that are ambiguous and strange, but they're strange to be strange. But then it feels like Vivian's character was to add some humanity to that strangeness. So the comparison to Birdo would be like, Birdo is weird. Is it trans? Is it not? Is it a boy? Is it a girl? You don't know, but it's like weirdly sexual and strange. And so Vivian's was like a version of Birdo that is getting bullied, from my understanding. It's almost like you're not supposed to exactly know. But yeah,
you're not supposed to know. That's the whole thing. It's very confusing.
And then
like Goombella's the one writing the like bios. That's why that one person said like Goombella is a partner character. You have a companion character.
Okay.
So Goombella is the one writing the information as you go on in the game. So what that person was arguing, and you pulled up that one tweet, is like, is it through Goombella's perspective that she's being transphobic, or is this actually like factual?
Which
because now you're not
so many
you're
more
not
layers
only
to it.
debating like factual, you're debating the perspective of a character within the lore now.
Yeah.
And that's why I think this whole conversation is super retarded. Because it's like you're debating like 10 layers of like fucking autism on something that just doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because it's not what Vivian's story is about at all.
Interesting.
But people want to relate to characters so badly that one side is going to always say, no, we're championing this character. This is our character, right? And then the other side is going to be like, why are you inserting this into our game when it's always been in the game? It's just that the other side is trying to force it into a different peg than what it was.
Right. No, everything you're saying makes sense, and I'm happy I brought this up to get your take on it, as you being a big fan, because I got to my Ed Wood conclusion, and that's as far as I got. And even my Ed Wood conclusion, it made me think that it was like these same people that are changing the narrative and shifting things. If there was a new Ed Wood movie that came out or something, they would definitely try to make Ed Wood trans. And I know Ed Wood, and he was not. He just liked to wear women's clothing. He says in the movie that it's just like, I don't know, I just like how it feels. It makes me feel comfortable. My mom wanted a girl, so she always forced me to wear women's clothing, and so now it just feels like home. But he's straight. And they make that very clear in the Tim Burton film. But you know for a fact that if they remade that movie or did a new Ed Wood biography or something, it would be spun in this way. So that's why I was like, oh, wait, it's like Ed Wood.
To me, this also becomes like, I think you and I have had this conversation about tomboys and stuff before too.
Yes.
And like I've said in the past, I'm like, thank God if I was born like 20 years later, would they try to say that I'm a guy because I like video games?
Yeah, you grew
Because
up
I like
loving
comic
trucks
books, because I hang out
and
with guys,
tools
like
and guy. Yeah.
yeah, and it's like, no, I'm completely straight. Like I'm with you. Like there's nothing gay about any of this. I'm not trans or anything. I just like video games. I like certain things that like men tend to be geared towards. That doesn't make me transgender. That's the same it's the same conversation where it's like
Mm-hmm.
the needle moves because 20 years ago no one fucking cared. They're just like, "Oh, it's just a girl that's like, a bit more into
We had a term.
guy
It was called
habits or whatever."
tomboy. Yeah.
Tomboy.
But
But now that's
this
like
is
a
what
totally
this,
different thing.
Yeah.
And
Elvis
Elvis says being with James is pretty gay.
That's true. I did just talk about taking on 60 men twice, equaling 120 men. Yeah, no, the tomboy hate's insane. And I think it was actually better then because we did have, like, there was different terms for everything. I was the theater kid and everything, so I would probably be turned the other way because I liked the theater and the theatrics and all that stuff. So they would want to convert me the other way and say, you fit into this now, you fit into this now. And that's what they feel like they're doing with this character.
Yes.
So yeah.
And in that way, I understand why it's a battleground. I'm not like completely saying this conversation shouldn't exist. I understand why people are upset at this translation, which is actually like why I made my tweet earlier, which I'm sure
I
you
can pull
remember.
that up.
I wrote it.
Yeah.
But like, I'm saying like, I understand why people are bothered by this situation. I understand why people might boycott this game. It makes sense to me on a surface level, especially if you don't like know the content of this game. I'm still personally buying this game. I have an issue with other censorship happening in the game that's a lot more blatant, right? I don't care about Vivian's character. It's not going to stop me from enjoying the game because Vivian's gender was always confusing to me to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't change for me. But the people trying to champion it as like this huge win for transgenderism, it's not there. Like this character is not actually trans. People will say, oh, in the Japanese definition, blah, 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 it is closer to that. But again, we have to remember the terminology we use in North America, the terminology used in Europe, the terminology used in Japan. It's all different. It's all different what they consider. That's why I use the tomboy example, because we can all acknowledge that a tomboy is not a transgender person. So in Japan, they can acknowledge that a person who feels like they want to, dress a certain way, or they might like be envious or feel like they're spiritually one way or another, it doesn't mean that they're actually actively trying to be transgender.
Right. Well, there you had it. Folks, I think you explained it beautifully, Kay, and you're super passionate about this game, so I'm happy I was able to get you to talk about it and kind of explain your point of view. I think it makes sense. As the world's most #1 professional gamer journalist, I could only go so far with my minutes. Oh my God, I'm still sweating from it. Minutes of research where I was like, it's like this movie I like. So thank you so much for that explanation. And I'm wondering what you guys think. I'm very interested to hear, especially from Angry Canadian in the chat.
I want to spend some time actually talking about the game itself, because I think all the conversation has been about this shit. If you have never played Thousand Year Door, you owe it to yourself to try this game, whether you're playing the GameCube version or you want to suck it up and deal with the Switch version where they've changed some translations. This is a 10 out of 10 game. It is excellent. If you're a turn-based fan, this is excellent. This is what inspired the South Park games. This is what has innovated other games that you see now. This is a formula of its own. Everything is beautifully crafted, whether it's the badge system, the companions you have, they're excellent too. You have the cute little Goombella character. You've got another little guy that looks like fucking Egad, pretty much. You've got Madame Fleury. She's like the kind of sexy mommy type character. You have so many great characters. You've got a young Yoshi that is a companion, and depending on how long you wait in real time, you can change the color of that Yoshi. That's a super cool little thing. You've got amazing villains in this game. There is one villain who literally asks you to sniff his feet. It's hilarious. You've got
you love this game.
Yes.
Okay, I
feel weird saying that after the whole.
I just wanted that. Yeah, I wanted that clear.
Okay, well,
there's a character that asks you to if they could sniff your feet and you love
Yeah,
this game.
Hooktail. Hooktail is like, do you want to take a sniff? There's a character that's literally like a wrestling Macho Man Hulk Hogan hybrid. He's great. There is so much character and charm to this game. The environment is beautiful. They use the like whole paper thing beautifully. It's just such a great experience. It gives you a whole different view of what Mario can be. Whether you're a Mario fan or you're not a Mario fan, there is enjoyment for everyone in this game. There's little Easter eggs. One of my favorite nods, of course, to Fire Emblem. I think Canadian also put a screenshot up of them talking about the GameCube, how it's like the best system. So Angry Canadian's playing through the game right now, actually. So he's been updating me a little bit, and I appreciate it. This game is excellent, and it's so good. I just want people to enjoy the game for what it is, because it's revolutionary in a certain sense. And yeah, just even if you don't want to play the Switch version, go get a GameCube version. Go play this game. Don't let this controversy mess with anything for you, because it is absolutely worth your time. I don't know. It's always depressing when you see like something you love get destroyed by like controversy. You know what I mean? So that is my recommendation to you. I understand if you want to boycott the game. I do not blame anyone for it. I would just simply say that you might be missing out on an experience you really enjoy. Paper Mario 64 is also a great game, but Thousand Year Door really takes the cake. It is the best out of all of the Paper Mario games. Super Paper Mario is also very good. It's a close second. I think people also enjoy that too. That one's on the Wii, so if you just don't even want to do Thousand Year Door at all altogether, go play Super Paper Mario then on the Wii. And yeah, I don't know. It's just a frustrating situation all around. So if you're playing the game, I'm happy you're playing it. Enjoy it. If you're not, that's okay. It's not for everyone. But if the thing stopping you is this specific controversy and you would play it otherwise, if you can get your hands on a GameCube version, or if you want to take Gaming with Spoon's suggestion in the chat about C's, go ahead, right? You can
I like
sail,
that one. That's a good one.
right? So I'm just saying that there's options, and this is a great fucking game.
Perfect. Very well said. Thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate that. You really added to my 5 minutes of research there, and I think you did it wonderfully.
And I just want to disclose as well, this is not the only censorship that's happening in this game, whether you consider it censorship or not censorship. The chalk lines are gone. There's dialogue changes, such as the catcalling line. So my issues are actually with the other stuff. It's not with Vivian. It's with the fact that I think the noose might be gone as well. There's a noose scene, and I don't know if that's still there.
I think that one's gone. I think I remember that one
But
being
like,
gone.
this series has excellent dialogue. Like, there's one, I think it's Color Splash, or like it's a later one, maybe Sticker Star. There's literally like a moment where there's a bunch of toads lined up and they're just yelling at Mario, and one of them is like, "My wife left me," and you take damage for it. And it's just like, it's just such a quirky game. I just love it. Canadian confirms that the noose is still there.
Oh,
okay.
shit. Okay. Damn. Perfect.
Okay. Well, anyways, regardless, there is stuff happening. There is definitely dialogue changes. Goombella's, look, anyone who's played the game, they think Goombella's a cute little companion. She's best girl, right? Like, everyone loves her. And now they're trying to take away, like, even the little, like, cute comments about her.
A lot of
it's
the
like,
charm. Yeah.
It's just, it's stupid. So
This is my problem with, Loke changes specifically, is that Nintendo, for me, is about charm and wonder. And if you strip and erode that away for the sake of not offending people or trying to belong to X, Y, or Z, you're literally killing the game. And especially a game that's an RPG. It's all about the story and the dialogue. So it's just...
That is the most harmful thing to this game, is that the dialogue is top tier and localizers are messing with it. So that's why there are some people who have even argued with me saying, like, there is nothing wrong with this game, and people are just like getting mad for no reason. And I also push back on those people and say this game is not 1-to-1 to the original GameCube version.
Right.
So if it's not 1-to-1, you absolutely have a reason to complain. There are little small quality of life things, which maybe Angry Canadian can speak better on than me, because he's actually started playing it. But there are things like swapping on the fly in the Switch version. So you're not even like stuck in like going to the menus anymore. You can just like swap companions very quickly. You can you get this badge essentially where you can change the music from modern music back to the original soundtrack.
Nice.
There's a section where you're like going through pipes in the game as well, and it can get very confusing because it kind of feels like a maze of some sort, and you have to do some backtracking in the GameCube version.
Right.
So this I would consider a quality of life change, kind of like how Wind Waker with the Wii U did it for the GameCube version. They've now marked the pipes so it's easier to understand where you're going. So there's little things like that the Switch version has improved on a gameplay perspective that people might appreciate. But you can still play the GameCube version and have a totally fine experience.
Okay, interesting.
I'm done talking about it. We're good. Sorry. I just
Okay.
had to like make sure people knew.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Well, I'm ready to go for the next round of news whenever you are, Kay. Is there anything you want to read or before we go on?
We can read a few comments here.
Go for it.
It's not too much. Just gonna scroll up a little bit. Nightmare says just emulate the original version of Thousand Year Door. It runs at 60 FPS in Dolphin, and widescreen hacks and HD texture packs are available.
There you go.
And yeah, the Switch version does run at 30, even though there's 4K stuff stored in it, which Angry Canadian let me know about the 4K being
Also,
stored
it doesn't even
in it.
hold its 30. It drops below 30.
Yeah, no, I know. I watched the footage of it. I'm like, this is like really inconsistent. The Switch version is way superior. Or sorry, the GameCube version is superior.
On a
in this way.
performance side, for sure.
Crazy Landlow says you fight Vivian at first, so that means everyone is transphobic when they do.
And we do have that poll. It looks like Dude Looks Like a Lady is winning. 13 votes, 62% going for the poison route. Dude looks like a lady, so...
Imp says, I'd feel fine about Vivian being trans since it's actually closer to the original Japanese. She's not really trans. She was just a boy dressed as a girl. Nightmare says she wasn't a transgender in the original. She was a femboy. Imp is saying they politicized the fuck out of it. If they leaned further into the actual original Japanese, I would be okay with it. Instead, this is a political power play, and they remove/change other lines. And the reality is that these idiots cannot deal with any kind of subtlety. Yeah, that's the big thing. They can't deal with the subtlety of the mystery of it. They have to make it direct. It's ambiguous. It's supposed to be that. And yeah, Gaming with Spoon says this is why video game preservation matters. They will censor out everything they want and make it only exist in the existing version, which I think is the biggest takeaway for me out of everything. I think Gaming with Spoon summarized it perfectly, along with Imp's comment too. Where it's like, this is really about game preservation to me. At the end of the day, you shouldn't be censoring or altering your product. If you're adding quality of life, I'm fine with that. But when you start taking things out or taking liberties to make a different product entirely and then try to like gaslight and erase things and make people feel like they don't remember things properly, that's what pisses me off.
And again,
Just give me the product I want.
I have to say, when it comes to video games, the thing that makes video game media so wonderful, unlike film, unlike music or books, is you have an option setting. Why is it that if you, like, to avoid this controversy, which they might even want, why not just say, okay, well, we have our new translation and we have the original English translation. Take your pick. You want Goombella to be catcalled? There it is. You want the original Vivian dialogue? There it is. Flip of a switch in settings. It's like 90% of video game controversies would be settled if game developers were more generous and took better advantage of the settings menu. But they don't. It would be more time, more resources, blah, blah, blah. But I think ultimately you would have a lot more happy customers. That's for sure.
I agree.
All the people championing this online would be not screaming, and they would play their version. And then all the people that want the original one that are screaming back at those people would have their version, and there would be no anger or fighting. So it's shameful.
Canadian says, for 15 years, I never knew it was cross-dresser. The internet ruined my childhood in one day. I remember that day. You tagged me and you're like, is this true? I'm like, yes it is.
I want to say quickly, Nerdy Neo says that James say Dude Looks Like a Lady was Poison. That's Aerosmith. It was Aerosmith that made a song about Poison, wasn't it? Or was it Motley Crue they made it about? Dude Looks Like a Lady is a song about poison because of Look Who the Cat Dragged
Bret
In.
Michaels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I care about this more than anything.
I know. Gaming with Spoon says Vivian, according to Short Fat Otaku, is an apparent femboy, or what is more commonly known as a trap. Yes, exactly. Sorry if those terms are offensive, but they are terms Asians use. Exactly. No, that's exactly it. Angry Canadian says,
it was about it was about Motley Crue. Go on.
Angry Canadian says, when I was streaming this game yesterday, someone came into my chat and I think tried to bait me into talking about that character. This is the other thing. Just let people fucking enjoy the game. This is Hogwarts Legacy all over again.
Oh, yes.
Like, just fuck off. Like, if people want to play it, it's fine. Like, I don't get that part of it either. And yeah, Angry Canadian says, K, no one cared about this gender stuff 20 years ago when it was released. Exactly. Imp says it's otokonoko is the official term. And then Gaming Spoon says, agreed, who gives a shit? It's a good character. People love it, seems. Exactly. And I don't love Vivian's character at all. I think the story is like mildly interesting, but there's just so many good characters in this game. Again, it's the same as like, are you a Liara fan? Are you a fan of, what the fuck is that girl with the gas mask on? Oh my God,
Tally.
what's her name? Tally, Miranda, Ashley. Who's
You mean
your
you don't
girl?
love Tally Zora Vast Normandy?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Kasumi or whatever her name is. The
Best
fucking
girl.
DLC character.
Yes. Underrated.
So it's like that to me. It's like you can play entire runs where you just, yes, Vivian is tied into the direct story because of her involvement with like villains and stuff, but you still can, you know what I mean? It's not the most important character. JB says, James, as a theater kid, you should be ashamed you're not homosexual.
Yeah, I've heard that so many times. I'm going to whip myself later. Don't worry. I know. I was born to be gay, but alas, here I am taking on 60 dudes and straight.
Shadow says, Vivian is a ghost. I don't get the issue. Let the ghost be a ghost. Imp says, I would be okay with it. More okay with it. Sorry. I'd be way more okay with it if they didn't change other lines. And that, yes, I agree with you, Imp. That is my issue too. Nightmare says, I liked Super Paper Mario more because it wasn't turn-based and also because Luigi is in it. Yes, Super Paper Mario is really good. I highly recommend that game as well. And actually, Angry Canadian, again, shout out to him. He's been dropping a lot of Paper Mario knowledge with me because we've all been kind of nerding out together recently. He mentioned to me that like the first 3 games were supervised by the same person, and then after that they weren't. And the first 3 games are the only ones I like, so it makes sense. After the Super Paper Mario, it's a totally different like group looking at it. And now chat is trying to debate on best girl, worst girl.
Yeah, don't worry. I got the poll. I got it covered.
Oh, okay, perfect. So Wait says Tally was worst girl. Elvis says Tally is best girl. I don't even care if people hate her, but most of the characters are good. Gaming Spoon says Liara, Ashley, Tally, and Miranda. I'm on Team Foursome. I think he wins at the end.
My fuck, marry, kill is fuck Miranda, marry Ashley, and kill Tally and Jack and everybody else. Just kill them all.
Elvis says, I always hated Jack, but if you try to get along with her, she's surprisingly not insufferable, as she usually is. Wait says Caden is better than Tally. Imp says Rouge is not on this list. Neo says Miranda is best. And Paul says Birdo, best girl. And also, Paul was saying earlier that he wouldn't call it censorship, he'd call it propaganda. And censorship is when someone is trying to hide or cover something up. The only thing I would say to that is, I can understand your perspective on it, but I do think to a certain degree it is censorship because they are definitely trying to cover it up. Like whether, you know, it classifies as censorship to me personally.
Yeah, we don't have to get into the nitpicking. To me, it's it's changes. You know, censorship is an easy term to use, but it is changes to the previous loc. Whether that's the original English or the original Japanese is very muddied and confusing. Hence why we're trying to figure it out, but censorship is a convenient term to use. But propaganda works too, because it is working wonders for propaganda on these people.
I can agree with both terms, but I personally classify it as censorship, because I think it is still censorship. Yanu says, remember when progressives called Ashley racist when she was the least racist person in the game? The aliens hated the humans and committed genocide on other races.
I just wish Ashley wasn't a fucking idiot in 2. I'm pro-human, but you're working with the pro-human people? You're terrible now. Literally, the only reason that Mass Effect 2 is a 9.9 out of 10 instead of a 10 is because they made Ashley a fucking idiot. Actually, no, you know what? Maybe it makes sense. Maybe it makes sense, you know. So if she was around, maybe you could have made her see your side. It's still a 10 out of 10 game.
We have tons of like news that we want to cover, so I want to give time for the rest of those.
Let's keep it going. let's keep it going. Let's get into more news. We even got more controversies if we can get into it. But there is your first two. Woo! First two controversies: limousine ride and jet steal and wheel and deal and son of a gun. And speaking of things I don't want to happen, don't call me a ghost girl, but I am going to hate this if this happens. And it is a rumor. I'm aware. But we're going to get into this rumor. Rumor claims that Microsoft is preparing a $16 billion offer to acquire Valve. Note, there have been plenty of rumors over the years claiming that major game publishers have put in offers to acquire Valve, the company behind the huge IP like Half-Life and Portal. Given that Valve also owns and operates a Steam store, the company has never exactly been hurting for cash, so the idea that anyone would be able to buy them has been scoffed at. However, that isn't stopping this from popping up in headlines again, as this week it has been claimed that Microsoft is preparing an offer. Rawr, I don't know, a gaming-focused creator who is known in the Counter-Strike community, has claimed that he has heard that Microsoft is preparing a $16 billion offer to acquire the Valve Corporation, a deal that also presumably include the Steam store, the most popular PC gaming platform. There are plenty of reasons why this would make good sense for Microsoft, as the company is desperate to get into the handheld market, something that Valve already has a foothold in thanks to the Steam Deck. Beyond that, it would vastly improve Microsoft's PC gaming revenue, as owning the Steam store is essentially like owning a money printer. However, there are a few reasons to believe this makes any sense for Valve. As already stated, the Steam store is a money printer, with some estimates putting it at over $10 billion per year in revenue. That's a lot of hats. The company itself is estimated to be valued at around $8 billion, and according to Forbes, Gabe Newell, Valve co-founder and CEO, has a net worth of over $4 billion by himself. Although the net worth doesn't directly translate into immediate cash available, Valve is a privately owned company and has been for the entirety of its existence, so we get very few public details about the company's finances, and the true value of something like the Steam store or IP like Counter-Strike, Dota, and Half-Life remains a complete mystery. Any PC gamer would likely guess that Valve would be worth far more than $16 billion. The source of this rumor, Rawr, also claimed that Gabe Newell owns less than 25% of Valve, which would be a large chunk of his multi-billion-dollar net worth is coming from, unless Newell suddenly wants to cash in and retire. I don't see Valve entertaining any buyout offers, let alone from Microsoft. However, it is known that many Valve employees do hold stock options, so if a massive offer is made, it would be put to a vote. Now, I just want to go over here. Everyone was screaming and melting down over this news just a day ago. Here you can see over on the Steam Reddit page, Lord Gaben, please do not sell to Microsoft. If this happens, everything Valve and Steam will begin to lose its heart. This news is especially poignant, coming just, about a week or two after Microsoft buying everybody and then shutting them down, even though they were successful. Here is the top comment from this, saying Gabe wouldn't sell to Microsoft. Newell also criticized Xbox Live Service, referring to it as a train wreck, and Windows 8, calling it a threat to the open nature of PC gaming. At the 2013 LinuxCon, Newell said that Linux operating system and open source development were the future of gaming. He accused the proprietary systems of companies such as Microsoft and Apple of stifling innovation through certification processes. Now, let's go over here, and this is the final part of the story. We've already read this. It's speculate. This person says, I love Xbox, but I don't want to see this happen at all. Microsoft buying Valve would be a move that would hurt Steam. First off, Microsoft with Satya has shown us that they don't care much for Xbox and great developers, so they can easily destroy the good rapport that Valve has with its customers. Valve is consumer friendly for the most part. When it comes to digital returns, Microsoft doesn't have a fair digital return policy. Microsoft has turned Valve down back in the day when they were starting up Steam because they didn't believe in it. Valve is worth way more than $16 billion. Valve has proved a market no one knew even existed, and that's PC handheld space. That is something serious, and competition is good. Gabe Newell is a pioneer when it comes to frictionless products and ease of use. Microsoft does not know how to manage and will only complicate things. I'd much rather Microsoft sell Xbox to Valve. At least with Xbox being a Steam machine, all games come to it. This got community noted into oblivion. So if you reported on this, you did get a community note saying in 2023, a leaked email revealed that Phil Spencer had interest in buying Valve if the opportunity arose. However, the rumor in this post is not from a credible source, and the image is from an online message board. However, the reason I continue to talk about this is even though it did get community noted, it is still a possibility. And as the community note itself says, Phil Spencer was interested. So the existence of this community note didn't inherently say this is fake. It's just, let's take it with a grain of salt, and I agree. But as a not lifelong, but as a longtime Steam fan, and then I've also had a lot of criticisms about it, yes, this would absolutely be terrible, and this would tank Steam for sure, in a sense of it would cripple all of its, good, good opinions that people have built up of it over the years, and all the good that they've built up with customers and being customers first. As that said, I really hope that Valve does what Nintendo did to Microsoft back in the day. Do you remember this story, Kay? Years ago, I think in the early...
They laugh at them or something?
I think it was the early 2000s. I'm going off memory here, but Microsoft actually made an offer to buy Nintendo, and Nintendo literally laughed at them in the meeting, like fucking laughed them out the door. True story, which is amazing. I have a feeling that this news could be fake because of the all the controversy surrounding Microsoft and them seeing as the ultimate bad guy right now. Steam and Valve is usually seen as the ultimate good guy. So this news would go viral and everything, but Phil Spencer would definitely try to fucking make an offer. Microsoft as a whole would make an offer. It makes sense, but I don't think Valve is going to say yes.
This is legit. I don't think this is legitimate. I think, well, at least my theory is that there was a conversation even before Microsoft acquired all of these other companies that they probably were shopping around in general to see like what is the future of gaming at Microsoft, and they probably had Steam as like Valve as one of the companies that they were interested in.
Right.
And this is probably what's leaking is like, oh, we're interested in Valve, we're interested in Bethesda, we're interested in, I don't know, maybe they were even interested in EA, who knows, right? Like they probably just looked at like,
Microsoft
oh, here's
wants
all
to buy
of the
everybody. Yep.
Yeah, and they probably were just like, oh, here's all the different companies we could buy up. And then somebody in some text found, oh, Valve is mentioned here. This needs to be a story. And then they went and pushed it forward. That's what my gut tells me. And part of the reason why, like, I don't personally understand Microsoft in this way because, like, they don't care about their gaming sector at all. Like, realistically, Xbox is such a small, like, port. But it's been this way for a long time. I remember they had the Surface come out, like the tablet. And they cared more about the Surface tablet than they did about Xbox, right? Because gaming is such a small like pool. They've got Windows, they've got all this stuff that they work on, right? So to me, gaming has never been like a huge deal to Microsoft beyond maybe the original Xbox when they first like entered the market. I think they cared for a little bit,
right.
Maybe even the 360, but like after that, it really hasn't felt like they cared. So why would they then try to take on this other giant entity like Steam? It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, unless they're trying to like kill the industry entirely, which is a whole different conversation and probably partially true.
Especially with Windows 11 ushering in mandatory AI and then them stopping support for the previous versions again. So I don't know. I wanted this floated and I wanted this in the air because I don't think it's entirely unbelievable. I think Microsoft could make this offer, and it's a long shot. But I do think that Valve has gotten marginally worse over the years, and they've made some poor decisions over the years, and they aren't the Valve exactly that they used to be. They're still mostly great, but I have seen some, scratches. I've seen some scars that they have made, and we've talked about them a lot here. So I think this would definitely shatter the gaming industry, especially on PC gaming. This would cripple a lot of things, and it'd be horrible, and it'd be devastating. I don't think it's going to happen, but I don't think it's out of the question either.
I don't think it's out of the question that they would consider it, but if we entertain this being a legitimate case, and they actually are trying to actively fight for this, I don't see how this would go past an antitrust law, because this is a monopoly, essentially. Right? I could be using the wrong terminology, but my point that I'm trying to make in more simple terms, because I'm retarded, is that they wouldn't like... No, it's true. But I'm like saying like no government would allow this to happen to begin with, because they would have too high of a monopoly of the whole gaming industry.
Yeah, I mean, look at how much it would get turned around in court, and it would be... they would probably be able to weasel it through. Look at Xbox with Activision, right? Or Microsoft, rather, with Activision, and that whole fiasco. And that had to go through several countries' courts and all that stuff before it was eventually allowed, with caveats and all this stuff, yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep watching this. I want to see if this story turns out to be anything or not. This could literally in the next few days die out in a whimper, but I just wanted it out there and I wanted it known that hey, this is a potential thing. Hopefully, it's not a legit thing, but I guess we will see. And I mean, there's no reason to do a poll or anything. I'd be shocked if there was a single person out here that wants this to happen. Actually, I did see one person on Twitter, and everyone was like, "This is fucking bait. There's no
That's a
fucking way."
contrarian. There's no
Yeah,
way,
there's like you have to be the biggest Xbox shill of Xbox shills. You have to be Zack Schneider fan levels of an Xbox fan to be able to. It's true. To be able to want this. Nobody wants this. So, like that guy that I pulled up, he's an Xbox fan. And he's like, I don't fucking want this. All right.
Okay, well, I'll read a few chats and then we can go to the next one.
Sure.
Yanu says, "Don't do it, Valve. They'll ruin Half-Life 3 if it ever comes out." That's my adding to that. Yanu didn't say that. Imp says, "This is bullshit. There's no reason for it to happen, and this would be an absolute antitrust nightmare." It's the same terminology I was using. Shadow says, "Valve will never sell. If they do, I'm requesting a refund on my entire library, which according to their own rules would be honored, probably."
Have a good night, Imp. He's heading out to bed.
Have a good night, Imp. Wait says, "If it's over 10 billion in revenue a year, no way is 16 billion enough." Yes, exactly. That's a lowball offer, as Shadow's also saying, because if you're making that much in revenue, why would you settle for a year and a half's worth of revenue when you know that you have the infrastructure to last as long as you want to last? Pretty much, realistically, Steam is the monopoly on PC.
It is,
because no one takes Epic seriously. Like, there's nothing that can compete with them right now. So they're in a position where, yeah, like you said earlier, James, really it's like a Nintendo situation. You just sit and laugh at them. There's no other way to entertain that conversation. Yanu says, "Microsoft just needs to stop with consoles and focus on third-party games, fire everyone in DEI, hire passionate devs to make a new Halo." And Elvis says, Microsoft would buy Valve, then shut it down. Never trust Microsoft. They don't care about games and gamers. Once they have a controlling interest, they will destroy it. Remember Xbox One controversy? They will do it again.
Yeah, and that's if they did get it, they would shut it down, or they would convert it into the new
Windows Store.
Windows Store, exactly. They would rebrand it under them. They would consume it.
Yunu says, "I can respect Valve for not shutting down the SBI detected group, Cabrutus's group, for anyone who doesn't know. Close to 400,000 people now. That's crazy. I remember when it was at like under 100K, we were on a stream with him and it was like, I think in the first 50K. Yunu says, "Any game that gets on that list loses 400K potential customers. Devs are finally playing with fire." And Nightmare says, "Valve is privately held by Gaben, and I can't really see him wanting to sell." Yeah, it makes no sense. What I think is more likely is him maybe like stepping down and putting in a CEO or something.
And hopefully,
you know what I mean? Like removing himself further away and then still like putting people in place.
Well, hopefully he doesn't pull like the George Lucas, where George Lucas is like, "I'm done, but I might as well let this live on forever, so I'm just gonna sell Star Wars off." And because, like, remember, he only got, like, it was 1 billion, right? I think it was 1 billion for Star Wars.
Oh, God, what a dumbass. I'm sorry.
And he pretty much was just like, "Yeah, I'm done with it. You guys go make it." And it's just like, Jesus Christ, man. And then he immediately regretted it. So hopefully, Gabe Newell doesn't do another thing where it's like, "Yeah, it's only a year and a half revenue, but I'm old and I'm done and I don't have," like we covered this, I think, briefly, but his son is like a NASCAR driver, or F1 driver, and he's like super Chad and fit and everything. And it's just like, you went the exact opposite direction of your father, sir. And he looks exactly like Gabe Newell if he was like super fit and young.
Neo says that it was sold for 4 billion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. It was something. It always felt low to me, but maybe it's just low to me.
Elvis says, "Epic's numbers are inflated. They count those free games as paid games to pump their sales numbers." Again, this is similar to the subscription model, right? Oh, people are downloading the game, it's doing well, but in reality, nobody's paying a fucking dime. Gaming Spoon says, "People trust Steam because they make a quality product, and Gabe, unlike the rest of the industry, wants to keep that consumer-friendly product." Elvis says, "As pissed as we get with Steam over review bombing and controversies, it's literally the only ecosystem that has even remotely trustworthy reviews." Well, what do you mean by review bombing, though? Because I don't think people, I guess I would want to hear more about that, because I think that people sometimes call things review bombing when in reality the company themselves, like the game company, will change something in their game, and then a bunch of people will be upset with the change, and they'll all report that change happened and change their reviews, and people will call that review bombing. And I don't think that's review bombing. I think that's just changing based on the fact that the game itself changed. So now everyone's going negative.
Right.
But it depends on the context. I heard that people were also bombing Helldivers, like the first one, not the second one. And the first one has nothing to do with what they did to the second one. See, that doesn't make sense to me. But if you're changing like Overwatch 2 or something, right? Or Helldivers 2, and you're talking about that direct game, that makes sense to me. If you're saying I don't like the new changes, it's now gone from positive to negative. But if you're going to that dev and taking an unrelated game, sure, you could call that review bombing, because it's like, why are you saying that about a different game entirely that wasn't changed?
Right.
Just because you don't like those devs. Anyways, you go ahead, James.
News? Oh, okay. Here we go. And this is something as well that is shaking up one of your favorite publishers, Kay, that I think you've kind of given up on.
Stop the pain, please.
No. We have an hour of Rawr off tomorrow, and you have to suffer today and tomorrow. It's your birthday.
Why would you remind me? I forgot.
It's on. It's literally.
Forget.
It's literally
like,
right here.
Forget. You get what I mean? I didn't forget. It's just that like my brain was focused on the news.
You just didn't forgive either. Okay. And thank you guys again so much. That's
thank you
insane.
Guys.
Here we go. Okay, it's time to suffer more. Or maybe something to celebrate. I don't know, but I'm curious to get your opinion on it. Square Enix announces new medium-term business plan. Square Enix reboots and awakens 3 years of foundation laying for long-term growth, shift from quantity to quality, aggressive multi-platform strategy, and more. Square Enix has announced the establishment of a new medium-term business plan covering the fiscal year ending in March 31st, 2025 through the fiscal year ending in March 31st, 2027, which it calls Square Enix Reboots and Awakens 3 years of foundation laying for long-term growth. The goal of this business plan is to overcome the challenges faced in its previous medium-term business plan, including low profitability of its high-definition games subsegment, a slowdown in the games for smart devices and PC browser subsegment, insufficient franchises by portfolio management, and some gaps in Square Enix management infrastructure. The 4 pillars of its new business plan are as follows. And I'll just read the pillar and not the initiative. Enhance productivity by optimizing the development footprint in the digital entertainment segment. Diversify earning opportunities by strengthening customer contact points. Roll out initiatives to create additional foundational stability, and strike a balance between shareholder return and growth investment when allocating capital. By driving a new medium-term business plan, we will shift from quantity to quality and evolve to deliver a variety of contents to ensure fun all over the world. The full breakdown of each pillar is as follows. Enhance productivity by optimizing the development footprint in the digital entertainment segment. Okay, no, that's the same thing I already read here. Okay. So wait, is this also the same? Are you just rewriting the things? Okay, no.
I think they're essentially elaborating in deeper detail what those things mean. But I think what we can take away from this, the main takeaway from all of this really on a customer side, is that they are going multi-platform. Unless you think there's anything else in that that's
I know
relevant.
there. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, maybe it's in a different article coming up. They pretty much at one point also said like they're returning to like making games fun or something. And it's like, shouldn't that have been the fucking goal the whole time?
They had the word fun in that article, in that chart. So maybe let's see what they mean by that, because that could be what you're thinking of.
Let me see here. 1 second.
In those 4 pillars in the actual like description part on the right side, it said something.
Okay, 1 second.
I'm going to read what chat's saying while you look at that. Nightmare says, I'm absolutely thrilled to see this. Japanese don't even buy PlayStation anymore because it's a Californian company now. So, of course, their Japanese PS exclusives keep failing. It'll be nice to have things on PC first. That's true.
Oh, yeah. I read it. It was to ensure fun all over the world. I think they elaborate at some point later on and say, like, they're returning to fun.
Interesting.
Here's the niche gamer version of it. This new strategy will see the company aggressively pursue a multi-platform strategy that will see its games release across all modern platforms, including PC, Xbox, Nintendo, and PlayStation. This is a massive shift in the company's policy, which frequently saw games released exclusively, sometimes seemingly permanently, only on certain consoles like the PS5 or the Switch. Here's the relevant bit from their new plan. For HD titles, the group will aggressively pursue a multi-platform strategy that includes Nintendo platforms, PlayStation, Xbox, and PCs, especially in regards to the major franchises and AAA titles, including catalog titles. It will build an environment where more customers can enjoy our titles. In addition, it will also devise a platform strategy for SD titles that include not only iOS and Android, but the possibility of PC launches. Furthermore, the group will strive to maximize the acquisition of new users when launching a title, and that of reoccurring users after starting management of game operation, building continuous customer contact points of our titles by stepping up digital sales. The group will strengthen user flow of digital sales of new titles at the time of launch regarding the initiatives of promotion. In addition, it'll generate the opportunity of generating new revenue in our rich catalog titles lineup, which leads to strengthen its earnings base by expanding sales of catalog titles. Moreover, the group will engage in initiatives which focus on the acquisition of PC users. Now, here's why this is happening. So, radical shift. They've been PlayStation exclusive. You effectively got a PlayStation just for Final Fantasy.
Yep, I bought our PS5 for part 2, for Rebirth, really.
But here's the thing. Nobody else did. This is all happening because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16, and Foam Stars, which I didn't even know was Square Enix, all sold less than expected, says Square Enix president. 3 of Square Enix's most high-profile recent releases sold worse than expected, the company's president has reportedly said. According to Bloomberg's Takahashi Mochizuki, Square Enix president Takashi Kiryu told analysts that sales of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16, and Foam Stars all fell short of its expected revenue and profit. As a result, the publisher expects to earn an operating income of 40 billion yen, that's $255 million this financial year, instead of the analysis estimates of 57 billion yen, 364 million. Explaining in more detail in a post on X, Mochizuki reports that Kiryu said the sales of all 3 games fell short of expectations. Final Fantasy 16 sales were reportedly in line with expectations when it released, but it couldn't keep momentum and eventually failed to reach Square Enix's total goal for the financial year. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Foam Stars, meanwhile, failed to reach their internal targets from day one. Kiryu also reportedly said the publisher was confident that Final Fantasy 16 would be able to achieve its goal over 18-month plan, and that while Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Foam Stars weren't as much as expected, that didn't mean they were bad. All 3 underperforming games were PS5 console exclusives, and as such, it could be argued that had they been released on the Xbox Series XS2, Square Enix could have generated extra income from them. The company now appears to be adopting that line of thinking. On Monday, it published a new medium-term business plan, which includes making its AAA games multi-platform going forward. The plan, which the publisher has dubbed, well, we read this, and we read that, and we read that. So there you go. This is all pretty much in response to their biggest games failing. And I mean, you look at the amount of money that gets poured into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I mean, I've been watching you play it. You've kind of fell off of it because you've lost interest. And I think that plays a role as well of why this is happening. Because even on a PlayStation 5 exclusive, which is an issue, they've changed a lot of the game, I guess, to try to get more sales. And I think it kind of backfired on them. But sadly, even though people are celebrating this news with the push for Square to go multi-platform, with everything that's happened, layoffs are now happening. The layoff purge sadly continues. Square Enix is laying off U.S. and European employees as part of its company restructuring. The number is unknown right now for who is affected. According to people who were in attendance, Square Enix president Kiryu said that both the company's American and European arms would be hit with layoffs, which will happen over the course of next month. The scale of the layoffs wasn't shared, but the staff were told that the people working in publishing, IT, and Square Enix collective indie games division will be predominantly affected, which is annoying that the underselling games were Final Fantasy, but then people working on unrelated games are affected by this. Those impacted will be informed this week. Staff were told in the UK employees will enter into a 1-month consultancy period as per local employment law, while US-based staff could leave their roles before June. Following the internal meetings on Monday, many of Square Enix main Slack channels were locked, VGC was told. The layoffs coincided with the publication of the company's quarterly financial results today, in which Square Enix said its plans to rebuild overseas businesses divisions from the ground up has begun optimizing costs at its European and American offices via structural reforms. VGC has asked Square Enix for comment on this story. Kiru, who I think was writing in a death note or something, appointed as the Final Fantasy's firm's new boss in June 2023, has been enacting a large-scale reorganization of Square's development efforts in an effort to reverse recent disappointing sales of their biggest games. In Japan, Square Enix recently promoted a new group of creators to its executive officers and placed checks on producers' influence over individual products, according to Bloomberg. Earlier today, Square Enix published a new medium-term business plan, which revealed its intention to make AAA games multi-platform going forward, as we read. And we read this, and we read that as well. Let me see if there's anything else, or if it's just summarizing the previous articles. I believe the rest is just a summary.
It's all summary, yep.
Yeah. So, as a big Final Fantasy fan, Kay, a big Final Fantasy VII fan, and a fan of its rebirth until you played the latest one, as far as I can tell, what are your thoughts on all of this? Are you happy with the multi-platform? Do you feel it's the right way to go? Do you think you're going to get your Final Fantasy VII here, or are they cutting that one as well? What do you think?
There's a lot of layers to the story, in my opinion. I think first of all, this is a bigger commentary, like specifically on the PS5 sales, less than the actual games themselves. As we know, there was a shortage at some time, and I think this set like both Microsoft and Sony back, but especially Sony. I think Sony was the most devastated by all of that. Switch was like Nintendo was lucky because they were positioned in a way where the Switch was easy, readily available, it was portable. Everyone mostly had one in their house already, and if they didn't, there were more available for them in store because of how long they'd been in production. Whereas with Sony, unfortunately, with them, they were shipping it out right as all this kind of started happening. So you all know what I'm talking about with that, obviously, in the early 2020s. I'm not surprised to hear that these all failed to hit their goals. I think it's deeper than just like the game being bad or good. I think it's specifically to do with hardware shortages. And as we've talked about many times, and you've joked about constantly, there's really no games on the PS5. If you look at the product value, it's got the lowest product value out of the three systems. Now, I think the PS5 feels the most modern, but the Xbox, it makes the most sense to buy over the PlayStation.
Just for
You have Game Pass, you have like great backwards compatibility. Sorry, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. That's why I'm being weird.
No, I'll say what. Yeah, no, I'll agree with you though. Because the PlayStation does feel like the only next gen system, because the Xbox is just kind of a hardware upgrade between the two. But it doesn't have any more exclusives. But the thing is, you got Game Pass on there, so it is more worth the money.
It is.
But, like,
It's more worth the money to get an Xbox out of the two. A lot of these games are now crossing over, so there's not even really exclusives to begin with anymore. And then the few exclusives you have, like, I mean, if you're a JRPG fan, perfect. You're happy you've got your Final Fantasies. I think Final Fantasy 16 was a good game. It wasn't an amazing game. I haven't beat it yet, but what I've played through, I'm actually enjoying it more than Rebirth personally.
Wow.
I think it's a better game. But it's also kind of like baby's first Devil May Cry. So being this deep into the cycle of the kinds of games that we have, there's already way better versions of Final Fantasy 16 you can play. As you know, James, you saw me play a little bit of it and you're like, this is literally Game of Thrones. So like the story is not even like super original. Like there's a lot of elements there where they're taking things from pop culture that are good and people will like the gameplay if they're more like, you know, into the spectacle fighter realm of gaming. So I think there's a lot of like decent concepts there, but it's just clear that that team didn't have enough experience with all of that. So while they had great storytelling, the combat kind of felt lackluster. And out between that and Rebirth, I feel more inclined to beat 16, if I'm being quite honest. Rebirth is the reason why I bought the PS5 to begin with. Remember, I bought my copy of Remake on PS4, and I said to you, the next one's definitely going to be on PS5. So I have to buy a PS5, and that's why I went through that whole pursuit of going to Best Buy and finding one, thankfully. It was difficult to do, though. It was like literally grab the last one.
That
And
was
that's
during
the
the
whole problem.
GPU shortage, which
Exactly.
has been a big contributing factor of why the PlayStation and next-gen gaming overall has been having issues.
Now, here's the thing. Remake, so the first Final Fantasy VII that they came out with, that was a nice, like, tight package. There were a lot of complaints from, like, original, like, Final Fantasy VII fans. They had issues with the whole ghost stuff and whatever. And I think, James, you've also looked at it and been like that's kind of lame, right? And so I understand why the original Final Fantasy VII fans were upset, because they were expecting a one-to-one version, but, like, punched up graphically and everything. They didn't get that. So that already kind of hurt the sales on the first game, but I still think it did decently from what I know. And people enjoyed it. And then we had the second one come out, and there was, a bit more controversy. Some people had played the first one, even though they were hesitant, and then didn't like the direction it was going in. So they're like, I'm not buying the second one. Then you had the group of people who were, upset over the censorship issues. It started to become like a battlegrounds of sorts as well for various decisions they were making for the second game. I don't blame people for not buying the game. I think that they did a lot wrong with what they were, they were making changes here and there that people were upset with. And I get why people were mad at that. It's also clear that that game is not trying to follow the original story. So now you have, like, for me, I found that intriguing because I still haven't beat it. I will, but I want to know, like, what changes they're going to do and if they are going to still go down the same path or not. A lot of people don't like that. That's totally fine. Picking up the game and owning the game at this point and playing through it, I don't like it. And this is why I don't like it. Because it's clear in how they built this game that they know the third one will not come out for a while.
Right.
How do I know that?
So
Just
they're
through the
drawing it
game?
out.
I don't need to even look at the marketing to know that. I play this game and it's so fucking bloated. It's insane. I don't mind open world games. I really love Witcher 3. I love, like, a lot of these, like, super giant games. Tales of Symphonia is my favorite JRPG. It's a minimum 80-hour game. Like, it's not a small game by any means.
Right.
So, like, I'm used to playing giant games. But my problem is that there's so little story in between everything that you're doing. So you'll be in one area, and then you'll go through that, and then you'll leave, and you're out in a field, right? And you're in that field, and there's, like, it's just empty land, and then you'll have, like, a few little things here and there that you can do. But overall, it just feels extremely bloated and trying to, like, force this whole, like, just, like, grind and hang out in this environment. Like, you don't need to beat the game anytime soon, because in my mind, they're trying to drag it out so that you're playing this game up until the second the next game comes out. That's how it feels they built this game, and that's my problem with it, and that's why I stopped playing it. I will play it eventually, but I'm probably going to try to figure out how to be, like, the lowest level and just, like, what's the path to go and beat it and done. And
Just
I'll
get through
probably
it,
have
yeah.
trouble with some bosses because of that. But that's just how it's going to have to go for me, because I don't feel like grinding for so many hours in nothing. I'm grinding in nothing. There's nothing interesting going on. I get it. JRPGs have grinding, so I'm not, like, upset that it exists. It's just the amount is excessive. So now you have people that are playing this game who were sold on this game despite everything, who are also upset now. I'm one of them. I'm like, fuck this game. It kind of sucks. I like a lot of stuff in it, but also I don't like a lot of stuff in it, and this is not, like, the same tight experience the first game gave me, so I'm kind of not sold. Now they have the problem of, are people even going to buy the third one? Who fucking knows? My belief is they're not even going to release a third game.
Really?
I think that they're going to go in such a, like, turmoil situation financially that we're not going to get the third game.
That would be brutal.
If we do by some miracle get that game, it's going to be rushed and, like, super low budget and not what we want at all.
I haven't played the second game. I don't care to, because I didn't like the first one. You're still working through it, but that's crazy, because I would bet money, and I don't know, but I'd bet money this one ends on a cliffhanger. The fucking
Most
first
likely,
one did.
it most likely ends on a cliffhanger. I don't think it ends in a way that you could like not have a next game, but I think what they're trying to trim right now with all these layoffs and everything, they're
Right.
trying to trim every single bit of fat they possibly can so they can still work on this one game, and they're going to try to make it multi-platform, and then they'll make their old catalog multi-platform. But I have a feeling that like it's still not going to be enough, everything they're doing leading up to it, and I don't think we're getting the third game. I
Wow.
want to be proven wrong. I want the third game. I do. It could still happen. It might be an issue of like a super rushed, like sloppy ass game that they still manage to pump
Maybe
out
like
if they're
5
just
hours done, just get to the
yeah,
ending.
if they're so concerned about their reputation and like permanently damaging what they have, they could maybe throw something garbage out there.
Mm.
But my belief is that if they continue on this trajectory, we're not getting that game.
Wow. That would be crazy.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
at most like either we get a really sloppy game or like they try to, find a way, right? Like they'll try to find a way, but I don't know. I have this gut feeling we're not getting the third game. So it's really depressing to see as a Square Enix fan in general. It's like not just Final Fantasy that I appreciate from them. They've done many, many great things. But it makes sense that they're failing because you've put these games on such a small pool of like users because not a lot of people own a PS5, right? And then like what are you going to do? Like your sales are low because you built shitty games, you've upset the fans of the series, and then you put it on a system that barely has anyone playing. How do you recover from that? You
Yeah.
can go multi-platform, but now you're just trimming so much fat that you can't operate.
And the
all.
industry is going down, and it's not in a good state, and
And
companies
look
are
at
tightening
Foam
their
Stars.
belt. Yeah.
Foam Stars, nobody even fucking knew it was coming out.
Nobody.
They
We
heard
talked
about
about
it
that. Yeah.
once, and then it came out, and people were like, "This game's out." They didn't know it was even associated with this company, and I think it was like on Game Pass or not Game Pass, sorry, PlayStation Plus right away.
Mm-hmm.
So what revenue would they make from that? Why would anyone play this when there's better versions of that game too? Like Splatoon is much better.
Yeah, and it was a very obvious we were going to make our own Splatoon, but for the PlayStation. But it did not look at any, and I think there's a lot of problems with Splatoon, a lot of them. I've played Splatoon 1 and 2, and the amount of issues made me not get 3, because from what I know, it's got the same issues. So this looked way less appealing than Splatoon, and so everyone saw it and was like, pfft, and they probably sunk so much money into that. Absolutely, just the graphical power of it alone. Ugh.
Yeah, so I unfortunately don't have faith that this company is going to last.
Yeah, that's crazy to see
I think they're
Square
done.
fall. Wow. So we'll see. I like what Nightmare said, saying I think Final Fantasy Rebirth 3 is their big multi-platform focused game. That's definitely possible, but I think that is going to end in a failure if that's true, because then you're going to have all these people playing on different platforms where they didn't necessarily get the former games, so they're going to have to do this quick, cheap, like catch-up thing. And I mean, it's a gamble. I think it's a very tough gamble. So I think they're not in a good spot right now. I think the way to go about it maybe is while you're developing 3, you do a big spectacle, just porting over it, which I think they already have. I'm not sure. I don't follow these games too closely. But you do a big spectacle porting over the first 2, especially that second one, because I know that's still PS5 exclusive. And you just put those into multi-platform, and that way you kind of recoup some of your losses, and you fund the development of 3, and you give people
more
time.
money that they spend. That's a problem.
Yeah, but not that much. I mean, you just have to change the controls, change trophies to achievements, make sure, go through the certification process, all that stuff. That is much less than developing a new game. So you have a team devoted to that, and you push those over. And then by the time a year after people play Rebirth on the Xbox and all that stuff, and they're happy and they're excited, then you release the finale, and hopefully it lives up to expectations. But I think even this is a gamble for them at this point. So I guess we will see. I see a lot of people celebrating this news, and I totally get that. But I don't like seeing layoffs as well while this is going on. That is rough. So hoping for the best, even though Square aren't my favorites, and obviously Final Fantasy is my favorites. It would be a crippling shock to the industry if Square in the coming couple of years had to shut down or something, or like very much tighten their belts even more than this.
See them selling off their IPs, maybe.
Yeah. To who?
I think
Nintendo,
I can
Capcom?
see someone else taking on Final Fantasy. I think Capcom would maybe be the next company to take it. But I don't think Capcom's in the best financial situation either, so I don't
Nobody
see how
is.
that would work.
But don't worry. In a
Right?
couple news
So-
stories, we're going to talk about Capcom.
Oh.
So with that, would you like to go to the next story? Or how you feeling?
Yeah, we can read one or two more comments here.
All right, go for it and then pass it
Um,
back, and we'll jump into another nightmare.
Winky Wanky Woo says it's weird. Got banned tonight on a stream, and nope, nothing done. Any fucker bans me here, K would kick their mod Rs. Well, there's a reason we don't have mods here. It's because I'm directly in control who can be here,
We
and
have
I
one
will allow free
Janny.
speech.
This is the one Janny you have to answer to. Big Janny here.
On my screen, I'm below you, so
Oh,
like,
okay,
where
there.
the fuck are you pointing?
This is the one Janny, and she's under strict orders not to Janny. So there you go. Say whatever you want.
Strict orders. I don't want a Janny. I'm a free speech absolutist, so
There you go.
there's no way I would, Anyways, you're safe here, Winky Winky. Don't worry about it. Neighbor says, but yeah, Final Fantasy is the only brand Square still owns that I really care about anymore. Kingdom Hearts is cool and all, but I really just want to play Mickey. They sold all their other good stuff like Deus Ex, so there you go. Yeah. Shadow says, looking forward to FF Rebirth and all those on PC, though I do wish PC big boxes were back for collecting. Oh my god, I miss those so much. And yeah, Nightmare says Square already sold off a huge amount of their IPs to Embracer, which is the owners of new THQ, and then isn't Embracer also being
Oh,
split
my
up? So it's
God.
like, it's a whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, yeah, I think they're just gonna dissolve and they're gonna sell everything eventually. I really hope that's not the case. I fucking love Square Enix, but I do. Gaming Spoon says also on that thought, Square was idiots for thinking money Sony offered them would recuperate the cost. I also think it says something about the series. It can't sell consoles anymore. I don't think it says as much about the series as it does about the platforms holding the series. So I think going multi-platform is their kind of last escape,
Yeah.
Tabletop's here saying, "What's up, everyone? I've returned. Welcome back."
Yo,
and
yo,
James,
yo.
your shirt is off.
Oh,
I got
is
to
it?
get you guys.
I'll go down here.
What?
No.
Tabletop says, James, your shirt is off. I got to get you guys back on and attempt to have James take his shirt off. Well, that's a very specific thing that happens here, sir. So I don't know if it'll happen on your channel, but it does happen sometimes here. Paul says, it sucks, but layoffs are inevitable in every company. I honestly don't care when headlines say company layoffs employees. I'm always like, yeah, no shit.
I care. I mean, I care about this industry, and this industry is what makes the games we love. And so, we criticize a lot of the people that are in this industry, like when we were talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows and all that stuff. But there's talented people even in the worst companies. There's talented people at Ubisoft. I'm sure of it. There's people there that just want to make good games and good Prince of Persia games and all that stuff. And usually when these layoffs hit, I know that the people that are getting hit are the good ones, and it's not the people that you want hit. It's not the HR managers. It's not all of these hires that we hate that are ruining our games. So anytime I see layoffs, I go, fuck, that's actually a bad thing. And I hope that the talented people go and find work elsewhere at a company that will actually appreciate them, because you just hate to see it. And I don't like seeing anyone get hit like that, especially in this economy and everything. So, even my quote unquote enemies or whatever, the people ruining games, I don't like celebrating them getting fired or whatever. I just want to advocate for hiring the right people that are actually fans and passionate about the products that they work on, and not people that
100%.
actively hate it. Blah.
100% agree. Elvis says, K, assuming direct control.
Assuming
Tabletop
direct
says,
control.
Tabletop says, does not mean I cannot attempt it. Well, if you ever want us back on your channel, like you said there, you can reach out to me and we could try to make something
We had
happen.
a lot of fun with Tabletop.
Yeah,
I got fucked by Freddy.
That's probably the closest I got interested in like tabletop RPGs, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun.
So true.
So he's good. If you're ever interested in tabletop stuff, you don't know like how to approach it, go to Tabletop Junkie. Trust me, he's good at selling you on it. Nightmare says, I could see Sega picking up Final Fantasy. Oh, I'd be happy. And having like a Dragon devs work on it. That would be amazing. Or Bandai Namco. Also amazing. I mean, majority of the games I like are Bandai Namco and Sega, so I'd be fucking happy. But yeah. Nightmare says, I'm sympathetic to layoffs, but not for localizers and journalists. I just hate layoffs in general. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's inevitable with how the industry is going, and things have to burn down a little bit to rise up from the ashes, as we've said before. So it's just never a pain that you want to go through, especially in an industry that you love as deeply as you do. But some people are just not fit to be in it, and that's the only way you heal is to fix it, right? You go ahead. Next news.
Oh, news. Speaking. Well, I wouldn't really be mad if whoever is responsible for these ideas got removed, but they won't, because these are the top men. Talking about the worst of the worst seems to be a trend for this episode. We're just talking about the worst companies, and this company usually wins the award for worst company. It is EA. EA is looking at putting in-game ads in AAA games, not quadruple ones though, I guess. We'll be very thoughtful as we move into that, says CEO. Just the fact that you're doing it is bad. Advertising has an opportunity to be a meaningful driver of growth for us. Fucking find a bridge. EA CEO Andrew Wilson confirmed the company is considering putting ads in traditional AAA games, titles that players purchase upfront for around $70 a piece, and that's in America. In the Q&A part of EA's latest earning calls, Eric Sheridan from Goldman Sachs asked Wilson about dynamic ad insertion in AAA games. Wilson said advertising has an opportunity to be a meaningful driver of growth for us, he continued. We have teams internally in the company right now looking at how we do very thoughtful implementations inside our game experiences. In-game ads are a natural progression of advertising, especially as the gaming industry is expected to grow to $583 billion by 2030. Some players deem this as a distraction. That's a fucking understatement. I would say some players deem this as evil, but others accept it as a fact of life as long as the ads are placed naturally and unobtrusively. Fuck off.
Who the fuck is saying that? The people they're paying to market it? Like,
Yeah.
come on.
He's saying this. That is it. He's not citing any sources. It's just him trying to fucking dampen this negative news here. Not going loudly in your face, blocking in-game content, or interrupting your gameplay just to tell you that you should buy this product or subscribe to the service. Unfortunately, EA has had a few instances of poor in-game ads. In 2020, the company played full-screen in-game ads for the TV show The Boys and UFC 4. Jesus Christ. Its player base poorly received this placement, especially as it disrupted the game. This backlash led to EA removing the ads soon after. In-game advertising is not new to the gaming industry. In fact, Adventureland, published in 1978, is the first recorded title to have ads baked in-game, although it was for promoting its sequel, Pirate Adventure. In 1983, Anheuser-Busch sponsored the arcade game Tapper, Butch Beer or whatever, which featured a giant Budweiser logo right in the game and was designed for bars. But that
Tapper
works.
is a great game, and it works because it's literally themed around it, and I love that game. I don't care.
Root Beer eventually replaced the Budweiser logo in 84 so it could be placed in arcades where minors could play. As the market for gaming titles increased in the 90s and 2000s, many companies wanted to tap into its potential. Some games like Zool and Pushover heavily featured products that sponsored their titles, like Chupa Chups or Quavers in contrast, and others were blatant advertisements like Pepsi Man. But everyone was fine with Pepsi Man, and I'm fine with Sneak King because you know what you're getting into. It's not
if you're buying a game that's literally built around the product, that's very different than me fucking firing up Hogwarts Legacy and them telling me to buy Mortal Kombat 11.
Exactly. EA's Need for Speed Underground 2 from 2004 is famously known for its in-game ads placed on billboards all over the open world. Some would argue that EA did that for realism. Bullshit, as brands in the game feature real-world companies like Best Buy, Burger King, and Singular. But in 2006, when GameSpot confirmed that EA was going all in with its dynamic ads and titles with Need for Speed Carbon and Battlefield 2142 among the first games to try it. In 2008, Burnout Paradise, another popular EA title, featured political ads for then Senator Barack Obama's U.S. presidential election bid. I didn't fucking know that. I never played Paradise.
What game? Paradise?
Burnout Paradise featured political ads for Obama. I did not know this. Did you know this?
I had no fucking idea.
While I keep reading this, can you find that? I need to fucking see this. That's insane. Okay. I loved Burnout 3 and Revenge, but I lost interest by Paradise, so I never played it. That's fucking crazy. More recently, SCS Software, the company behind American Truck Simulator and Euro Truck Simulator 2 titles, sold ad space to trucking company Schneider National for hiring drivers. However, most of these in-game ads are placed on billboards by the side of the road where you can naturally see them in real life. In-game ads are an understandable side effect of the free-to-play format, however. It leaves a bad taste, especially if the ads are served in a AAA game you paid good money for up front. While the development cost of AAA titles has skyrocketed, with titles like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Cyberpunk 2077, and Star Citizen costing hundreds of millions to make, their developers have also sold plenty of copies. If EA adds dynamic in-game ads in its titles, let's hope the company sticks to its promise of thoughtful implementation and community building beyond the bounds of our games.
Found like somebody filming their TV of a news thing showing a screenshot of it.
Oh, Jesus. Otherwise, its community might rise in arms and force a change, just like how the uproar over Helldivers 2 PSN account linking forced Sony to reconsider the requirement. And it was mentioned in this article, but as this user pointed out, in-game ads used to be cool back in the day when they were like this, like Chex Quest, and like I said, like Sneak Kicking and Pepsi Man. So this is infuriating. Jesus Christ, I fucking hate EA. And no amount, like, you can just feel the horns raising from this guy's head as he says this. You know that this is going to be insidious. And I know, I got my Insidious pass. Nice and primed. Nefarious and subversive. This is going to be the worst kind of ads possible. And they're going to be placed all in the game. And he's making excuses like, well, it's a necessary evil now for games going forward. And it's like, no, it's not.
What is the necessary evil? I already paid fucking $100 to own this game. Can you fuck off?
Mm-hmm. And you see how they implemented it with UFC, interrupting gameplay for an ad for the boys, nothing related to UFC. Maybe it would have people would have complained less if you advertised like a real UFC fight, or maybe a different UFC game, or the season pass for the game or something. But the boys is not at all related to UFC. So that is what you're going to see. Hey, EA CEO, I have news for you. If you fucking do this, people are just going to hate you even more. And I'm not saying, you guys have to vote with your wallet or anything in this regard. Do what you want. But I would bet money that people are going to vote with their wallet en masse. Like, I think most people will say, go fuck yourselves. You will get away with this in your sports titles. Because the people that play sports games from EA, I don't even really like, and only those games, because there's people that will do both. But there is a large population of people that only play NHL, only play FIFA, only play Madden. Those people will play, they will buy every version of Madden every year, no matter what.
It's going to be less and less, though. I've noticed having conversations with people, because we're not just friends with gamers. I mean, there are some people out there that are very casual with gaming that we talk to as well. And I've noticed with them, they're even saying like, oh, this feels like the last one. This feels like the last one. And you and I have been talking about that for like 10 plus years, if not more, about how all they literally do is just like take the previous year and then be like, here's new roster, done.
Yep. And WWE does that as well now.
Yeah. And so I think people are starting to wake up to it. Now, will it impact their sales quick enough to stop this from happening? I'm not sure. But I do think that this will drive people even further from buying video games. And I think ultimately this harms the gaming industry as a whole on like a bigger scale, because you're going to have a lot of people who normally might buy games casually and would buy these kinds of games, and they don't. So now you're only going to have really like the more hardcore gamers, if you will, and they won't be buying these kinds of games. They'll be buying different games that don't include this content. So
yeah, this is just insane to me to even say this when you know this is going to be public after the state of the industry that we've seen this past year with all the layoffs and all the shitty games and everything that's happened. Of course, EA had to sneak on in and be like, ads? And it's like, can you just fuck off for 1 year? Like, do you really have to take the cake? It's like there's someone at EA is like, well, Sony's pissing everybody off. Microsoft's killing all these companies. They're pissing everybody off. How do we top them? Oh, yes, let's remind people that they're going to get ads in their games that cost them like fucking half of their paycheck at this point. This is just fucking crazy to me. So, if I got this in like, I started playing an EA game just yesterday, unfortunately. I've started playing Jedi Survivor, but can you imagine? That's like one of the newer games I play. And so I'm playing Jedi Survivor now, AAA EA game, on the PS5, made for the PS5 and current gen systems. I fucking think I would snap the disc if in the middle of me dodging stormtroopers firing at me, I got an ad for like brisk iced tea or something. I would go fucking insane. I would go full monkey mode and break the disc. And then I would never buy a game from EA again. I already don't buy many games from EA. It's really just the fact that they make Star Wars games. Because FIFA to soccer fans is Star Wars to me. So it's just like, I know I'm going to hate you, but I have to play you because you're Star Wars. So I can't think of the last game I played from EA that wasn't a Star Wars game. Mass Effect 3, maybe. And you know my thoughts on that. So,
well, and isn't there a new Mass Effect coming out or in development or something?
Yes. And so that is going to be a big Hail Mary. Before that, even, we're going to get a new Dragon Age. And a lot of people are saying that Dragon Age is kind of the make or break for BioWare, which exists solely under EA.
Dragon Age is already kind of ruined by a Dragon. Dragon Age fans consider it like shit now.
It's dead in the water. But that's going to be the big push before Mass Effect as well. Because pretty much Dragon Age fans, the consensus is you made one amazing game, the first one. It's all been downhill from there. I don't even like the first one. I couldn't get into it. But anyway, we're going to see. Maybe they'll put some ads in Dragon Age and people are going to go insane. This is never going to go well. You are never going to win with your form of advertising. How's it going? MILFs for Jesus. It's never going to fucking work. It's never going to fucking work. You're going to make people mad. It's about, can people tolerate it? I think to an extent, people can tolerate it in their sports games because that is a very different market than the average gamer, or the savvy gamer or any of that. But can people tolerate that in Jedi Survivor? Fuck no. Can people tolerate that in Mass Effect? Fuck no. Can people tolerate that in Dragon Age? Fuck no. So and EA is never going to learn. They're always going to try to push this insidious shit. Again, no offense intended, insidious bliss. And so we just have to call it out. The second that I see an EA game have ads, like I didn't even know about the Obama thing. That's crazy. But
it's insane.
The second I see EA pushing this shit, and it sounds like their goal is to do this before 2030, based on what he said, I'm going to fucking ring the alarm bell and be like, fuck this game. It's gonna happen. They're just trying to soften the blow with them saying this. So, goes without saying, but fuck EA. I don't like it's they're the devil. They've always been the devil. EA is always going for that gold shittiest company belt, and this year they have to outdo Xbox and PlayStation somehow. So they're like, ads? So anyway.
It depends on the nature of the ad, and I think there's some great comments in chat here that I'm just going to read off quickly. Shadow bringing up that advertisement-wise, no one has any issue with ad placement in Crazy Taxi, for example. In fact, when they removed it, fans made mods to bring back KFC, Tower Records, Pizza Hut, etc. I personally, another example for me is the Pikmin censorship. I loved when they had actual Pepsi products and stuff like that.
That was part of that charm.
It's part of the charm of the game.
That's the thing, is we get it. We get that. EA doesn't. So they'll be like, oh, that's charming to see like a Coca-Cola bottle in Pikmin. Okay, let me advertise the new Sex and the City movie to everyone playing Dragon Age. It's charming, right? And it's like, that is not the same thing. That is not at all the same thing. And they don't get that. They don't. EA has never got this. They keep making these brain dead stupid moves at EA. These absolutely brain dead takes, and they don't understand it because they're just evil. They're just evil.
Yeah. Any way they can make an extra buck, they will. Paul says that's the best ad. Plays trucker game, ads, gets trucker job.
And that game is about, I've streamed it. I love it. I would love to have the time to play more of it. I really would love like a permanent setup where I can just drive for hours in what SnowRunners was it? I didn't play American Truck Simulator, but SnowRunners. Very similar games, right? But in American Truck Simulator, you're mainly going down highways. So seeing billboards that can work. It's the thing is EA's has such a nefarious way of going about it. Like, I look at those screenshots at Need for Speed Underground. I've never liked Need for Speed Underground, for the record. I feel like every time I play that game, it's like you're driving on ice. It feels slippery. It doesn't feel tight like Burnout or Midnight Club did. So I've always hated the PS2 onwards Need for Speed games. But I've seen the screenshots, and it's just like they're so abrasive. It's like you're looking at a new dimension. Like when you see that big blockbuster in Need for Speed, it's not put in the background realistic. It's blown up in its contrast. It's super bright. Looks like the holy blockbuster. And it's like, what? Like, you're very intentionally brightening that up and adding it to make it pop and make it so that my eyes go to it. It doesn't look natural. But in American Truck Simulator, their ads look natural.
I was going to say, I imagine with hockey and all that stuff, they'll probably do a similar thing to what I see on TV. Like when I watch basketball once in a while, and then they'll have the court, but then when you're watching like on TV, they'll digitally put in different ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like they'll do similar to like FIFA, NHL, etc., where it's just like they'll have that field, but then they'll just digitally add like all these ads to the ice and stuff like that.
Yeah.
To emulate what happens on TV. So it's just fucking insane. And I think, yeah, like you said perfectly, there's people that understand ad placement being a part of the charm of the game, and then there's fucking, here, you have to watch this 30-second ad similar to like a fucking mobile game.
Yeah.
I don't want the mobile game experience on my console. I'm not spending almost $1,000 to get that fucking experience, right? So, Shadow says Chex Quest wasn't an ad. Chex Quest was an experience. Exactly.
Right. And Chex Quest
like,
was
cereal
great.
box games are great. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great because it let kids play Doom or Wolfenstein. I can't. Look, we've been going for a while. I can't remember which is which, but Doom. Yes, Doom. Because Noah's Ark was Wolfenstein and Chex Quest was Doom. I need to do a Chex Quest stream one day. But yeah, it let kids play Doom, which was fucking great. And like, who doesn't love cereal? So that was awesome.
Doom 2 specifically.
Oh god, yeah, I need to stream it. And they made an HD version recently, and it's free on Steam, and everyone loves it. But like, I love Sneak King, the Burger King game, one of the 3 Burger King games. It's actually a good game. It's probably my favorite stealth game of all time is Sneak King. It's the best. You play a creepy Burger King king. I need to stream that again one day as well. But that was great because you know what you're getting. You absolutely know what you're getting. Putting the boys in UFC, you don't expect, and it punches you in the stomach.
It's dumb.
It's invasive and wrong.
I love what Shadow's saying here. So Shadow was the one to let us know it was Doom 2. And Shadow also says even worked with Doom 2 mods.
That's crazy.
So you can use literally the mods that people have created.
That's crazy. God. You can use GZ Doom. Is there a Brutal Chex Quest? I need to stream Brutal Chex Quest. That'd be amazing.
You gotta look into it. You got some research to do. Nightmare says James is 100% right. EA leads the market in terrible business practices. They ushered in $70 games, loot boxes, and now other companies have followed their lead.
It's crazy that like
EA is always the pioneer.
Yeah.
Of scummy business practices.
I will hate Ubisoft and other companies for doing like, the woke shit or whatever. Like they will champion that. But what EA does is they will go the lowest of the low. They'll go the greasiest. So EA won't always, they will do that shit as well. But usually what EA does is just like, how do we royally fuck over the customer? If Valve is the most consumer friendly, EA is just the worst. And they've always been the worst. So you don't always hear about them in gaming podcasts and stuff because they don't do kind of the political controversies, but they do just stab you in the back, just the worst customer practices and business practices in the world.
100%. Insidious says, bring on the condom ads in Mass Effect. There you go.
That would be a perfect ad. Hey, maybe you can smash, what's her name? Samara's daughter if you use a condom, right? Is that it? Samara? Remember?
I don't think that would work out, though.
I want to try.
Have you seen what happens when you try to smash?
Oh, yes. Firsthand.
Yeah.
Several times.
That was the first thing
I must make it work.
Yeah. That was like the first
She was best girl. If only banging her didn't kill you. Worth it, though. What's her name again?
Worth it.
Morinth,
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you got it right.
Yeah, I love Morinth, but... smash once and you're dead.
It's so worth that cutscene though. If you haven't done that, guys, you need to do it. It's
I
so worth.
wanted dialogue options to be like, look, Morinth, okay, you're gonna kill me if I smash you, but like, what's a handy gonna do? Give me a stroke? I'm gonna be paralyzed? Like, what's the middle ground here? You blow me and I suddenly can't use my legs. I'm willing to barter. That's the dialogue choices I want in Mass Effect 4.
Oh my god. We can move on to the next story if you
do
want.
anal and your head explodes. Anyway, yeah, let's do more.
The fuck?
Mills for Jesus said
I think that needs to be clipped, man. You do anal.
You do anal and your head explodes. Mills for Jesus says, just checked out the Star Wars 1 roulette VOD. Love seeing you enjoy pinball. Oh, you mean pinball roulette? Yes. What was your favorite table? Thank you, Mills for Jesus, for liking it. Star Wars pinball roulette was heavily controversial. Most controversial Star Wars decision since The Last Jedi. I liked the X-Wing versus TIE Fighter one because I could choose to play as the Empire, and it was really fun. It was actually like a mini squadrons, and you could shoot down the Jedi or the Rebels, and it was great.
I'm just gonna say, if you are a tier 1, 2, or 3 member, there is a poll up for you to vote for what events we do in June. They're all community-led events. I gave you guys a bunch of options. Pinball roulette was winning for a long fucking time. So people, this was a controversial topic in the chat, but I'm giving you guys the opportunity to choose the next roulette, and y'all are voting for pinball roulette.
There you go.
So if you are a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 member, you should see it on the YouTube community tab, the page, and you can vote. So if you don't want it to be pinball roulette, make your voice heard, because I haven't checked it in the last day or so, but last time I did check a little while ago, it was pinball roulette that was winning.
Wow, that's awesome. I'm hyped. I want to do pinball roulette. Vote for pinball roulette. It'll be great. I'll love it. And Mills for Jesus is also sad of the outcome for Mario Party. Well, maybe that outcome you're sad about will have their revenge. Yes. So let's find out. Insidious Bliss says, I mean, they can bring Shepard back to life. So, and Shepard coming back to life after getting head from Morinth be like, there you go. The Cerberus program, and he just like walks in and he's like, yeah, I did it. You better get that machine ready. I'm going back for seconds. I just needed a Gatorade in the afterlife. Got 9 lives, baby. Where's Morinth at? Where's Morinth at?
I have no words. I love it, but I have no words.
Oh, God. Okay. Are you ready for more shitty companies, Kay?
Of course, but I want to read Shadow's comment, actually.
Yeah.
Gotta make a Melee Games table with those old pinball making tools. Can you imagine if we got our own custom table? I'd be so fucking down to build that. Holy shit. But the reason... Okay, so I've looked into building arcade cabinets and pinball tables. The only reason I wouldn't attempt a pinball table unless I was started to get really skilled with it is because you have to be so precise with a pinball table. Because if you even like make 1 inch off somewhere or like a centimeter, you're fucked because it'll tilt the whole thing.
I'm too
At least
stupid
with an
for
arcade
this.
cabinet, I can build it lopsided and try to, make it work. But if I fuck up the pinball table, it's just fucked. And Nightmare voted for no pinball, so there you go. So Nightmare did not want the pinball table, or the pinball, roulette.
It'd be great.
And Nightmare's making his voice heard there.
All right. Let's keep going to stories. All right, I'm just still thinking of Patrick. Let's go. Let's go to more stories.
I know you too well.
We have more controversies. I don't know how much time we have left, Kay, but let's see how much news we can fit in before we have to rapid fire this shit.
I think we can start rapid fire at 11:15, and then at 11:45 we'll go to the final question.
All right, let's see how much I can get to. I want to get to so much news. There's so much news. Let's start off right now with Resident Evil 1 Remake in development and coming soon, says Insider. Resident Evil rumors are very much a thing nowadays, but it seems that the fans of the iconic Capcom survival horror series will once more be taken to where it all began. When Capcom released the Resident Evil 2 Remake in 2019, it not only pleased veteran fans of the series who were desperate to see the classic 1998 rebuilt from the ground up of Capcom's RE engine, but also welcomed in a new legion of fans to the world of survival horror. However, long before we were treated to Resident Evil 2 Remake in 2019, there was another in 2002 for Nintendo GameCube, none other than the OG Resident Evil. Being obsessed and a lifelong fan of the series, the Resident Evil remake for Nintendo GameCube is a prime example of how a remake should be done. For starters, the game. Okay, you're just gushing. I get it. So I want to get the. Oh my god. Get the fuck to the real news here. Where's the real news? For starters, the game inspired. I hate all these pop-ups. Like, you're like EA. The game inspired by the 1996 title. It looked gorgeous, and if you play the HD remaster today, it still holds up. What's more, it introduced new locations, subplots, puzzles, scary creatures, such as the Crimson Head zombie, and much more. Over the years, other than perhaps the OG Resident Evil 2 and 4, there are not many games like it that I put more hours in the original remake. Honestly, I can still fire up the 2002 remake, and it feels like I'm experiencing a relatively new game. It's that good. That being said, it's been 22 years since the Resident Evil remake released for the GameCube, so if the recent rumors are true that it's going to be remade again, I think this will once more be a welcome addition to new and returning fans alike, as shared in a Reddit post. According to a known leaker of video game information, Daniel RPK, and Twitter user PRE Alarabira, the original Resident Evil getting its second full remake to be released in 2026. This follows the previous rumors that Capcom is set to announce another new Resident Evil game that this year will allegedly be released in 2025. This last few years has certainly been an exciting time for fans of the Resident Evil series, and it seems that it's going to only get better. Yet, as much as I'd love to see another modern remake of the OG game, I think it's long overdue that we get remakes of not only Resident Evil Code Veronica, but the cult classic Outbreak. The most recent game in the series to be released is the brilliant 4 remake, out now on PC. And exactly, that is why I wanted to talk about this story, because they didn't do 5. So,
Yep.
Jim says, I get it. Too scared to remake 5 because you'll get Twitter scolded or some shit. But do you really hate Code Veronica and Outbreak games that much to not give them a shot before another Resident Evil Remastered HD Special Edition Collector's Box? And to that I said, the best Resident Evil is untouchable. Love to see it. So that's really why I wanted to talk about this. We talked about it before on the Melee Madness podcast, but clearly Capcom is too afraid. Capcom are bitches, and they're afraid of remaking the best Resident Evil. That's right, Resident Evil 5, Crazy Wacky Africa Co-op Edition, the most adventure one ever, because they know that everyone over on Twitter and over in Polygon and over on Kotaku cannot handle it. So, and it holds up, it's fine. So I'm going to keep that 5. I love my Resident Evil 5. So let's keep it nice and preserved. Okay, any thoughts?
You're making a remake of a remake.
Yeah.
That's it's like so retarded. How, like, 10, 15 years from now, are we going to have like remakes of remakes of remakes of remakes? Like, I just don't, as we keep getting new consoles, can we just make consoles backwards compatible so we don't have to fucking deal with this shit?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just would make it so much simpler. So there's not really much to say on it besides, yeah, what you said. They're bitches for not doing 5. They're not going to do it. They've seen what the current gaming climate is like. There's no way that they're going to even attempt it. They don't want to deal with that shit. So, yeah, I agree with Jim, but are we surprised that I'm agreeing with Jim? No.
Yeah, many such cases.
That's why it's a hard story to really dive into, because it's like, yeah, like, that's the best way you could say all of it. Stop making remakes of remakes.
Shadow says, I need a Sweet Home remake points if anyone knows what it is. I do. I've never played it. I'm trying to remember. Was Sweet Home, like, because I know it inspired Resident Evil, but was that inspired by Hausu at all? The Japanese horror film that I love so much. I think Sweet Home also inspired some stuff in Earthbound, if I remember correctly. But yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
I think I'm like going off very old, vague memories, but Sweet Home, I remember, inspired a lot of horror shit. But I think it was also inspired by other shit, like in Japanese horror, like in film. So, yeah. Okay, Shadow says it was very much like Hausu. Great RPG. I fucking love Hausu. If any of you guys want a trip, go watch Hausu. I will not say anything else. Just fucking watch Hausu. That is one of my favorite movies to show friends, and I'm like, just sit. I'm just showing you a nice, wholesome movie. Just Hausu. Just Japanese girl going to look after elderly lady's home in the Hausu, and there's a cat. Nothing wrong. Okay, I made you watch Hausu multiple times.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Okay, interesting comment over on Kick. I don't know if this is dolphin porn, everybody. Get your dolphins primed. But we got Dream Dean over on Kick saying, yo, I'm new to this, and I'm going to start streaming about my life and things I've been through, like 14 years in prison. Seen a lot of crazy stuff, and I'm only 33 from Scotland. What? If this isn't any use for you, but I'd be willing to do a podcast if you're interested. Well, you're welcome to chat here. And we're welcome to read your comments here, sir. I don't think this is dolphin porn. You can put your dolphins down. The rare non-dolphin comment on Kick. I love to see it. But good luck, man. And if you start streaming on Kick, I'm very interested to see. Here's some of those stories. That is cool. All right. Kay, are you ready for more news? Coming at you.
Yeah.
This one, let's just say, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. That's right. My love-hate relationship with Dead by Daylight continues because they're getting a fucking Castlevania crossover DLC. And you know I'm going to spend all my money on it because I'm a dirty, cheap whore. This is going to be great, though. This is going to be so fucking good. God damn it. God damn you, Dead by Daylight. I hate you, but I literally hate you. But you take my money. So obviously,
keep bringing in good shit. That's the problem.
I know. I hate the game, but it's so cool. Like, that's so cool. So obviously Dracula is going to be the killer, but it's probably not going to stop there because there's going to be a fuck ton of cosmetics, I'm sure, for survivors. I'm sure you can make the girls look like Maria, Richter, Simon, all that stuff. It's going to be themed badges and tokens, and it's all going to be Castlevania-y up the ass. And it's going to be all da-da-da-da, and it's like, God damn it. So I'm fucking hyped. I am hyped. I hate it, though. I hate myself for being excited for this. But that is not the only thing I'm excited for with Dead by Daylight, these fuckers. Because while I am going to be Dracula, guess what? You and me, Kay, we're going to be able to fucking team up. Dead by Daylight's 8th anniversary stream shares new details on 2v8 mode, D&D chapter, and more. Dead by Daylight turns 8 today, and to celebrate the milestone, Behavior Interactive held its anniversary stream to share new details on updates headed to the asymmetrical horror game. This includes an official reveal of a new game mode, details on a previously teased Dead by Daylight chapter, and updates on its upcoming spin-off products. If you missed it, don't worry. We break down every announcement from Dead by Daylight 8th anniversary stream below. I am really just here for the fucking the 2v8 mode, and in the interest of getting to other stories, we're just going to talk about that. But yes, they have a fucking Dungeons and Dragons crossover. Who fucking cares? And then also their new game that's a spin-off game gets a new trailer, but nobody fucking cares. And then they have a new PvE shooter named Project T. I've never even heard of this. Who fucking cares? Oh yeah, this game is fucking garbage. It's on Steam. It's shit. That's called What the Fog. It's like Kitty DBD. Nobody likes it. It's shit. But anyway, 2v8 mode. That's great. Dead by Daylight fans, your wish has been granted. A 2v8 mode is coming. As the name implies, this game mode will have 2 killers facing off against 8 survivors and will include a larger map to accommodate the increase in players. However, this won't be a rehash of the previous game mode, as the developer confirmed that Parks will not be available in 2v8. Instead, it will be replaced with a class system. Fascinating. Because the community has highly requested this 2v8 mode, Behavior revealed that its initial launch would be a building block for tweaks and adjustments based on community feedback. Behavior plans to share more details on 2v8 mode in July with a late summer release mode. I can't wait for Dracula DLC, Castlevania DLC. It's going to take all my fucking money. That is super cool. And I can't wait to do some co-op killer for you, because every time I play DBD, I have to, play Survivor, and I don't love playing Survivor if I want to do the co-op portion. But now you and me, Kay, and whoever else out there wants to play can fucking do a team up, a tag team killer, which is so cool. Like I've played like 400 hours of DBD at this point or something, but just thinking about it, like I can be on a mic with you and say this guy is rounding the corner, fucking cut him off, which will be terrifying for him. So I can literally be in chase with someone, and then if I'm communicating with you properly, you can be around that corner and fucking hit them. How fucking cool is that? And that's going to be terrifying.
I'm so stoked. You know what? Like, I hate so many of Dead by Daylight's practices so much, but I've over time been sold on the game itself. I think the game is really enjoyable. So the 2v8 mode is a welcome addition. We're definitely going to play the shit out of
and
that.
8 players for survivors is going to be such a shit show. Like, as the killer,
you can have 10-player games now. That's great.
As the killer, you can fucking see people running around like fucking crazy. Then 8 people in Dead by Daylight, like it's just gonna be like stab, 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 stab. Like,
I wonder how they're gonna like make the maps, if they're gonna make them larger at all. Are they gonna keep them the same? Because those maps
they're gonna
are
make them
natively
bigger.
built for 4 people.
They
so
said
it
they're
might be a
building
little
out new
bit different.
maps. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I'm wondering the old maps, if they're gonna keep them the same or not.
It sounds like this is a exclusive mode, and so it's gonna.
So they're just gonna only have their own maps for this other 2v8. That's interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing is it's gonna be. It's not even gonna have its perk system because Dead by Daylight's balancing is such a fucking shit show, and it's so tedious, and everyone always gets mad when they change the littlest thing. That sometimes they'll change something radically and just piss off everybody. But yeah, it's so they're not even gonna have perks, which is crazy because perks are the whole fucking game. What perks you take and all that stuff. They're building an entirely separate mode for this. It's effectively gonna be what it sounds like a side mode. For example, I've been playing TF2 again, man versus machine side mode. That is the whatever 4-player against bots in waves, the horde mode effectively. So this is gonna be a separate thing in the menu, probably not tied to any achievements, not tied to the base unlockables and the usual current flow. So it's going to have less of a player base because of that. But I think it's going to be fun and interesting, at least for a stream or two. We absolutely have to do killer co-op for sure.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Like the second that it's released, we're going to plan a community event. I'm so in.
Yeah. And we got a new friend here over in Dream, Dean, which good Lord, reading his comments right here, he has been through some shit. So good luck to you, man, and your streaming future. Hey, I'm not fucking with a guy that bit a guy's ears off, and then locked. Well, that's a lot. Oh my God. Your streams are going to be fun, sir. Have a good night. That is the opposite of dolphin porn, everybody. What is the opposite of dolphin porn? If you get something too real. It's not, if dolphin porn is fake, this is a whale orgy. Whoa! We just hit a whale orgy here. Whale orgies over on Kick. Whale orgies, Kicksters. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And now Dream Dean's going, you'll get it. You'll get it. Don't worry. Just hang out here. You'll get it. You'll get it. Okay. Okay. Let me know when you're ready for more news.
Yeah, we could go to the next one. It's just Elvis being super excited about Castlevania, saying, "What?"
I knew he would be.
Nightmare says that you need to play Lords of Shadow 2.
I'm sure. You know what? That's going to be my Rawr off. That's fine. It'll be great. I have a morbid, sick curiosity in Lords of Shadow 2. I've expressed my opinions on Lords of Shadow 1. One of these days. One of these days. For sure. Okay, let's go to the next news. This is a little bit of a PSA, but I really wanted to get this across here. We've mentioned before that So Hyped, Dave the Diver Godzilla DLC was coming, and it is out today. Asterisks and confusion. Let's dive into that right now. No pun intended, Gino. Day of the Diver, the free Godzilla DLC arrives today. And here's where it gets confusing, why I want to talk about it. Why did it fucking do that? Godzilla Content Pack is a limited time free DLC available from May 23rd until November 23rd. And as this person pointed out, and nobody fucking knows, is this a limited time as in you can only download it between these times, but you can play it forever? Or is it that you can only play the DLC during these times and that is it? Let's see if we can find this out. First gameplay details on the King of the Monsters surfacing in Mint Rocket's game soon. Monstrous giants lurk in the unfathomable depths of the blue hole. They said hole. Their formidable presence striking terror into the hearts of any who dare to venture in their domain, to interfere with Dave's tranquil fishing pursuits, yet unwittingly become prime ingredients for his sushi restaurant. Their colossal forms lend an unexpected and savory twist to the culinary creations. Godzilla, the mighty monarch of monsters whose legendary reign celebrates its 70th anniversary this year, now emerges to make a historic appearance within the depths of the blue hole. Prepare to encounter the awe-inspiring Godzilla arriving May 23rd, asterisk. And I don't know, Godzilla was wounded. We tracked down its brain waves, and it led us here. Let's see. Okay, yeah. What the fuck is this G-force thing? What the hell? Anyway, while diving into the shadowy depths of the blue hole, looking for fish, Dave is confronted with Godzilla, injured and recovering from his wounds. Wariness grips the mighty titan as he senses Dave's approach, but it looks like he might just need some assistance from an unexpected ally. Watch out for the relentless kaiju in pursuit. You got the fucking crab monster from King Kong vs. Godzilla, the original one. Yeah, Ibra. Embark on an exhilarating adventure in this Godzilla DLC where you'll engage in heart-pounding pursuit with Ibra, the iconic deep-sea kaiju from the 1966 live-action movie Ibra, Horror of the Deep. Plunge into the oceanic depths to evade Ibra's assaults as the creature relentlessly pursues the submarine carrying Dave and Mickey. Harpoons prove ineffective against the kaiju's impenetrable shell. In a daring move, Dave abandons his usual gear for a more formidable approach, bombarding the G-Force submarine to confront Ibra head-on. Despite his lack of experience in the submarine piloting, Dave needs to stay focused to penetrate Ibra's shell. And whose side does Godzilla stand? Godzilla is infamous for his city-raising rampages, yet beneath his fearsome exterior lies its true nature, defending the planet against looming threats. When another malevolent kaiju emerges, Godzilla's allegiance might unexpectedly align with yours. Beneath the calm surface of Dave the Diver's world lies the host of a lurking dangers in the depths. Amidst the looming presence of Godzilla, brace yourself and venture into the increasingly perilous depths of the blue hole. And here you go. Dave the Diver Godzilla Content Pack is a time-limited free DLC, only available May 23rd until November 23rd. And let's see here. Is there anything else added here? Developer Mint Rocket announced the release date. Yeah, available for a limited time. Again, May 23rd, November 23rd in the upcoming DLC. Yeah, we read that. We did the whole shill thing. Let's see. And that's no.
It seems like it's the same info.
It's the same. So here's the thing. It is out and it is free. Must be claimed before it's delisted on November 23rd. Here you go.
I don't think it's gonna be delisted though. Like it comes across to me that it's you get it free before those 3 months. Or whatever.
I don't know. This feels like this could be
July, August, September. Was that like 5 months or something?
This
6
to
months?
me feels like it could. Maybe it's because I'm a pessimist, but the fact that it's free. Meanwhile, the Gigabash content. I was talking with with Fractured Filter today because he's a big Godzilla fan. The Gigabash content is paid for. This content, for some reason, is free, which maybe this is just one big advertisement for Godzilla, and it is limited time. It is still not clear, so I would just recommend if you're interested in this, let's see, time limited free DLC. Time limited free DLC only available from May until November. Is there any, and no, that is it. So I just wanted to recommend to people that if you are interested in this, and I absolutely am, to
the wording there only available.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it's not super clear. To me, this feels like it absolutely could be. The reason it's free is that it's time limited and it's just one big advertisement for Godzilla. So not only do you need to get it before November, but it's possible that you have to play it before November as well. It will sit in your Steam account forever, but that content is not going to be accessible. Here is another issue. You need to own Dave the Diver before you can get this as well. So if you're a fan of this, if you're excited for this, I do recommend that, don't kick yourself later. grab Dave the Diver if you haven't already, and it is free on all platforms, and get it, but also play it beforehand. I've already installed Dave the Diver. I've been wanting to play this game desperately for months now. It's just
Dave the Diver itself isn't free though. You have to pay like it's a $12 game, I think, but I think it's on sale right now too.
It is on sale right now, 25% off. So it is $20 Canadian. So it's going to be like probably 15 for Americans here. So I've been looking for an excuse to play this game. So be prepared in the next month or two, at least before November. I am absolutely going to be playing some Dave the Diver on stream just so I can experience this Godzilla DLC because it's not clear. So I just wanted to get that out there and recommend that if you are interested in this game, definitely pick it up. Not only pick it up before November, but play it before November. And on that note, I have another story, Kay, if you're ready.
Yeah, go for it.
And it's another PSA, so I'm really happy we're able to include this all. Thank you guys so much for pretty much making us react and go crazy over, again, the Rawr off support, and so we're extending this. We're just keeping extending because I think this news is super important, so I'm really happy that we don't actually only have to focus on the bullshit of the industry, but also we can let you guys know about some of the actual important stuff as well. So thank you guys so much once again. So with that, here is another PSA. Shin Megami Tensei 5 to be delisted from Nintendo eShop next month. Get it while you can. Shin Megami Tensei 5 will be removed from the Nintendo eShop on June 13th, 2024, ahead of the release of the expanded edition Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Publisher Atlas confirmed the takedown on an X Twitter post, making it clear that all digital versions of the game, including the standard and deluxe, as well as the downloadable content, will be unavailable ahead of Vengeance, which launches June 21st, 2024. Players who already own either the digital or physical versions of Shin Megami Tensei 5 will be able to continue playing the game after the takedown date or re-download it as necessary. Vengeance is a revamped version of the original, available across all platforms, meaning the PS4 and 5, Xbox Series, PC via Steam, Nintendo Switch, with various improvements and even additional content being added. Forge your path through a post-apocalyptic world in this definitive version of Shin Megami Tensei 5. The official synopsis reads, 2 complete stories past the wait, including a brand new storyline with new locations and demons where your choices will determine the fate of all existence. Changes include improved gameplay systems and quality of life features, more than 40 new demons being available, and significantly different story beats in one of the 2 story modes playable in Vengeance. Atlas estimated that each route takes about 80 hours each, meaning Vengeance offers around 160 hours of gameplay for those looking to explore both. In our 8 out of 10 review of the base game, IGN said Shin Megami Tensei 5's excellent JRPG content and deeply rewarding customization shine bright, even when it sometimes feels like Persona without the heart. So there you have it. Yes, it's being replaced with a upgraded version. I don't know anything about these games, but I know it's got a huge loyal fan base. So I just wanted it clear that there is going to be changes and everything. What those changes are, who fucking knows? But if you're a big fan, you're probably going to want to stick to the OG version and, well, not stick to it, but you're probably going to want to have both, and you're going to want to see what the differences are. And this one is going to be delisted and gone forever. So if this interests you, you want to buy it soon. Okay, any thoughts?
No, I think that's more of a PSA than an actual like conversation. But I do want to read what Elvis is saying, because going back to our last story about Dave the Diver, he actually went into the Steam announcement and found the terminologies here, or the fine print, I should say. Elvis says, on Steam announcement, download will no longer be available after the distribution period. If already downloaded, the DLC can be played even after the distribution period ends. If downloaded during the distribution period, the DLC can still be deleted and reinstalled after the period ends.
Okay, perfect.
And I didn't check Discord yet, but I think he uploaded an image. I saw a notification. So yeah, so he uploaded a little screenshot of it there on Discord. So if you're looking for that terminology, or whatever you want to call it. Fuck,
okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that, Elvis. Okay.
Thank you, Elvis.
So you can breathe a sigh of relief here.
Just redeem it before November.
Redeem
really
it before
all you have
November.
To do.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Elvis. That's perfect. So that is less bad. It's still shitty that it's going to go away in November, but at least we got a big heads up. You do still have to own the game just to get it. But it is on Steam sale right now, and you're also going to have summer sale if you decide you don't want it immediately. So you have some time. You have a lot more time to play this than we originally thought. Okay, that is fucking great. Good to know.
So, James, I'm going to say, because I have your list here too, or
Yep.
our list, I should say. I'm going to say do the next 2 stories
Yep.
and then start the rapid fire on the IGN story.
That's perfect, because guess what? That is exactly what I have picked. So we're interlinked. We're interlinked. Okay. Let's go on to this next story. And all you boomer shooter fans, all you diehard fans are going to want to perk up for this. Okay, hold on. Pulled up the wrong thing. Let me do. Where is it? Okay. So, as you all know, I am a simp for Duke Nukem Forever. And it is the game that was in development forever. But with that development, it actually went through multiple iterations. And so pretty much the development of Duke Nukem Forever is super interesting. I feel like there's YouTube videos on it. But there is multiple versions of this game that are completely different games. They're completely different versions of Duke Nukem Forever. And fans of Duke Nukem usually respond the most positively to the 2001 build. Now, the reason why there's so many versions is that they really set high expectations for Duke Nukem Forever. And so they would take forever polishing. And then what happened, I think twice in development, maybe even more than that, is they would pretty much make this game as perfect as possible. But then by the time they were about to release it, it would already be seen as outdated. And then so they would scrap it and make a whole new game. So there's like 3 different Duke Nukem Forever games. The Duke Nukem Forever that we have now, I also would argue was released way too late. It's got a lot of mechanics in it that were more 2004 to 2005, but it came out in like, what, 2010, I want to say. So with that, the 2001 version, I'm calling it, is usually seen by fans as the popular Duke Nukem Forever, and you can play it in Duke Nukem Forever Returns. Out now. Enjoy the new live-action trailer below. 6 new updated maps. Visit Hoover Dam, Stratosphere Mall, and the EDF base. New Duke Nukem model, gameplay quality of life fixes, screenshot series maps, new music textures, and more. That's right. Modders have been hard at work making this version of Duke Nukem Forever working and functional and upgrading it to make it a full-blown game. So let's take a look at the new trailer right now.
Groovy. I tried this for a couple.
God damn, that looks stupid good. That just looks so fucking good, and it's free. You can check it out if you go follow on Twitter at Manny Calavera, just like from Grim Fandango 12. There is a mod DB page and everything there you can find on Twitter for Duke Nukem Forever Returns. I have to fucking play this. That is so exciting, and it's crazy that that's free. And just I love the work that modders do to make these old games reborn. That absolutely looks like what the game was or was intended to be. So it's fucking great. Now we can just go right in, Kay, to your next story, because if I love Duke Nukem Forever, And if that gets me excited for, a beloved mod that should have existed in a game that should exist. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. We've been going at this for like 6 hours. You all can decipher me by now, right?
We figure it out usually.
This is the game that will excite Kay equally. This is Mario Builder 64. And
oh my god, I've been so happy about this.
Mario Builder 64 has been released. Much time and effort was poured into this project, and I couldn't be happier to share it with all of you. Have fun. Let's take a look at this trailer right here. Just like we had Super Mario Maker, this seemed like the next step, but Nintendo for some reason has not done this, but this guy did. Let's take a look. So long, Gay Bowser, indeed. And there, just like with Duke Nukem, we got Rovertronic over on Twitter, and there's the download link on screen at romhacking.com. That looks fucking great. This
is a dream. This is what Mario Maker should have fucking been, and I love the Mario Maker games. But this to me is just, it's a fucking dream. This is everything any Mario 64 fan would ever want. That trailer was excellent. It gets you hyped up. And while we're talking on this topic, and I'm going to throw in another little thing here, James. I might be a bit of a swerve, but I was having a conversation with Dude, who you guys know, Dude1286. And this was one thing we were talking about in DMs. There's another thing we were also talking about called a recompilation project. I want to get the terminology right. Recompilation project. And now there's like a bunch of efforts being done essentially to make the N64 stay alive in the emulation community. So we were talking about the Mario 64 Maker stuff a little bit, and that was amazing, and we were having so much fun talking about that, and I was saying I was watching it closely. He sent some of that to me. But he also sent me this great thing, and we don't have time to talk about it in depth today, so I'm going to drop the link in Discord on just a YouTube link for everyone else to take a look at. I highly recommend you watch this video. It's of a Zelda. I think it's Ocarina of Time. I'm pretty sure. No, it's Majora's Mask. But essentially, it's a new way to emulate and to make the games look good and to upscales them as well on PC. So I looked into it a bit more, but like my technical knowledge only goes so far. But what I did learn is a few people are mentioning the way that they're trying to emulate N64 on PC now is similar to what like the Xbox does, like the Xbox Series X does to Xbox 360 games. So it like kind of gradually makes it look prettier, essentially. that's pretty much what this other project does. So there's a lot of amazing stuff going on with the N64 right now. This is definitely a space to watch out for. I want to give Dude credit once again for sending me the recompilation project and just overall for us discussing Mario 64 as well. We both kind of saw it at a similar time and we were discussing it, and he recommended we talk about it on the podcast. So I will drop the link to the compilation project. I'm going to look into it even more, Dude, because I know you're listening to this on your road trip. And if I get any more revelations about it, we'll definitely discuss it more on the channel because, like you said, it is worth watching. Just excellent things coming out of all these communities right now. And I know we're not going to get time to get to some other stories too, but I don't know, James, did you put the Morrowind story on our list? Because that was fucking amazing too.
Yes, if you want to hold it on that, you just let me know.
Okay, well, either way, as long as it's being mentioned, I just want to say there's so many great things going on right now in the way of community mods, and I'm just really excited for the future. Actually, Shadow has a comment here. There we go. So Shadow says, recompiling is complex, but it's a huge step forward. Don't expect it to work like an emulator. It's moving the code itself to PC-compatible code, so each game still needs a lot of work. So there you go. But yeah, the Mario 64 maker is excellent. I want to get my hands on it and try it because it's fucking beautiful. It's what a maker should be. The assets that they give you, the flexibility to build those levels is excellent. And then I also want to check out this other project that Dude sent me, which I dropped in the Discord. It's just, I love to see the N64 making a comeback altogether. It's awesome to see.
Hell yeah. I think in regards to the Mario Maker Mario Maker 64, this seems like the next logical step for Mario Maker. And I assumed that this could be a potential product for Nintendo come with the Switch too. So I wonder if Nintendo is going to pull their usual bullshit and try to shut this down and all that stuff, because you know that this has been floated over there. I wonder if they would do Mario 64 because of the you know, how Mario 64 is. Maybe they would instead do like a 3D world builder instead, but who knows. But Kay, with that, is it? Are we?
It is the bell time.
Oh, with that, finally, hours and hours and hours later, what the fuck is going on with gaming has ended. And we're going to get to our next segment here in a second. I'm just going to go run to the washroom real quick. Kay, go read some chat. And when I come back, it's time for some rapid fire news, because no news will go unread here. So rapid fire news coming on up. Hang tight.
All right. What are you guys up to here? Let's see. Elvis says, I did put an image of it, probably for licensing reasons. Yeah, I think that, like, I was confused by the terminology on the whole Godzilla DLC thing, because to me, when I first read it, it sounded like, I think they've done it in games before, right? Where they offer it, like, free for a limited time, and then if you want that DLC later, you pay for it. I might be wrong, but I feel like Smash Bros. Tried to do that with Ultimate, with the Piranha Plant DLC. Either way, I thought that's what they were trying to do, is say, like, you get it free for a limited time, or, like, you know, sometimes they do with pre-order bonuses. You get it as a pre-order bonus, but then later we offer that pre-order bonus as something you can buy as extra DLC. But thank you for clarifying that, because it was pretty confusing, and I understand why people were worried that it might get pulled down, especially when you get into these, like, powerful licenses where, you know, like we've seen it with Friday the 13th and stuff too, where things get pulled down, removed, everything. You don't know. So if you are interested in that Godzilla DLC, it does sound like you can play it after the fact, but you should absolutely redeem it in the meantime to make sure you get that on your account. And to be safe, I encourage you to play it in the next 6 months, right? If you can. Elvis says, I also imagine DLC availability may be different on Nintendo Switch or other platforms. Would be best to confirm on those storefronts if you plan to buy. Completely agree, because, yeah, the Switch is going to operate completely differently. Gaming with Spoon says, Duke Nukem needs to make a comeback. They could use it to go hard on modern video game industry. It worries me, though, because of the state of the industry right now. I just don't have faith that even Duke Nukem could be completely unfiltered. I think that people would still try to find ways. But maybe that's what we need. Oh, yeah. Yeah, James said it's owned by Randy Pitchford. Exactly. Yeah, maybe there's no hope there. Crazy Landlord says, bruh, me like that to the Mario 64 maker. Yeah, I'm like so deeply sold on that shit, man. It looks so fucking great. And that's why I was excited, like when Dude and I were talking about, I was like, this is fucking awesome. And then we were talking about the other stuff with the N64. I love that system so much. I have so much nostalgia for it. To see any work being done around it, it just makes me so happy. Shadow says Mario 64 Maker is made within the Mario 64 ROM, so it's hardware compatible. And Nintendo can't sue them for that because it's hardware compatible. Really? That's very interesting. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Shadow says, well, it's a ROM hack patch that adds on top of the original game. Interesting. Okay. Gaming with Spoon says they've done something similar to the Legend of Dragoon recompiling. Sorry. Tsuna Mods is also working on a voice acting mod for the Legend of Dragoon. I love when communities add stuff to games. For example, KOTOR 2 is probably my favorite example. I played that game and thought I had fucking amnesia because like I blacked out halfway through and didn't understand the story. Little did I know when I first played it, there was an entire chunk fucking missing. And thank goodness for the community that decided to restore that content so I could actually like see firsthand what that game had in store. Like that is the amazing part about people who are passionate about modders. They deserve way more credit for what they do. They can sometimes single-handedly save games. I was talking to Words of Paradise recently on his show, and he was saying that there's a group that fixed Sonic 06, and Sonic 06 is actually playable and decent with the mod. And I'm like, I need to try that now. That's fucking awesome, too. So I always love hearing this stuff. Again, I want to give a huge shout out to Dude for sending me some of these links today because, first of all, thank you for, thinking of our podcast and sending us stuff. And I see some of you other guys doing that too sometimes. We really appreciate it when you send us stuff to cover. And yeah, this is always exciting news to me. Canadian says, I swapped over to Rumble to listen on the go and actually have a ROM hack stream plan for, so perfect timing. Oh, yeah, it's awesome. Definitely let me know if you play the Mario 64 stuff, what you think about it. I'll be curious. But yeah, I'm caught up.
All right, folks. It is that special time again. Like I said, had 45 stories for what the fuck is going on with gaming, and we got through a whole bunch of them today, and thank you guys so much. It's been 5.5 hours of non-stop gaming news and attitudes with dudes, but now it is time for the rapid fire. As always, Kay, if there's a story that you want to hear more on, I will hold it just for you. So feel free to yell. But are you ready for rapid fire?
Let's do it.
Let's do it right now. Let's go. All right, everybody. Well, to kick off rapid fire, IGN fucking owns everything now. Yes, gaming journalists beware, because IGN owns Eurogamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, Video Game 24/7, and Dicebreaker. Also, layoffs happen. That's funny. Jason Voorhees is back. They announced the whole Jason universe thing. But now, of course, the first thing that they put him in is multiverses. And it looks kind of cute, but also kind of dumb. That's what we get for our Jason Voorhees, is he gets to kill fucking Steven Universe. And now that I'm saying that, it actually sounds great. Please kill Steven Universe. PS2 games are coming to the PS5. A leak of the Attack of the Clones game has come out for the PS5. So are we going to be seeing a whole bunch of PS2 games go over to PS5 with trophy support? Let's find out. There is a Total War game coming out. You know, the Total War series, mostly known for Total War Warhammer, but it's going to be Total War Star Wars. So I don't usually play those kind of games, the Total War games, but it's fucking Star Wars, therefore I must consume. Also, Hogwarts Legacy, which I just beat. I said I'd stop talking about it, but here we are. Hogwarts Legacy 2, of course, is going to happen, because even though it got no coverage, it was the best-selling game of last year. But Warner Brothers, in their infinite wisdom, because they're fucking idiots, has decided, what if it was live service? You're dumb! Valve Overwatch competitor has leaked, called fucking Deadlock, and it looks like it's dead on arrival. It looks like shit. Just fix TF2, you fucking idiots. Deadlock looks like garbage. PC Gamer magazine did a weird article shitting on the Star Wars Expanded Universe, because fans of the Star Wars Expanded Universe are remastering in a mod, like we were talking about Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 Mysteries of the Sith, and they're talking about how weird it is and how the EU sucks compared to fucking Disney slop. What's wrong with you, PC gamer? I hate you. You're a fucking idiot. All right. But talking about people that aren't fucking idiots, let's talk about Sakurai really quick. Sakurai said that for Kirby Air Ride, it was floated that he added Dolby surround sound to the game, but it would have added a Dolby mandatory splash screen that lasted about a second, and he said no to it, which is the most base thing ever. He literally just wanted people to play the game as soon as possible, so he said no Dolby surround sound. I just want people to play the fucking game. I love Sakurai so much. It's literally the most base gaming news I have heard in the past 2 weeks. I love it. I personally love it. I was getting shit on Twitter about this. People being like, oh, 1 second to have better audio? Yes, you will never get it. Oh, God. Atari is acquired in television. The first gaming wars have concluded, and Atari has won. It's been 84 years. A old interview with Iwata, who everyone loves Iwata. You all know Iwata from Nintendo, and who sadly passed away a few years ago. An old interview has surfaced with him that's 20 years old, around 2004, when he was promoting the Nintendo Revolution. I watched some of it. It's really good. I highly recommend everyone check it out. It's amazing that even 20 years ago, the shit Iwata is saying is more true today than even then, and it's just like maybe some fucking modern developers and companies like at Xbox should listen to the interview. I'm just saying, he's smart and you're all fucking idiots. There is a new Nintendo game that surfaced under a code name, but based on who's developing it, is the new Mario Party. They're making a new Mario Party. We can just call that right now. There's a new Ron Gilbert game being made. You know Ron Gilbert from the original Maniac Mansion and Monkey Island games, including that last one. This new one is a little different, though. I need to pull up the description here real quick because this is the key to it here. Let me see. It is a Zelda-style RPG adventure. So it is not going to be a point-and-click adventure. This is Ron Gilbert of point-and-click fame making a Zelda-style game. That should be interesting. There's a game where you ride on a motorcycle and you shoot people on horses and shit with a shotgun. It's called Kingmakers. And
I want to play it so bad.
And the devs are really cool. It's already on Steam. Go wishlist it. It's called Kingmakers. There's also an indie game that is Punch-Out meets Cuphead. And we love our Punch-Out clones here. And this is another one. It is called Big Boy Boxing. So if you like Punch-Out, you like Cuphead, they had a baby. It's called Big Boy Boxing. Speaking of spiritual sequels of things, NBA Jam is getting a spiritual sequel, which is arcade exclusive. And it even has the original voice. The fucking Boom Shakalaka guy who is known for all the crazy Midway sports games. He is going to be voicing in it. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. And it also has Midway employees working on it. But unfortunately, it is arcade exclusive, so hopefully it comes to an arcade near you. Starfield is kind of good if you mod it to look like Star Wars. There's a Masquerade Bloodlines alpha footage that came out. I love Masquerade. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines is one of my favorite RPGs of all time. And there is now alpha footage of the game that came out from conventions promoting it, and it looks radically different. It's super interesting. If you're a big Bloodlines fan, go seek out that footage. It's super cool to see. Marty O'Donnell will win because he's a gamer. One of the producers on Simpsons expressed that he wants a Simpsons Hit and Run remake. Thing is, the remake was already made by one fan developer, a mod, and it looks wonderful, but it's not allowed to be released because even though this guy says he wants it, they would shut it down in a fucking instant if it gets released. So this guy made a whole game. We've talked about it before. Simpsons Hit and Run remake. Go watch the footage. It's wonderful, but he can't even release it. Escape from Tarkov is in bad shape. I don't really know what's going on in Rapid Fire, but if you like Escape from Tarkov, there's all this refund controversy and all this shit. They're fucking not giving people their money's worth or something and then adding new things. If you play Escape from Tarkov, watch your fucking wallet. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile has lost like 65% of its player base. And this might be why Xbox is tightening their belts so much and killing all these other studios, because they overspent on the mobile division, and now nobody gives a flying fuck about it. There you go. Many such cases, Xbox. So, Call of Duty Warzone Mobile is failing. Space Marine 2 has showed off its co-op mode that looks super fun. Steam got banned in Vietnam. Nobody knows why. There's a new horror boomer shooter that looks fucking great. I can pull up the name here real quick. It is called Sonar Shock. Sonar Shock. It looks spooky, but it's a boomer shooter. It looks great. If you play Destiny, public service announcement, you can get pony errors now playing Destiny, and Bungie recommends that you don't have chat enabled and you don't accept new friend requests, because they can just enter this error and completely cripple your game. Good job, Bungie.
Yeah, good job.
George Miller is a fucking idiot and he's out of touch. This is the creator of the Mad Max series. He said that the Mad Max game, that I think is actually a good game, he said that was fucking garbage. And he wants Hideo Kojima to make a new Mad Max game.
That guy can go fuck himself. Mad Max is great.
You're fucking insane. And the first Mad Max, in my opinion, is the only good Mad Max movie. I fucking said it. Mad Max 1 is better than Mad Max 2. And also fucking Fury Road and all that shit. Red Dead might be finally coming to PC, maybe. Bolt Gun is getting DLC. Neil Druckmann's a fucking idiot. Imagine my shock. He's praising AI. There's a Devolver Direct coming June 7th. Stellar Blade is probably coming to PC because Sony can only have one game. There's a Paper Plane game that looks good on Kickstarter. It's only got 24 hours left. Let me fucking find the name of that. 1 second. Oh my god. It is called Paper Sky, and it's got less than 24 hours if you want to back it. You literally fly around in a little paper plane. It's got 8 hours left. It's met its goal. It's got 8 hours left. It's called Paper Sky. You're a little paper plane, and you go, woo! Street Fighter the Street Fighter movie has a new logo. I didn't even know they were making a Street Fighter movie, but they are. It has a logo now. GTA 5 has a release window of fall next year. Nintendo president has released a new strategy going forward. The Joy-Con drift lawsuit has been dismissed. There's a Shadow the Hedgehog tie-in animation for Sonic X Shadow Generations, whatever that fucking game is called. It's gonna have a new animation. Maybe Maria will get shot in the head. Hellblade is super unintentionally ugly because photorealistic graphics, and like you look at the fucking girl in it and it looks like all she is teeth in her eyes. It looks fucking weird. Helldivers shake up. The CEO is no longer the CEO, but he's like the chief operating officer or some shit, and there's a new guy hired that's the new CEO. Sakurai says all Smash characters have the same win rate. Fucking doubt. And Sarah Bonds thanked Tango DreamWorks and said, here's so many more years, just before destroying the company and closing them down. And with that is rapid fire news.
Good job, James. Holy moly. There's a lot of games in there that you and I were discussing that I was excited for. The Kingsmaker game in particular, I really want, like, so bad. I saw that footage and I'm like, I need this in my life.
That is Kingsmaker.
Oh, it looks so fucking good.
Steam.
And you can go into buildings and, like, blow them up and shit. Like, it's fucking great.
I really wanted to rant about that Star Wars idiot, but it's so weird. It's just this guy at PC Gamer.
Oh, you can rant about it.
This
You're
guy
fine.
at
We've
PC
got 5 minutes.
This guy at PC Gamer wrote this article that's like talking about real gaming news, which is these modders. I'm just doing a quick summary. These modders are doing a fan remake of Mysteries of the Sith, which I don't know if I'm going to check out because I'm really hoping that Night Dive in the next couple years remasters it themselves along with Dark Forces 2. But kudos to the fans keeping this game alive. And in the article, he like goes on this weird like rant. Like instead of actually focusing on the news, he just starts like shitting on Mara Jade and EU Luke and all this stuff. And it's like, why even like write this article if you're so bitter and hate it? Like, this is something that people love, and it feels like you're obligated to write it, but you're just this weird, like, fucking Disney sequel fan, which is even weirder, and so you're just shitting on it. It's just a strange article, and I commented on it on Twitter, and our buddy Adam the Renaissance Nerd is like, oh, good, I will rant about this, and so I think he ranted about it as well, because it's like out of left field. And it feels like his boss told him to write about this article. And he's like, fucking Star Wars fans. I'm going to shit on Mara Jade some more. And it's like, what's wrong with you? And he calls the title obscure and weird. And it's like, how is it obscured? Like, Dark Force, is that obscure? It's Dark Forces 2 was big enough to warrant an expansion in the 90s. That to me isn't obscure. How many games got expansions in the 90s? You had like Blizzard games did because Blizzard was huge, and you had like what else was there? There wasn't that many. But old expansions were great, and that's what this is. It's just weird. And then also, yeah, the only other thing I really cared about was the Jason ship. That's more of a horror story anyway, not a gaming story. Pretty much the legal rights battles that are forever with Friday the 13th, they have settled-ish. But now they've announced the Jason universe, and Jason is going to be everywhere. But the reason it relates to gaming is that they're shoving him into the multiverses game. And I'm like, this kind of looks terrible, but also I can be Jason Voorhees and take a machete to Steven Universe's head. So, but the creators of the great fan film that Gino turned me on to, Never Hike Alone, that are obviously big Friday the 13th fans, were shitting on the fact that they don't get Friday the 13th the game anymore, but they get this fucking kitty-looking game where Jason doesn't belong. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's a horror property about killing people. So anyway.
I know. It looks so terrible.
The Jason universe! Sorry, go on.
It's so fucking terrible, all of it. I want to say hi to Nick Starling in the chat. How you doing over on Twitch? Says Kojima is a hack and too soon.
Yes. Yeah. That was so true.
God, I know. Nick. It's just,
woo.
I don't know. Yeah, there's some really great news in there. I'm definitely looking forward to watching that NBA Jam successor. If it's only an arcade, then I hope that our local arcade gets it, because I will definitely play that. If not, then I'll wait, hopefully, for a console release of some sort. I have a feeling they will, because it'll probably be successful.
Nerdinio says Mad Max 3 was the only one I thought was okay. Really? That's usually the one.
The first one's great.
So like the reason I said that and I thought that was going to be a hot take was most people say they either say Fury Road's the best one, which is the Tom Hardy one, or they say fucking Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior is the good one. It's those two. I personally think that the first movie is the best one because I'm not a big fan of apocalypse shit. But you know what I do love is near apocalypse. And that's what Mad Max 1 is. It's like functioning society, police state, but there's crazy, wacky people that will lead to an apocalypse. Like, do more in that. Like, that is so unique. And then Mad Max 2 is immediately apocalypse. And I think I watched Mad Max 2 too late because I watched it first on Blu-ray. And I can see them literally speeding up the scenes at 2x speed to try to make the fighting more interesting. So some of the fights, at least in like high definition, look like Benny Hill. It wasn't bad, but people usually hate Mad Max 3, which is why I'm surprised Nerdy Neo said that. That's the Tina Turner one. That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I didn't like that one. I liked the first one only, though.
Yeah, no, but we're on the outside. It's usually Mad Max 2 or Fury Road. That's usually the two. I'm just still bitter that they didn't bring back Mel Gibson when they were supposed to. But anyway, are you ready for the final segment, Kay?
I think so.
All right. Well, this is the closing segment where I want to get your guys' opinions and Kay's. So feel free to chime in with what you think. It is time for Anything Goes. So I'm just going to pull up some videos because I am primed and ready. As always, Kate doesn't know what I'm going to ask her, but I've already prepped my answer. And I'm prepping videos right now. So, Kay.
Videos? Oh my God. Okay, yeah.
Yes. Here's the question, Kay. After all that crazy controversy and everything, we had to talk about like ghost men ladies and all these companies falling apart. I give you a fun question. Let's end this on a nice, fun, hypothetical question. You are super excited, and so is Chad, I could see, with the new Mario Maker 64 being a thing. With that, what is a classic, beloved game that you want to get a Maker version of? And as always, I can go first if you want time to think. I've already got my answer. Or if you want to just jump the gun, you can go full chaos mode and answer.
I want a Star Fox Maker.
That'd be fucking great.
I literally just want like let me make any Star Fox level, but then also let me make any ship as well and add different
Would it be
power-ups and stuff to
64?
it.
Like Star
It
Fox
could work with
64
either.
maker?
Yeah, it could work with either, but I think it would be good with 64 because you'd have more flexibility with assets if they could make it in the form of like the Mario 64 almost. I think that would
Right.
look great. So yeah, Star Fox, not a doubt in my mind that would be the one. I was gonna say it'd be interesting to do like a Final Fantasy or something, but then I realized RPG Maker is pretty much that. So
Oh, yes, that's true. That's true.
yeah,
Yeah,
so Star
no,
Fox.
Star Fox 64 would be great. I can totally see this working. Like, if you can create unique bosses and, unique power-ups, and if you could create the map as well, so you could make a custom map, kind of like a world mode
Well, you
for
can
all
make
your
your own map. You can make your own ships, and you could also choose if there's other allies that come in to help you. So
That's great.
because like there's Bill and there's Cat and there's all these other characters that hop in every once in a
Yes.
while. So imagine if you could also do that and create like external characters to come in. I know games probably wouldn't go as far. Actually, no, I've seen some like Mario Maker, I guess, kind of does it, but like if you could create villains as well.
Mhm.
So then if you could choose like who fights you, that would be really cool. I think you could make an excellent maker out of that.
See, looking at the map right now, I think that's what sells me, is the fact that you can make multiple unique levels and then tie them to worlds and then make branching paths and all that. I would be fucking in. That's a great answer.
And then you can have Rob drop stuff for you, but you choose like what the drops are and when and stuff like that.
Imagine if you could write the dialogue in, like, so, like, your commander
Oh
would
my
be
God,
like,
I'd be so
listen here, you little shit. You need to go get my drug deal, all right? Da, 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 da. All right, Star Fox team, we need to go get some drugs. I don't know if that's a great idea. Shut up, Slippy. Like, if that's just all written in now, and you could
Hell
do
yeah.
that because, like, their voices, you could just do the SNES.
Exactly.
So
No,
that'd be
it's so
great.
perfect. So yeah, Star Fox is my answer.
That is a great answer. Perfect answer. Okay, here is mine. As always, I've overprepared. I give you 3 answers. First off, Valve. I know you can't count to 3. We've established this. And I've already said make TF3. But while you're at it, how about you make Left 4 Dead Maker? Now, I love Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead is my favorite zombie game of all time, and it's probably a top 5 co-op game of all time. But every level boils down to starting point, run for your life through a maze, and then ending point, escape. If you made a maker of that, that would be fucking brilliant. And you could put in, like, where the pills are. Pills here, where the enemy hordes spawn, and where the special zombies are placed in the map and everything, and where they're going to trigger for you. And you could just kind of, it would have to be like a 3D builder. But yeah, you could just build in all the assets and build the maze. And all you really need is that start and finish, and then all the items and everything that drop throughout the level. I think a Left 4 Dead maker, while it would be daunting, I think this would be so fucking fun. And just people making their own Left 4 Dead, like, start point A to point B levels. Like, I could play that forever and ever and ever. That would be fucking brilliant. That would keep this game that I could already play to death. Like, I would just, yeah, this would be the only zombie game I play at that point, and one of the only co-op games. It would be excellent. The next one I've got, these all kind of have the same idea. But as I kept thinking of ones, I'm like, ooh, all this. So the next one I have is a beat 'em up maker. And I had to choose one. So I choose Shredder's Revenge. The beloved, amazing Shredder's Revenge that a lot of people actually say is better than the original Turtles in Time, which is crazy. And it is. It's great. But if you have one complaint about it, it's short, which it fits because it's a classic beat 'em up. It's a new classic beat 'em up. But what if we had a maker version of it where you can take all the assets, you can build your own levels, you choose which boss it ends with. They can develop new bosses just to plug in at the end. You choose when the Foot Clan comes in, you choose where the pizza powers are laid, all that stuff. And it's just, you're pretty much designing the backgrounds, and you're adding, like, you can add the arcades outside, or you can add sewers inside, like, just get fucking crazy. I think that would be a blast. But then I thought of that, and I had to do one more. So my third and final one is similar but different. It's Metal Slug Maker. There's like 10 Metal Slugs, and Metal Slugs are already like perfect games. They're the side-scroller shooters, and they're just perfect, and their animation is so good. And there's so many great levels, like you see the zombie level here is so awesome. So what if you had a Metal Slug Maker that combined all the enemies across all, like how many Metal Slugs are there? Like over 10? I think there's over a dozen. It's insane. If you combined all the Metal Slugs all into one game in a Metal Slug Maker, and I could just play people's made levels, so I could be like a zombie walking around in the desert, or you could play these old school levels and just bring in like the Metal Slug itself, drop bosses in randomly. I think this would be a fucking blast, and every person I talk to about Metal Slug, they all unanimously are like, fucking love Metal Slug. It's perfect gaming. It's perfect games. So where did they go from here? They've had 12 of them. I think this could be the way to go. Just effectively give it to the fans, make a Metal Slug Maker, put in all the assets, and look at that. Like, imagine having this fucking monkey spawn. Like, you're doing like a water level, and suddenly this monkey's just swimming next to you for no fucking reason. Do that. Just do that. The possibilities with a Metal Slug Maker especially are pretty much endless. And all you just have to do is plug in all these sprites, and it'd be great.
It could be like a secondary Doom thing, really. Like how you can mod so much with Doom.
Yep.
If you had the proper source for Metal Slug, you could make pretty much any game within Metal Slug.
Yeah, that is great. But
great answers. Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and same to you. Let's finish up chat, okay? Let's read what their responses are, and then we can roll on out of here and tell people what we got coming up next, which, well,
I love the answers.
What's coming up.
Oh.
Tomorrow night.
Thank you, but also, oh god. So Nerdy Neo says Mega Man X. That would be a lot of fun. I think there's a Mega Man Maker already, but I don't know how far it goes. So you should definitely check that out.
Is it fan made? It's not official, is it?
No, it's not official, but there's like it works similar to like all those other makers, and it's Mega Man specifically, I think.
I didn't know that.
I might be wrong. I just think I remember someone saying that.
I love Mega Man,
Might have
so I
been
gotta check that out.
Neo, ask DJ Axis. I think he's the one that mentioned the Mega Man one. Nightmare says maybe F-Zero. That would be good too. I think F-Zero would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Design levels, have the cockpits. Oh yeah, that would be great.
I would love that, and they need more F-Zero. I really hope they don't die on their sword with F-Zero 99. Like, we need something else, and an F-Zero would be great.
Yeah. Shadow says Star Fox. I never expected to hear that. I think there's endless possibilities. I would love to use that maker to build the prequel to the game. So like James McLeod's campaign, because you have a lot of information based on the dialogue with like Peppy or Peppa and whatever.
Peppy,
Peppy
yeah.
and no, but the other guy, what's his name? The pig.
Oh, I don't know. The one that's like, I'm going to kill you like your fucking dad.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because there's Peppy, but then there's also the pig as well.
Yeah, I don't
remember. You get like a lot of dialogue between them. Anyways, I would make the prequel and have like James McLeod's campaign. Shadow says Star Fox Maker with all the content for all the games with all the different modes. Yeah, sure, I dig it. JB says you can see Near Apocalypse now. Just go outside. Crazy Landlow says Sonic Maker. Oh fuck, that would be great. In classic style, adventure style, and Unleashed to Generations boost style. Fuck, that's a good idea. Shadow says 3D Sonic Maker, make your own good Sonic game and then learn how hard it really is. Shadow says open bore, cough, cough. And Neo says Portal Maker would be amazing.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That one I could totally see fucking working. The thing about Portal is it's so polished and so well done. Like every puzzle, like Kay hasn't experienced this, but she will when she's forced to play it and become a real girl.
So which thing do I have to dispel? Disney, I guess? Yeah. Goodbye, Disney.
Get rid of Disney.
Goodbye.
Yeah, get rid of Disney. Easily. No doubt about it. But yeah, the way Portal works is super ingenious because I'm not a huge puzzle guy. But the way it crafts in your brain, like you have that eureka moment where it very intentionally, gradually gets little more difficult, and every level tickles like a different part of your brain is just so wonderful, and kind of the genius behind Portal 1 and 2. So that would be thrown out the window, no doubt, with the Maker, but I think people would go apeshit for it. And I think it would do great.
I thought of another one that would be great. I would love a Fire Emblem maker, but I think you can pretty much do that with sprites as it is right now. If you know how to mod properly, it's just not something I'm talented at, but Fire Emblem maker would be fun for me too. Shadow says Metal Slug Maker would need a vector-based system, but it could be done and would be really neat since there's already a modding scene. I guess you're looking for a modular, easy-to-make system.
Yeah, pretty
Neo
much.
says,
It's pretty much like giving the users the tools to do it themselves super easily, like
like a
plugging-
Mario Maker,
like
where
Mario
it's
Maker.
like you can plug it. Yeah.
Like anyone can do it. Like your 5-year-old sister could make a level just opening this up. It's like building Legos effectively. So if you ever played Mario Maker, you know what we're talking about. Just
Neo says
in.
Metal Slug is great too. Yeah.
yes, it is.
I've
I've never heard a single person say anything bad ever of Metal Slug.
Yeah, Metal Slug is great. Neo says, yeah, there's a classic Mega Man Maker, but not a Mega Man X Maker. Gotcha. Shadow says Outrun Maker with all the Outrun content to use at once.
That would be great. That would be great. Yes.
Canadian says, Kay, look into Star Fox 2. I think there are some elements from it that would interest you. I actually have purposely not played Star Fox 2 yet
Really?
because I want to play it on stream.
Oh, I didn't know
Because
that.
I haven't played Star Fox 2. The only thing I did was when they put it on the store or whatever they put on the virtual console.
Yeah.
I just launched it because I couldn't believe it was real that we were getting it. So I just launched it to see the opening screen. I have purposely not played that at all. I've seen a little bit of footage just from, experience being a Star Fox fan for a long time. The first time I play that game will be on stream. I want to experience it for the first time with everyone.
And I still need you to stream that game I bought for you, the Star Fox spiritual sequel, the indie one.
Yes.
I can't remember what it's
that will happen
called.
too.
But we need to do the versus.
Not Whisker Squadron, but the other one. Yeah.
The other one that is not Whisker Squadron. That is, I own it. I bought it. Kay, whenever you want to stream it, let me know. I will set you up and we will do it.
Too many streams, too little time.
I know. There's so much I want to play.
So much.
That's why I started playing Jedi Survivor, because I was in a Star Wars mood, and I'm like, okay, I'm already only playing Dark Forces. I really want to play Dark Forces. That's all I want to do is play Dark Forces. Am I really going to restrict another fucking Star Wars game to exclusively stream? So I'm like, okay, no. My fucking Jedi Survivor is shit anyway. You'll sometimes see a stream of it, but it's not going to be a full playthrough. Besides, with those games, they're fucking dime a dozen online. So you will see me struggle sometimes with it. But then it's not going to be like the perfect complete playthrough. It's just going to be me going live and being like, fuck, for 5 hours and then quitting. Because I suck at these games. Because I think they control like shit. But it's Star Wars and I have to play it.
Shadow says maybe Star Fox Maker could be more personalized with Persona Maker. No.
Oh, no.
No. I'm not trying to make a furry maker.
Kay
here.
loves Star Fox, but she's not a furry. It's a very fine line she treads here.
I'm a Star Fox Sonic fan without, while also not being a furry fan.
How do you walk the line of danger every day of your life? A Star Fox Sonic fan that isn't a furry and hasn't fallen to the Chris Chan side of things. Hey, I know a guy that needs to get rid of a medallion. He's in prison right now.
I'm a Spyro fan as well.
Oh, it's dead. Oh my god.
I don't know how I'm like not a furry, but
or scaly.
The idea repulses me. I don't want to do it.
And a Digimon fan.
Yes.
Yeah,
you've got
a lot of baggage. Yeah.
A
lot of furry baggage.
Shadow says, if you say anything bad about Metal Slug, you might not be human. This is how we tell who the space alien invaders are.
I swear to God, I have never in my life, I've played Metal Slug my whole life, I've never heard a negative thing about it once. Not one negative thing. Once. It's crazy. It's a universally loved series all the way through. No, well, I mean, the later ones, there's ones that are like mobile and microtransaction-y. Those don't count. But like the original, like 10... They're just games.
But even then, I've played it on the iPad and still liked it.
Yeah.
Crazy Landlow says, me and Kay are in the same boat. We're Sonic and Star Fox fans and are not furries because we're not weirdos. Angry Canadian says, Modern Warfare 2 Russian airport maker.
You win. You win.
I
That
can't
wins.
end on any other comment. That has to
That's
be
the
it.
final comment. Yeah. All right, everyone. That's it. That we need our Russian airport.
Pack
maker.
up your bags. We're going to the Russian airport.
Folks, that was the Melee Madness podcast. You can find us tomorrow night to celebrate this lady's birthday, where we were going to be playing her beloved N64 and GameCube games. Not anymore, we're not, because of you people, and I love... Look, the support's insane. Thank you so much, everybody.
You guys are insane. I super appreciate it. I just want to make that clear. I really appreciate it. If I'm yelling and screaming at Rawr tomorrow, it's not me yelling and screaming at you. It's me yelling and screaming at the game. That is terrible. I appreciate your support so much. It means the world. Yeah. Seriously.
I am humbled that you guys like the show enough to be that insanely supportive, to give us an hour of Rawr tomorrow for Kay's birthday. Look, Kay, you're the best. Obviously, the people want you to suffer, and I'm all here for it. Seriously, thank you guys so much. Shadow says happy birthday. Hell yeah. We're going to ring in the birthday with torture tomorrow night. 1 hour of Rawr. Who knows if we'll even survive that? How's it going, BDJ, coming in right at the end saying Tally is best girl. Somehow my best girl, Ashley, only got 10% of the vote. Maybe it's because she's a fucking idiot in 2. That's fine. This is fine.
I'm gonna laugh at so we're doing this kind of before my birthday, but not really. It'll be my birthday on the East Coast when we start the Rawr stream, right? 9 p.m. PST tomorrow night. Saturday is the actual day, and we're gonna be having a birthday party for me with our friends. And they're all going to wonder why I'm so depressed after. Like, it's your birthday, be happy. And I'll be like, I was subjected to an hour of Rawr. I don't have a soul anymore. That's the thing that makes me laugh about all of this. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be depressed at my birthday party.
And then, apart from that, the last thing I want to shill to you guys, and it's really only because I want to have fun with you guys, because you guys are the freaking best. TF2 night this Wednesday. See, now I'm forgetting the date. Wednesday,
May 29th at 7 p.m. PST. We're going from 7 to 10 o'clock p.m. PST. It's open invite. Whoever wants to join, just let me know in Discord. There's no limits or anything. We'll just make a private lobby if we have a big enough group. And I would prefer that we have a huge group, that we can just have a private game going. And I think that'd be a lot of fun for everyone. So
the game
definitely
is free.
come join.
The game
the game is free.
The game is free. We're going to have fun no matter what. I'm excited. 1 to 6 players, we're going to be doing matchmaking. Anything above that, we're going to be doing private lobbies. The matchmaking I love as well because I like chaos. Can you guys handle the chaos with me? The insanity, the craziness of public servers? Well, that's going to happen if we get 1 to 6. Otherwise, we're just playing with ourselves, and I'm happy to play with all of you guys. With that, that was the Melee Madness podcast. Over 6 hours. Oh my God. Thank you guys so much. I think maybe our biggest and best show ever, and it's because of you guys in chat. We will see you all tomorrow for Kay's birthday stream, late night, 9 p.m. PST. If you want to be there, be so late because Kay will be tortured live on air because of Rawr Force. Thank you guys so much. And with that, I'm going to hit that music. All right. Well, oh my God, the support was insane. Have a good night, Crazy Landlow. And I agree, BD Jake Miranda is hot as fuck. Let us thank everybody. And oh my God, there is so many people to thank because y'all are just the freaking best. Thank you guys so much. Let's start over at Rumble, where Dude came in with a raid. Thank you for that, Dude. I appreciate it. And Bentley Guy 78 came in with a $10 Rumble rant. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy. Now, let's go look over at YouTube. Over on YouTube, Snapple Rai coming in with the insane $50 super chat. Thank you so much. You're the freaking best, Snapple Rai. And then we also got Gaming with Spoons for 5. Thank you, Gaming with Spoons. And was that it? Oh, we had another Gaming with Spoons for 5. Thank you so much, Gaming with Spoons. You do great stuff, sir. I appreciate you guys so much. Now, let's go look over at our stream elements here. We had a new follower, Metal Raider 2181. Thank you so much for that follow, sir. Then, the reason I'm shirtless for 6 hours for you guys, Insidious Bliss with the Bear Force 1. Thank you so much, Bliss. I appreciate it. And I love bearing out with you. After that, we had Nightmare. Thank you so much, Nightmare. But then Insidious Bliss came back and is doomed K to play Rawr off. This is what kicked off the insanity. The K Rawr off show is tomorrow. Bliss, insane support. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it. After that, we had Nick Ricada's Legal Fund. Hopefully he's doing well. Then we had Nightmare. Thank you, Nightmare. And then Rawr off hype, making it once again. Thank you so much, Rawr off hype. Insane that we're now at 20 minutes of Rawr off, but it didn't start there. How's it going, Adam? Exactly at the music. Hi, Adam, and good night to you, sir. Then after that, Insidious Bliss came back and was like, hey, Kay, I hear 30 is better than 20. Well, good Lord, I hope so. Thank you guys so much. And then super Rawr off hype. 30 is great, but why not 40? Ah! And then finally, super Rawr off Force Hour. We need to round this off with the $200 dooming us to an hour of Rawr off tomorrow for Kay's birthday. Since I'm not miserable, I will speak to this once again. We've been saying it a lot this stream. I hope you're not sick of it, but I'm never going to stop saying it. Seriously, thank you guys so much. This is insane, insane, insane support. Have a good night. Nightmare, have a good night. Mr. Bliss, have a good night. Adam, have a good night. BDJ, Crazy Landlow. But yeah, the fact that you guys are enjoying what we're doing here is just so awesome. And I love it. We're literally just speaking our minds, talking about all things gaming. I never know if I'm going to say something that will just burn it all down. And that's what you get here is honest, all the honest and true stuff. Just like we're in Quickville or something. Oh my God, it's been 6 hours. I don't even know what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is thank you guys so much. That is insane. An hour of Rawr off, and you all know what that means. Freaking insane. Thank you so much. The show is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. You're going to get so much content because we're live tomorrow for Kay's birthday. We're going to be live Sunday, movie night on Monday, and then TF2 with all of you on Wednesday. Non-stop gaming content over here at Melee Games. Thank you guys for the support. I'm going to shut up now, and I'm going to go pass out because we have a big Rawr off stream tomorrow. So with that, thank you guys for tuning into the Melee Madness podcast. And until tomorrow night for Torture, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.